Chapter 245. There shouldn't be any problems now, right? Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly as he patted his arms and slightly glowing chest. This trip had really exhausted him, and he didn't even have time to rest. Well, the divine weapon is very stable once it recovers to level 7. It won't advance so easily. As for now, I still need you to put in more effort. Zai laughed in his heart. No. He knelt down and let out a long cry. As soon as he returned to the village and pushed open the door of the stone house, Yin Nuoxing saw Xian and Ming sitting opposite each other on the bed. When they saw him return, they were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly rushed over. Xing, are you okay? Is Ling Hongjian all right? Xian asked a little worriedly when she saw his somewhat tired, handsome face. Ming also directly jumped into Yin Nuoxing's arms. She wrapped her little arms around his neck and asked with concern, Big brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Ling Hongjian is fine too. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and smiled as he touched Ming's soft purple-black hair. He looked at the deep purple Mei Mao's eyes that were filled with concern and felt a slight warmth in his heart. When he thought of Zai's question just now, his face couldn't help but turn red. He hurriedly coughed dryly and disappeared before he was discovered. He walked to the bedside and changed the topic. He pulled Xian to the bedside and sat down on the hard stone chair as he asked with a smile, What happened? Why did you look so serious just now? Well, Xian sighed when she heard Yin Nuoxing mention this. She twirled a strand of her long hair a few times with her jade fingers and slowly said, Xing, how much money do you have left? Money? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. He calculated in his heart and said, I have less than 40 million left, right? The previous expenses were a little high, so I didn't even calculate when I was using it. Why? What do you need money for? Yin Nuoxing asked with a smile. No, it's just that Ming and I were just settling a debt. Xing, you're going to travel all over the God realm, so you can't always choose to do it by yourself, right? Plus, you'll have to spend a lot of money on the road, just like the money you used to buy materials for Ling Hongjian. Xian shook her head helplessly. Just now, when Ming asked her to do some calculations, she realized that the cost of this trip was actually quite high. I'm fine. It's just money. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was not worried at all. Instead, she laughed out loud and patted Ming's back. Although we are a little poor now, didn't we agree to go to the Divine Sky City? In any case, with the evil spirit eye, I won't lose. Moreover, he had hidden a large pile of holy grade Xian crystals. Xian Yin had also given him a pile of materials. If he had no other choice, he could use them to auction. It should cause a stir. I think I can. Is there anything I can help with? Hearing this, Xian was startled. She had forgotten about Yin Nuoxing, the divine tool to get rich. When she came back to her senses, she stuck out her tongue and smiled. You. Looking at the hopeful Mei Mao, Yin Nuoxing was startled. It seemed like she really wanted to help her. However, there was really nothing she could help with at the moment, and she could not directly say that he was here for her 5 elements body. There's nothing I can help with. Sister, you can just hide behind me and be a beautiful girl. Yin Nuoxing thought. No, that's too silly. There's a price for helping you. Sister, why don't you use your body? Damn, what am I thinking? Yin Nuoxing's face turned red, and she almost sent the stone house flying. Scratching her head in distress, Yin Nuoxing stared at the Mei Mao. After thinking for a long time, she made up her mind. Seeing Xian's blushing face, she reached out her hand and patted her head. Smiling gently, he said, In the future, Xian will definitely be able to help me. When he did this, Yin Nuoxing felt that his face was boiling hot. However, he still calmly finished speaking. Her soft hair brushed against his palm, making him feel very comfortable. Xian was a little confused by his actions. She nodded blankly. Other than her family, he was the only one who had done this before. It felt a little different. The two of them looked at each other shyly. The atmosphere was a little ambiguous. The atmosphere is pretty good. The relationship between the two of them has improved. This is a good sign. If this continues, one day, I'll be able to hug little Star and Xian's baby. In Yin Nuoxing's spiritual world, Zai, who had been paying close attention to the two of them, wrote down the date and location in a book in her hand. She recorded this down and then giggled. She switched her line of sight to the book. There were many dates and many things written in it. Although they were not big or small events, without exception, they all revolve around Yin Nuashing and Xian. If Yin Nuashing saw this little book, she would probably burn it to ashes. The next day, Yin Nuashing and the others woke up early. The sun had just risen from the top of the mountain, and the orange light had just shone on the village. At this time, many people in the village had already woken up and were busy working. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys of every household. They were not in a hurry to fly towards Divine Sky City. Yin Nuashing and the others went to Wang Chen's house. He had promised to take them around Divine Sky City, so he naturally would not go back on his word. However, as soon as they entered Wang Chen's house, Yin Nuashing and the others were warmly pulled to sit down by the Queen Mother. She kept thanking him for helping to take care of Wang Chen and even invited him to eat breakfast. Only then did she send them out and remind them to be careful. Your mother is so enthusiastic. Feeling the Queen Mother's enthusiasm, Yin Nuashing could not help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was a little overwhelmed, Hearing this, Wang Chen laughed out loud. Then, he looked curiously and excitedly at the sun god Bao under his butt and could not help but praise it. Divine Sky City was tens of millions of miles away from the village. It was a long journey, and they had to bring along someone who could not fly. Even if they used the sun god Bao, it would still take some time to travel through the night. Divine Sky City is the center of the northern wilderness. Xingxing, you came from outside the Divine Lands, so you don't know the general distribution of the Divine Lands. There are 4 central cities in the Divine Lands. Divine Sky City in the northern wilderness, Wanyuan City in the southern wilderness, Sea God's Domain in the eastern sea, and Meteor City in the western domain. They are all top cities in the Great Divine Lands. Knowing that Yin Nuashing was not familiar with the distribution of the cities, Xian explained in detail. Actually, there is someone who left our village in Divine Sky City. He came back a few years ago. I don't know if we can find him in the city. Wang Chen also smiled. You know someone? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing was slightly happy. Yes, a few years ago, a college came to the oasis to recruit students. At that time, someone from our village was chosen. They said that he was talented, so they took him away. A few years ago, they came back and said that he was living in Divine Sky City now. Wang Chun thought for a while and said, "Oh." Yin Nuashing nodded and took out the treasure map. Seeing that there was no problem with the direction, she closed her eyes and rested in peace. They crossed countless mountains and flew across endless deserts. It only took them 10 days to travel tens of millions of miles. On the way, many people saw the golden lightning that flew across the sky and hurried towards the northeast. Divine Sky City had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was a comfortable and lush forest, and its scale was hundreds of thousands of miles. It was so big that it seemed to be boundless. It seemed to be even bigger than Xingming City. The oasis where the Divine Sky City was located was the largest and calmest oasis in the Northern Barren Territory. There were no small cities around it. Only the Divine Sky City stood in the center of the oasis. Many powerful forces had set up their bases here. After leaving the desert, the temperature dropped slightly. Although it was close to autumn and the smell of the end of summer had not dissipated, there was already a slight chill here. Yin Nuashing and the others also changed out of their cool white robes. The spacious road meandered through the forest, allowing hundreds of horses to travel side by side. From time to time, a gust of wind would blow through the air, blowing the people below to the left and right. Immediately, there were sounds of cursing, but when they looked up and saw the strange beasts, they suddenly fell silent. In the sky, Xian lay on the edge of the sun god Bao. Mei Mao stared at the road below and said softly, "So many people. We're not far from Divine Sky City. Let's play a parachute." The sun god Bao is too eye-catching. Yin Nuashing smiled and said, "Parachute?" Xian and Wang Chun were stunned. How are they going to parachute? Yin Nuashing smiled evilly. Before the two of them could react, she hugged Ming and Xian in her arms and carried Wang Chun with one hand. Then, she stepped on the bowstring with both feet. With a thought, the sun god bow was automatically pulled to its full length, huh? Wang Qin was stunned and reacted half a beat slower. Xing, wait. Don't. Xian was the first to react. She was so scared that her pretty face turned pale. However, before she could say anything, okay, human bow shoot. Yin Nuoxing laughed and tightened her arm around Xian. With a thought, the bowstring was pulled, and the four of them flew straight towards Divine Sky City like an arrow. Ah! The ear-piercing sound of the explosion was mixed with Wang Qin's shrill scream. There was a dragon head made of stone on the 100-meter-tall city gate. The bronze city wall stretched into the distance. It looked like a huge dragon crawling on the ground. The city wall was as smooth as a mirror. There were no traces of rain erosion, but one could feel an ancient feeling from it. There are so many people. Standing 100 meters away from the city wall, she looked at the people coming and going at the city gate. The noise was intertwined. Yin Nuoxing felt a little dizzy when the noise entered her ears like magic. Blur! Wang Qin's face was pale. He held onto a tree and vomited. His stomach was churning. Vomit. You'll feel better after you spit it out. Yin Nuoxing straightened his face, patted him on the shoulder, and said lightly, Xing. At this moment, even Xian, who was used to traveling at close to the speed of light, couldn't take it anymore. She collapsed weakly in Yin Nuoxing's arms. Her pretty face was slightly pale, and she looked pitiful. This could be seen from the gazes that were directed at them. Big brother is naughty. Ming was the only one who was fine. After all, she had been with Yin Nuoxing for a long time. What kind of traveling method had she not tried? Ha! Yin Nuoxing laughed awkwardly when she heard this. Well, you'll get used to it. Yin Nuoxing smiled and patted Ziyan's head as a green light flickered on his fingertips. The gentle wood element entered Ziyan's mind through his fingers and calmed down the dizziness. After using the same method to deal with Wang Qin, Yin Nuoxing clapped her hands and smiled happily. Let's go and see what's so great about Divine Sky City. Chapter 246. In the spacious Divine Sky City, there were rows upon rows of buildings. Every few steps, they would see a huge palace in front of them, all exuding an aura of glory and prosperity. The palace in the sky is a tea house, and the palace on the ground is a restaurant. One word, expensive, and one word, extremely luxurious. Yin Nuoxing gave this evaluation after taking a small stroll around Divine Sky City. Even though he was very picky, he couldn't help but be amazed by the luxury of this place. Wang Qin, where's the person you were talking about? Yin Nuoxing turned around and asked. He had just arrived in Divine Sky City and was unfamiliar with the place, so he had to find someone to understand the situation first. Let me think. Where is Liao Tinga? Wang Qin frowned and thought for a while. Liao Tinga a force? Yin Nuoxing also frowned and looked around, but he couldn't find any sign of this force. After all, Divine Sky City was too big, and looking for something on the streets was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Uncle, where is Liao Tinga? He had no choice but to ask a passerby. Kid, is this your first time in Divine Sky City? You don't even know where Liao Tinga is? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Nuoxing. He pointed to a spot in the sky and said, There, just over there. You will know after walking 5 streets. Yin Nuoxing cupped his hands and ran in that direction with the others. Very few people could fly in Divine Sky City, so Yin Nuoxing and the others naturally wouldn't fly. However, with Yin Nuoxing and the others' strength, even if they didn't fly, it wouldn't take them too long to walk through a few streets. When they passed by a corner and raised their heads, even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A silver-white palace floated in the sky, with hundreds of stairs extending from the platform below. An ancient aura poured down from the sky, and at the top of the palace, the words Liao Tinga were especially eye-catching. If one flew in the sky, it would be difficult to miss it. Wow, so domineering. Yin Nuoxing touched his face and said with a dry mouth, This palace was built in the sky. Is it a good idea to just go up like this? Shouldn't we greet them at their doorstep first? A moment later, Wang Chun followed Yin Nuoxing up the long and slender steps. However, the former was a little uneasy. In his opinion, this was already considered the territory of the other party. Would it be taboo to casually enter? It's okay, it's okay. Anyway, there's no sign that says private territory, no entry at the bottom of the stairs. It shouldn't be a problem for us to walk around. Besides, we're just going to look for someone, not steal anything. Why are you so nervous? Yin Nuoxing laughed when she saw Wang Chen's timid look. Liao Tiange was tens of thousands of feet tall, and his entire body was a silver palace. Moreover, it should be a world of its own. Through the evil spirit eye, Yin Nuoxing saw traces of spatial fluctuations. The real Liao Tiange should not be as big as a palace. As expected, it's not as simple as a palace. Her outstretched palm touched something in the void. No matter how much force she used, she could not move it at all. When her evil spirit eye saw that her palm had touched a transparent barrier, Yin Nuoxing smiled slightly. She did not do anything useless. She simply took out her Linghong sword and gently slashed it at the barrier in front of her. Then, with a push of her palm, the barrier opened up a gap the size of a door. Let's go. Yin Nuoxing laughed and took the lead to walk in. As soon as they passed through the barrier, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The Silver Palace was rooted on a huge floating continent. There were plains and mountains, and a sea of flowers alternated. A gentle breeze blew, and countless petals danced in the wind. In the distance, the white clouds and the blue sky seemed to be the same color. One or two birds flew across the sky from time to time. It was like a paradise on earth. The back garden. This was Yin Nuoxing's first impression of this place. It did not look like a holy land for cultivation at all. Instead, it looked more like a place for leisure and tourism. It's so beautiful, said Zian in surprise as Mei Mao sized up this self-made world. After coming in, Wang Chun looked around and fumbled in his clothes for a while. Then, he slowly took out a silver token and crushed it with force. Not long after the token was crushed, a figure rushed out of the Silver Palace. The figure paused in the sky for a while before flying in the direction of Yin Nuoxing. In a few blinks of an eye, the figure appeared in front of them. The silver figure slowly landed, revealing a handsome face with a simple and honest expression. His bronze skin looked full of strength. A pair of black eyes stared at Yin Nuoxing the moment he appeared. His silver robes swayed gently in the wind, and he had a smile on his face. When he saw Wang Chun, he could not help but laugh. Hee, little Chun, you're here. You've grown up. Big brother Lu Yi. Seeing this person, Wang Chun also laughed and introduced him. Big brother Lu Yi. This is big brother Yin. He's the one who saved our village. Hearing that, the smile on Lu Ye's face deepened. He held on to Yin Nuoxing's hand passionately and said with a smile, I've long heard of brother Yun's name. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. I'll first thank Yin Nuoxing for his kindness. Brother, you're flattering me. Hearing that, Yin Nuoxing could not help but laugh and said, Big brother Lu, we've come to Divine Sky City today. You're more familiar with this place. Introduce it to us, Wang Chun said with a smile. Louis naturally would not reject such a small request. He smiled and nodded. Then, under the shocked gazes of the few people, he flew back into the palace. However, he flew back out after a short while with a silver pendant in front of his chest. Seeing the confused gazes of the few people, Lu Yi smiled foolishly and said, I just went to ask for leave from the elders. Yin Nuoxing nodded in understanding. Seeing that he had walked out of this world first, he also followed closely behind with Zian and the others. Little brother, is there anywhere you want to go? Lu Yi asked after coming out of Liao Tiange. Divine Sky City was so big that it was impossible to visit all of it. In a short period of time, they naturally had to go to some very meaningful places. There's nothing in particular that I want to go. Just bring us around the city. Let's also take a look at some of the stone gambling dens. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment before replying. His heart was still tangled up with the God's Generation text that he had seen in Crystal Rock City. However, The only clue he had was that it came from the Qin family, but he did not know where the Qin family stone gambling hall was. The stone gambling den? Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded and slowly planned a route in his heart. He led the group of people from Yun Nuo planet around the streets and explained along the way there are countless forces gathered in the divine Sky City. There are all kinds of people here. No matter who you see, don't judge a book by its cover. Maybe a weak young master who looks like a coward is the grandson of an elder of a big force. Or maybe he is a senior who is already very old. He might even be able to step on the feet of a god. Divine Sky City has existed for a very long time. It is said that it has existed since the Dark Age. At that time, in order to resist the attack of the demon race, the city walls were built very hard. Although it does not look as safe as some cities with high walls, in times of danger, it can still mobilize a trace of the god's power that the god left in the city. It can be said to be impregnable. This is also the reason why you can't fly outside Divine Sky City. If you fly within 1,000 miles, you will feel a great pressure. This is the influence of the god's power that the god left behind. In Divine Sky City, the top seedlings of many big forces, god's sons and goddesses, will appear here. Most of them are the chosen heirs of their forces. Our Liao Tinga's godsons and goddesses are also playing in some corner of the city. If you're lucky, you might see them. Look, Lu Yi suddenly pointed to the sky. A huge palace that covered a large area with shadows floated in the sky. The entire palace was golden, and it really explained what was called golden splendor. This is the biggest auction house in Divine Sky City, the Golden Jade Palace. Of course, it is not wrong to say that it is the biggest auction house in the Northern Wilderness. This auction house belongs to the gold. Hearing this word, Yin Wuxing immediately thought of the Gold Divine Palace and said, Gold Divine Palace. Yes, it is the Gold Divine Palace. Hearing this, Lu Yi looked at him with a bit of surprise. Then, she continued with a smile. In the auction house, there are some rare items that appear in the auction house from time to time. For example, holy Xian crystals, strengthening materials above the 8th level, god-level crystals, god-level weapons, god-level armor, and so on. Every time they appear, it will cause a huge uproar in Divine Sky City. Some big forces will even fight for them until their faces turn red. Hearing this, Yin Wuxing's eyelids twitched rapidly. What a wastrel! Why not keep the god-level items for themselves when they are auctioning them? Over there, across the street, there are stone gambling houses. There are stone gambling houses from the 9 great elemental temples to the 8 ancient families. There are also some unknown forces that are not weaker than them. They all do business here. After all, in the Northern Wilderness, the most sold items are Xian crystals and materials. Lu Yi pointed to the manors across the street and introduced them one by one. Yin Wuxing was a bit speechless. Palaces were not enough, but manors? The restaurant of the demon mystic sect, the clothing city of the Mi Shang Pavilion from the Divine Prefecture. Damn it, even the city is here, Yin Wuxing complained fiercely. And there, Lu Yi smiled helplessly and pointed to a palace on the lake that was decorated with red lights and green wine. No, it was decorated with the fragrance of flowers. The scale of the palace was not small at all compared to those big restaurants, and so on. What is that? Yin Wuxing was stunned and asked when she heard that he stopped talking. Lu Yi rubbed her hands and carefully glanced at Ziyin, whose pretty face was filled with curiosity. Then, she looked at Yin Wuxing and said in a low voice, Hee, sister-in-law is here. It's hard for me to say cough. As soon as she said this, Yin Wuxing and Ziyin coughed violently at the same time. Their beautiful faces suddenly turned red. Then they looked at Lu Yi shyly and said in unison, It's not like that, big brother, sister-in-law. Don't be shy. In our village, it's not uncommon for people of this age to be married. Lu Yi laughed and said when she heard the two say the same thing. Obviously, although Yin Wuxing and Ziyin looked like they were only 15 or 16 years old, they had already regarded them as a married couple. It's really not like that. When the two heard this, they panicked even more. They hurriedly waved their hands to explain, but they found that the more they explained, the worse it became. Seeing Lu Yi laughing like that, the two could only lower their heads. They didn't know what to say. It wasn't until Wang Chun came forward to explain that Lu Yi looked at the two of them in surprise and then looked at the palace on the lake. That's the drunken, immortal restaurant. Lu Yi laughed softly. Where is it? Hearing these three words, Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes, and Wang Chun shyly turned his head away. Only Xian asked in confusion. His curious look made people unable to bear answering this question. Big brother, where is this place? Coincidentally, Ming also asked this question at this time, making Yin Nuoxing and the other two men a little ashamed. They didn't know how to answer without hurting this cute little girl's heart. It's that place. Lu Yi scratched her head and finally used the method of hinting. That place. Xian tilted her head, indicating that she didn't understand. Yin Nuoxing's face twitched a few times. She helplessly smiled bitterly, put her mouth close to Xian's delicate ear, and whispered. Then he saw that the beautiful face was covered in blood in an instant. It was so red that it could even drip blood. When Lu Yi saw this, she could only carefully smile and look at it. Big brother? Seeing Xian like this, Ming was even more curious. Ming, that's just a place to eat. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yin Nuoxing, who was glancing at her in the sky. Xian quickly calmed her state of mind, rubbed Ming's head with her jade-like hand, and laughed softly. Oh! Blinking his large eyes, Ming nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 247. There were many people standing by the shore of the huge lake. The lush forest surrounded the drunken fragrance lake. There were many people coming and going here, and they all had one thing in common. They would stay by the shore for a long time, not leaving for a long time. Many big boats inlaid with precious stones and crystals were drifting on the lake. Occasionally, the people on the boats would look at the people on the other boats and talk. Most of these people were young elites. If they had a book in their hands, they would look like scholars, making people think of those wandering poets. The Drunken Fragrance Restaurant is one of the 9 famous brothels in the Divine Sky City. Brother Yun, you might find it strange, but it's not surprising that there are such places in the Divine Sky City. After all, cultivators are humans too. They're not gods without desires who want to indulge themselves in the mortal world. That's why there are such places. Furthermore, the Drunken Fragrance Restaurant is not a building, but a force. Although it doesn't have a good reputation, its strength is still one of the best. It's said that many big forces are related to them. Lu Yi thought for a while and continued. According to our Liao Tinga's elder, those god-level seedlings all have an unbreakable relationship with the young lady in the restaurant. Furthermore, in the Divine Sky City, it's not just strength that ranks the top 3. The brothels, they're also some of the best. As Lu Yi said this, there was some expectation in his eyes, as if he really wanted to go in and take a look. All the forces are related to them. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was a little stunned. He thought that only some ordinary people would go to this kind of place. Most cultivators cared about their own face, so they shouldn't go to these places. However, the news he heard today almost overturned his worldview. Because of this, he wanted to say one thing. The riches circle was really messy. Suddenly, cheerful and beautiful music floated on the surface of the lake. It was as if the world was full of wind chimes playing. It was as if 100 phoenixes were playing together, as if 100 birds were paying homage to the phoenix. It was also as if a wonderful sound from the immortal world was transmitted into people's hearts, making them feel intoxicated. Yin Nuoxing pursed her lips when she saw that everyone had their eyes closed as if they were enjoying themselves. She mumbled, "It's not as good as playing the strings." During the 1 year they spent together, Xianin would play softly by his side whenever she was free. That was the true divine melody. It was as if the great Tao world was playing together, but it was not noisy at all. Instead, it was clear and pleasant to the ear. How could the music here compare to it? Oh, this feels so good. After a long time, the music slowly stopped. Only then did Lu Yi let out a moan. It was as if her heart had melted from the music. Chu Ilian, it should be her. Rumor has it that there's a disciple in the Drunken Immortal Tower whose music is said to be the best in the Divine Sky City. She's also a rare beauty who's capable of causing the downfall of a city. Many disciples from different forces have come for her. Lu Yi patted her chest, as if she was reminiscing about the music just now. Ha! Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing chuckled. She looked directly at Xian at the side and laughed in her heart. No matter how beautiful she is, can she be as beautiful as Xian? Ha! Little star, why is your first reaction comparing Xian to her? Suddenly, Zi laughed in his heart as well, causing his face to twitch. In the drunken immortal lake, fog curled around. A colorful light boat floated on the lake, and some intoxicating music faintly floated out. There was a blurry figure on it. Although it was covered by fog, one could vaguely see the figure of a young girl. Most of the people present were cultivators. Although there was fog, it wasn't a big problem for them. Their eyes could see through the fog, and they could clearly see the young girl's appearance. She sat quietly on the light boat. Her tight, white clothes accentuated her slender waist in a soul-stirring manner. Her fine black hair danced behind her back. Her stunning face was suffused with a tranquil indifference. A silver-white headband accentuated her cuteness. Her slender, jade-like hands gently swept across the harp in front of her. Her entire being appeared like a flawless fairy. However, her beautiful eyes had never opened, making them less attractive. She's not as good-looking as Xian. Through the evil spirit eye, Yin Nuoxing looked at her curiously. Suddenly, she couldn't help but clap her hands and exclaim. Although this young girl had her own charm, she was still a little lacking compared to Xian. However, she could still be compared. However, the main point seemed to be, Big Brother Yin. You said, what's on your mind? Seeing Xian's blushing face, Wang Qin couldn't help but poke Yin Nuoxing with his finger. He knew that the latter had accidentally said something terrible. After being poked in the waist by Wang Qin, Yin Nuoxing finally reacted. He covered his mouth with his hand and stared blankly at Ziyan. Seeing Ziyan's blood-red face and her beautiful eyes that were occupied by shyness, he suddenly felt sweaty. He didn't expect that he couldn't help but spit out what he was thinking. Ziyan. Yin Nuoxing wanted to clarify to prevent the misunderstanding from deepening. Thank you, Xing Xing. However, Ziyan's complexion suddenly returned to normal. That crimson red disappeared without a trace. Her beautiful eyes blinked at him, and she even cutely stuck out her little tongue. Seeing Ziyan's reaction, Yin Nuoxing knew that this misunderstanding didn't need to be clarified. Lu Yi saw the two of them and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This was the most suitable yet awkward couple he had ever seen. Thinking of this, he carefully looked at Xian and then at the person hidden in the fog. He couldn't help but shake his head. Yin Nuoxing wasn't wrong. At least, Xian's figure was better than the latter's. This must be Chu Yilian. I've heard of her long ago. She's talented and beautiful. In the whole northern wasteland, the whole divine continent, no, in the whole god realm, it's hard to find such a beauty. It's a pity that she was born in this sect. In this life, she's destined to not be able to come out clean. Some people were discussing, seemingly very regretful. After all, the drunken immortal house didn't have a good reputation. This had nothing to do with strength. If there was anything to do with it, it would be the two words, wind and moon. Once you've embarked on this path, there's no turning back. However, even though she was born in such a sect, the beautiful Chu Yilian didn't have a trace of dust. She was untainted by the mud, pure and clean. The ethereal, immortal aura that filled her whole body made her seem like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. She could be seen from afar, but couldn't be touched. She was otherworldly and holy. Yin Nuoxing sighed. No matter how good her temperament was, she was still a chess piece. It was just a matter of how much influence she had. In this kind of sect, there were no so-called human rights to speak of. Everyone only cared about how much benefit they could get from a girl. In the end, Chu Yilian couldn't avoid this principle. He felt that the immortal indulgence and had made use of the psychology of seeking novelty in the hearts of the people. They insisted on lighting up a lamp in a dark place, insisted on building a tall tower in a bottomless valley, insisted on creating a pure and holy celestial maiden that didn't eat the food of the mortal world. Is this sarcasm or contrast? Yin Nuashing murmured, making everyone silent for a moment. But father once said, a hero doesn't ask where he comes from. In a dark place, there's always a bright lamp. At the end of despair, there's always a little hope. In the darkest front, there's always a light. Xian thought for a moment and said softly, is it? Perhaps it's like this. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing nodded and didn't say anything else. Xian saw his tacit agreement and opened her small mouth. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed it back. She stared at him with her bright eyes and laughed softly in her heart. Because, Star, you're the lamp that illuminates me in the dark. Perhaps he didn't realize that after knowing him, even her personality had changed a lot. The colorful light boat slowly floated in the air. Under the colorful light, it was as if there was a jade palace, a piece of ethereal mist. The sound of nature came from the colorful light in the mist. It was clear and elegant, as if it was engraved in the bones, but it was also ethereal and untraceable. Under the moonlight, the sound of the zither floats. As if the words were precious, the wonderful sound of the zither came from a mist, causing an uproar among the people by the lake. Tonight, Chulian was going to play under the moonlight. She was one of the most beautiful girls in the Divine Prefecture, and her name was known all over the world. Perhaps the drunken immortal lake would be full of people tonight. Let's go. The highlight is tonight. To be honest, I've lived in the Divine Sky City for so long, but I've never seen Fairy Chu play in person. This time, we definitely can't miss it. Hearing the heartwarming sound, Lu Yi was intoxicated for a moment, then laughed out loud, as if she was looking forward to the zither banquet tonight. Yes, let's go. Yin Nuashing nodded. He also came to take a look with some curiosity. Walking on the bustling street, the hawkers on the street were all trying their best to sell. It could be said that they were exaggerating. Even Yin Nuashing couldn't help but take a second look. Although these goods were more or less exaggerated, he also realized that there were some good things among them. Flame crystal stone, level 3 material, exquisite jade, level 4 herb, jade lotus bottle, immortal level dharma artifact. Yin Nuashing's eyes quickly swept through the stalls. He found many things that caught his eye. He also needed to collect some level 3 to level 7 materials now. After all, Ling Hongjian still needed to continue to advance. Moreover, other than Ling Hongjian, there was also the Netherworld Ruin Sword that had mysteriously disappeared. Even if it was just for these 2 divine weapons, he had to spend some money. However, although there was a need, he didn't buy it directly. He went around a few stalls and compared the goods. After a long time, he stopped at a small stall. The price-performance ratio seemed to be higher. Then, he haggled for a while before he put it in his pocket contentedly. If you don't have too much confidence, I don't recommend you go to the big stone gambling dens to gamble. After all, those grand places look very luxurious. The stones inside are all carefully selected before being displayed. If you don't have a good eye, it's very easy to buy stone eggs that have nothing. Walking to a slightly quieter place, Lu Yi pointed at those huge palaces and said, "Scam money?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. They were all selected before they were sold. Wasn't this a scam? That's not entirely the case. There are different levels of stone gambling inside. Although most of them have already been tested, there are still people who have found good things inside. There was once a holy grade Xian crystal. That force's face turned green, Lu Yi said with a smile. Holy level mysterious crystal. Hearing the name, Yin Nuashing stuck out his tongue. He also had this kind of thing, but he didn't know if there was a divine level mysterious crystal. Where can I get the money quickly? Tilting his head, Yin Nuashing asked. He wasn't very interested in the materials. If they weren't too rare, he wasn't in a hurry to collect them. He just needed to store 180 pounds of them. Moreover, he was mainly here for the money. Open go. Go to those big forces, those manors just across the street. There are often people gambling. It's a good choice to go there now. Lu Yi thought and said, Roar. We must gamble until they go bankrupt. Yin Nuashing smiled evilly. Chapter 248. Night fell slowly. Countless stars hung in the sky. The night sky was full of stars. Under this starlight, even Divine Sky City was dyed with some fluorescence. It looked very beautiful from 10 miles away. Yin Nuashing felt that there was an extra type of energy in his body. He was slightly shocked. He sensed it and realized that this energy was very mysterious. It was vast and boundless, but also very weak. Specks of light lit up outside his body, just like the divine sky city that was stained with starlight. It was so bright that it was dazzling. He lowered his head slowly and turned his palm twice. After looking at it carefully for a while, he murmured, "This is the power of the stars, huh?" Seeing him suddenly stop in his tracks, Lu Yi and the others were stunned. They turned their heads in confusion and were a little stunned to see that Yin Nuashing was wrapped in a ball of fluorescent light. Specks of energy floated on the surface of his body, looking like a different kind of charm. The spiritual, godly body could contain all the energy in the world. It was very sensitive to energy. Although Xian and the others did not feel it, Yin Nuashing could sense this weak power of the stars very clearly. Also, this weak power of the stars seemed to be attracted to him unintentionally. Speaking of which, every night when the stars appear in the night sky, Divine Sky City will absorb the power of the stars. The faint fluorescence will light up the sky. Even if there are no lights, the entire city will be very bright. Therefore, Divine Sky City is also called the City of Stars, Lu Yi said. No wonder. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing suddenly understood. Although the spiritual, godly body could absorb the power of the stars, the starry sky was too far away after all. The power of the stars seeped down and was diluted in the vast space. It was very difficult for a little bit of the power to land on the inhabited land. Even if this little bit was absorbed, it was equivalent to nothing. However, the power of the stars gathered in Divine Sky City was the brightest at night. The power of the stars, which was difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with, was indeed very abundant here. That was why Yin Nuashing could absorb it. The immortal qi in my body seems to have become much purer. It even has the unique aura of the stars. Yin Nuashing was a little surprised as he looked at his body that was becoming brighter. At this moment, he was like a luminous pearl that was emitting a bright light on the street. There's no need to light up the lamp. Little Star has really become a star this time. Violet Knight noticed this and couldn't help but laugh. After being teased by Ziyi, Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. This had nothing to do with him. The power of the stars had surged over on its own. He didn't even try to control it, nor was he able to control it. What could he do? Ordinary people won't have any special reaction when they touch the star power. It's because you have the receiving spirit godly body. This kind of body is very sensitive to energy. It will automatically absorb the pure energy into your body, Ziyi said. Speaking of which, when I went to find you, the star power entered my body. At that time, Jin Jinwang even asked me if I had some kind of body. At that time, I thought I was just a mortal body. Yin Nuashing suddenly smiled bitterly. Well, after all, you're a god. You still have the corresponding eyesight. You, on the other hand, were you shocked when you found out that you have the receiving spirit godly body? Ziyi laughed. No, I was dumbfounded because I had never heard of it. At that time, I didn't even know about the so-called body. It was only after I found out that I had the receiving spirit godly body that I slowly came into contact with this kind of thing. Yin Nuashing shook his head and squeezed his palms. He felt that his strength had improved a little. Although it's a good thing to improve your strength, this is too eye-catching. Yin Nuashing smiled bitterly and stopped walking. He looked around. Many people on the street stopped to look at this humanoid object that was emitting fluorescent light. They didn't understand what had happened, but it made him smile bitterly. Wasn't this making things difficult for him? Let's go. Ignore it. Hearing Yin Nuashing's bitter smile, Lu Yi reacted and hurriedly asked, "Little brother, are you okay?" "I'm okay. I'm used to it." Yin Nuashing shook his head and lied. After all, it was his first time coming into contact with this situation. Among these people, only Xian and Ming could figure out what was going on. The stars are so dazzling. Although Xian knew, he couldn't help but complain. This made Yin Nuashing feel a little helpless. As time passed, the light on his body seemed to become brighter. It was obviously a glimmer, but it was very bright. At night, Divine Sky City was still full of vitality. Along the ancient streets, many people could be seen bustling. Even the roads were glowing with fluorescent light. However, when these fluorescent lights came into contact with a pair of feet, they would rush to that person's body. The bright roads suddenly became dim. I've become a light-absorbing insect. Seeing this scene, Yin Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. The power of the stars kept entering his body. Although he was already refining it, his body was getting brighter and brighter. Wherever I go, I attract attention. Stopping in front of the drunken immortal lake, the people at the lakeside couldn't help but turn around to look. Seeing this, Xian couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, she was wearing Yin Nuoxing's black hat. After all, her appearance was also very shocking. Coming to the drunken immortal lake, she might be said to be looking for trouble. Are you blaming me? Yin Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. At this moment, there were already many people at the lakeside. Moreover, they were all young people. Feeling the light behind them, they would turn their heads strangely and look at Yin Nuoxing strangely before turning their heads back again. By the lakeside, flowers and plants were flourishing. The silver-blue moonlight poured down from the sky, enveloping the entire lake. The surface of the lake reflected the cold radiance, hazy and beautiful. On the lake, fog drifted. Dozens of boats were drifting aimlessly. On each boat, there was a beautiful girl standing gracefully. Her dress fluttered in the wind, and the sound of the guqin was melodious. Further away, dragon boats and pavilions intertwined with the moonlight to create a colorful brilliance. In the sky above the lake, a huge colorful cloud drifted, and colorful light shone through the mist. The misty light weaved into a light curtain, and it looked like a divine realm. The lighting effect is not bad. Yin Nuoxing nodded. The atmosphere was created quite well. It seemed like the top 3 rankings weren't made up. People look at beauties, you look at the light. Hearing this, Xian rolled her eyes. I can't help it. I look at beauties every day. Now, there aren't many beauties left. I can only look at the light. Yin Nuoxing shrugged, sighed, and said without skipping a beat. After that, he looked at Xian with a smile. Seeing that Xian rolled her eyes at him with embarrassment, he smiled proudly. He was quite interested in flirting with girls. Of course, on a whim, little brother, when you see the real person later, you have to be careful. Don't fall into their trap. Looking at the drunken immortal lake, Lu Yi smiled silently. Oh, Yin Nuoxing let out an ambiguous laugh. With his hands behind his back, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the fog. What? Do you know how to charm people? That's not it. It's just that the previous owner of the drunken immortal building made all the young elites fall for her and forget to return. Not to mention the current Chu Ilian. She's known as one of the most beautiful girls in the northern wasteland. Of course, that's not including the one from your family. Lu Yi stared at the two of them and smiled. I already said it's not like that. Hearing this teasing sentence, Yin Nuoxing and Xian blushed at the same time. The way they spoke in unison made them feel that they couldn't explain themselves. TSK. Brother Yun is our role model. Seeing this, Lu Yi smiled and patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. I'll fight it out with you. Yin Nuoxing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Splash. While the few of them were fooling around, the sound of water splashing suddenly came from the lake. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a jade boat carrying fresh flowers land on the surface of the water. The boat was shrouded in rainbow light. At the same time, the other zither sounds on the lake stopped at the same time. There was only a long and beautiful zither solo. Chulian was wearing a plain white dress. Her two snow-white hands were gently stroking the harp. Like a fairy, she slowly descended from the sky and landed on the flower boat. Mei Mao's eyes were still closed. Since the first time Yin Nuoxing saw her, she had never opened her eyes. When Chu Ilian landed on the boat, the rainbow boat carried her into the clouds of the drunken immortal lake and disappeared. Is this the rhythm of the beginning? We're only going to listen to the zither sound. We don't need to go up, right? Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing wasn't too surprised. He contacted those boats and thought about it calmly. Although the zither didn't cost money, it still cost some money to meet someone. The lakeside was suddenly in an uproar. Countless people rushed forward to buy a boat and rowed towards the lake. The hubbub of voices made Lu Yi feel like the devil's voice was pouring into her ears. She laughed bitterly. Seeing that Yin Nuoshing didn't move, she couldn't help but ask, "Hee, little brother, aren't you going to take a look at her? With your exceptional looks, you should be able to attract her attention. This is something that countless people dream of. Look at me. I'm a 1,000,000-watt super-grade light bulb. What can I do other than attract attention? I don't want to be surrounded by people wherever I go." Hearing this, Yin Nuoshing pointed at himself and shook his head. He said that he only wanted to listen to the zither. It didn't matter if he met her or not. "You don't want to think more?" Seeing his indifferent look, Lu Yi was a little surprised. "You're the one who wants to go, right?" Yin Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and smiled. A little. After being exposed, Lu Yi couldn't hide her thoughts anymore. She scratched her head and smiled foolishly. "Then let's go." Spreading out his hands, Yin Nuoshing had no choice but to slowly walk forward with this 1,000,000-watt super-grade light bulb. He went forward to ask and found that the price was too expensive. Even with Yin Nuoshing's current wealth, his heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. However, when he saw the people next to him throw out a card as if money is just a worldly possession and then board the boat, the two of them didn't want to scream out loud. "This is a little too expensive. Little brother, let's not go." Lu Yi pulled Yin Nuoshing to the side and whispered a few words in his ear. It seemed like she wanted to back out. "Hee, you're willing to not see me? Why do you keep staring at the center of the lake?" Yin Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and joked. "Indeed, it's a little regretful, but there's no other way, right?" Lu Yi smiled bitterly. He wanted to go, but he didn't expect to pay such a high price. He felt that it wasn't worth it. That money was enough for him to spend for a few decades. Yin Nuoshing shrugged. Who asked him to be poor? Wait. Just as he was about to turn around and leave with his people, Yin Nuoshing seemed to suddenly think of something. She tapped the silver ring on her ring finger lightly and then ran to the lake. Immortal energy surged and a bright light burst out from the ring, making Yin Nuoshing, who was already eye-catching, even more eye-catching, crash. The light surged for a moment. When everyone was dazzled by the light slowly dissipated. With a loud sound like a wave, a huge silver-white dragon boat suddenly appeared on the lake. The surface was inlaid with countless jewels. Even the dragon head was holding a bright pearl the size of a head in its mouth. It looked extremely luxurious. Moreover, it was countless times more expensive than the boat sold here. Ship. Seeing this scene, not only Yin Nuoshing and the others, but the countless onlookers around were all dumbfounded. They all stared at the giant ship with wide eyes and swallowed hard. Such a huge ship. How much did it cost to build it? Dragon Xian silver. It's Dragon Xian silver. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, as if he had recognized the material of the ship. The crowd, which had been quiet for a moment, became excited again. Yin Nuoshing was shocked. Dragon Xian silver? I think it's a level 11 material. Yin Nuoshing was stunned for a long time before he found the name in the database. Then, his expression changed slightly. This used a ship's worth of Dragon Xian silver? It seemed like he was in trouble. "Let's go." Before the crowd could react, Yin Nuoshing hurriedly threw Xian and the others on his ship. Then, he drove the Dragon Xian silver into the fog. On the other hand, the unusually calm crowd laughed helplessly in their hearts. Any material above level 10 had its own spirituality and would recognize its owner. Once it was used by a person, unless that person agreed, no one could take it away from that person. Naturally, no one had any bad intentions. When they saw Yin Nuoshing running so fast, they naturally understood that he had misunderstood. Everyone could only laugh helplessly. Even if they couldn't take it away, they could at least take a look. Why'd he run so fast? Of course, Yin Nuoshing didn't know. Chapter 249. I seem to have done something incredible. The hull of the ship was submerged in the clouds. Only then did Yin Nuoshing heave a sigh of relief. He patted his chest with all his might, as if he had just escaped death. After a while, he let out a bitter laugh. What was this? He had to check the things that Xian gave him in the future before he took them out. Otherwise, if he took out something rare, he would attract a lot of jealousy. Little star, you have no manners at all. What are you so anxious for? Are you afraid that someone will eat you up? Seeing him heave a sigh of relief, Z laughed in annoyance and said, Materials above level 10 all have unique spirituality and will recognize their owners. You can't snatch them away. You should have been more calm just now. How would I know? You didn't say so earlier. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but roll his eyes. You didn't ask. Also, this ship is probably not only this big. It should be much bigger in its original state. I guess your sister Xian gave it to you to use when you went to the EC. I didn't expect you to take it out just to see a beauty, Ziyi said and suddenly started to tease him. Go away. I'm not interested in these places. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. On the lake, there are many ships. Yin Nuashing's ship could be said to be a giant that appeared out of nowhere. Even the Golden Dragon ships in the distance were not as big as this ship. The abrupt size made many people below wonder where this big shot came from. Little brother, look at that dragon ship. Lu Yi suddenly reached out and pointed at a golden ship in the distance. On it, a young man in a golden robe stood with his hands behind his back. When he saw their ship, he looked at it with a little surprise and then looked away. That's the god of the Golden Temple, Jin Heng. At the mention of this name, Yin Nuashing suddenly thought of Jin Wang and Jining and the others who were dragged back for special training. He wondered how they were doing. Oh, I met an acquaintance. Looking around, Lu Yi suddenly shrank her neck and looked as if she had seen a ghost. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Liao Tinga's men? Yin Nuashing guessed after thinking for a while. Yeah, he's Liao Tinga's godson, the next pavilion master. I can't get along with him. Lu Yi scratched his head and smiled. Liao Tinga is also a powerful force. Although they can't be compared to the primordial families and the divine halls, they can't be underestimated. To be able to stand in the divine sky city for so many years, they naturally have their own abilities. No one from the ancient clans came. Yin Nuashing looked around, not knowing which one was the future pavilion master of Liao Tinga he was talking about. After looking around, he still didn't see anyone familiar. You wouldn't know even if you're here. In fact, most people know about these 8 forces, but there's very little information about them. The Golden Shrine is different. More people know about them, so I can recognize Jin Heng at a glance. But there is no such person among the 9 heroes. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He often saw the 9 people from Yaohua, but he had never seen this so-called God's son. As they were talking, the boat stopped. They looked around and saw that their dragon Xian Silver was the largest among all the boats. It surrounded a flower boat in the center. The sound of the zither was ethereal, and the flower petals were fluttering in the wind. 7-colored light gathered on Chu Ilian, as if all the light in the world was condensed. It was incomparably sacred. Endless light gathered in his sight. Chu Ilian seemed to be saying something, but Yin Nuashing couldn't hear it clearly. Vague and unclear sounds echoed in his ears, but he could hear them. Slightly stunned, Yin Nuashing turned around and saw Lu Yi and Wang Chen's excited faces, as if they had heard something that made them excited. However, Lu Yi couldn't hear anything and thought it was tinnitus. Just as he was about to pat his ears, his vision suddenly became a little blurry. In his mind, a scene was constantly switching with what he was seeing now, as if 2 pictures were switching rapidly. Gradually, like a pool of water, chaotic and turbulent. After a long time, his vision was fixed on a picture. It was strange and gorgeous, and seemed unreal. A raging fire ignited on the surface of the water. Clouds of black smoke floated on the surface of the water, condensing into black clouds in the sky. They were illuminated by the endless fire, turning into an orange-red color. Multicolored light bloomed in the center of the smoke. The colorful energy fog turned into countless ripples in the air like clouds and mist, covering the entire line of sight. The hot wind hit him. Looking at this scene, Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned. He lowered his head, and with the help of the orange fire, he could see that the brown deck was no longer the silver-white deck. It seemed to be in a different place. Zai. Yin Nuashing was already used to such a situation. He knew that this scene was caused by the remaining memory fragments in his mind. It had happened in his dream before. Different from the bloody sky in his dream, this was on the surface of the sea. The endless fire seemed to be burning the world to ashes. He subconsciously wanted to call Zai out. His heart was tranquil. There were no words. There was no familiar laughter. There was no response from anyone. "Can't you hear me?" Letting out a long sigh, Yin Nuashing looked at the seven-colored cloud that looked like an auspicious cloud. It contained a strange energy that he had never seen before. It should belong to some kind of strange energy body, and it didn't have any life energy. He tried his best to move his feet, but they seemed to be stuck to the ground. Even the other parts of his body couldn't move. He was like a human-shaped wooden sculpture. After struggling for a while, Yin Nuashing could only sigh. The recovered memory fragments were a little strange. Every time he wanted to move, he couldn't. He was like a marionette, passively watching this scene. Rumble, the entire world reverberated with the sound of the earth. Even the air was slightly vibrating. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the sky, like giant mouths that could devour people. What was revealed below was not a pitch-black void, but a golden place. A place formed by golden ripples. The smoke in the center of a lake slowly dispersed. A colorful light bloomed. The dazzling light shone on his eyes, but he didn't feel any discomfort. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He wanted to move closer to take a look. He moved a little and smiled bitterly. He forgot that he couldn't move. Soft footsteps came from beside him, and a blurry figure slowly walked forward. He couldn't see who it was, but from the figure, he could guess that it was a girl. She was dragging a huge black sword in her hand, which left a string of sparks on the deck. Her hair fluttered behind her. The girl seemed to be looking at the colorful light in front of her. She said softly, "Do you still want to keep this world?" The cold voice quietly echoed, but Yin Nuashing could hear the gentleness in it. This voice itself sounded quite contradictory, but the content scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. Even if I say I hate this world. If you don't want it, I'll destroy it with you." The helpless voice sounded softly. It was still cold and gentle. When it reached Yin Nuashing's ears, it warmed his heart. However, it scared him so much that he almost jumped up. Before he could react, the girl raised a huge black sword above her head. She paused for a moment, then slashed fiercely at the colorful light. A sword aura shot out from the tip of the sword. It expanded to millions of feet and swallowed the colorful light in one gulp. The entire world shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. Yin Nuashing was shocked. He reached out to block it, but the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The black smoke disappeared, and the flames that covered the water were also extinguished. The colorful light was no longer there. He reached out and placed his hand on Xian's shoulder. Xing Xing. After being patted on the shoulder, Xian gently turned around. She saw Yin Nuashing's blank face. His eyes were extremely empty, as if he had lost his soul. Xian couldn't help but call out. A clear and melodious voice sounded beside his ear, and it immediately pulled Yin Nuashing back to reality. He looked at Xian's adorable and puzzled face and laughed awkwardly. He retracted his hand, shook his head, and said with a smile, "My hand is cramping. It's nothing." Hearing this, Xian glanced at him suspiciously. She then looked at him carefully and didn't find anything unusual. Only then did she pout and roll her eyes at him. She slowly turned her head around and looked at the palace where people were continuously entering. She asked, "Xing Xing, are we going in?" "Zai, what happened just now?" Yin Nuashing frowned. The memory fragments he saw in the past didn't seem to connect with what he saw today. "What do you mean, what happened?" Zai was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what he was talking about. However, as soon as she finished speaking, someone as intelligent as her instantly understood what happened. She knew everything about Yin Nuashing. Although she was also listening to the music and felt that her body and mind were calm, she also sensed that something was wrong with Yin Nuashing. However, she didn't say much and just thought that he was in a daze. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that something was wrong. "You just regained your memory fragments? What did you see?" Zai hurriedly asked when she saw Yun Nuoxing's situation. Fire. The water surface seemed to be on fire. A rainbow-colored light enveloped the entire world. A girl stood beside me and said that she wanted to destroy this world with me. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment. The memory fragments this time seemed a little strange to him, but he didn't understand what exactly they were trying to express to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful. If you want to put in memory fragments, why don't you put in more coherent ones, one by one? What exactly do you want me to understand? I don't remember. I don't know. What's inside the rainbow-colored light? Zai sighed and asked again. I can't see clearly. I can't see clearly who that girl is either. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. Wait, rainbow-colored light? Zai suddenly exclaimed, scaring Yun Nuoxing so much that his heart twitched. He hurriedly patted his chest. After catching his breath, he smiled bitterly and said, Don't be so surprised. That's right, it's the rainbow-colored light. After that, he recounted what he had seen in detail. After Ziyi finished listening, she furrowed her brows tightly. Rainbow-colored light? Destroy the world? Zai frowned and kept muttering these words. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when he heard it. Phew! After a long time, Zai exhaled heavily and murmured, Do you still remember the last bit of consciousness we saw in the sea of consciousness? I think so. What core was it talking about? What? Yun Nuoxing asked hesitantly. I discovered the core of the world. That's what it said. Could it be that the rainbow-colored light is what the owner of that voice wanted to reveal? Zai said in a serious voice. The core of the world? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head. What was that? The core of the world? That sounded so surreal. Besides, there was no precise definition of the world. I'm curious about that black sword. Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. The core of the world was too much of a headache. He didn't want to think about it. Speaking of the black sword, Zai suddenly smiled mysteriously and said jokingly, I really want to ask, why is it a girl again? Little star, how many girls do you have around you? You womanizer. It wasn't hard to imagine that her pretty face looked very cute because of that smile. What does that have to do with me? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched and he retorted, I don't even know who that girl is. Who said that she has a relationship with me? Maybe she's just a lover. Yes, a lover. That's right, that must be it. Then why don't you have a lover? Zai asked with a smile when he heard this. How would I know? Yun Nuoxing's eyes twitched. He was a little angry. How could he blame him for not having good relationships with people? Star. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to argue with Zai, Zian angrily slapped him and said, Don't ignore me. What did you just say? Yun Nuoxing only came back to his senses after being slapped on the chest. He was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion when he saw the girl's angry face. You. Seeing his innocent look, Zian was so angry that she lost her temper. This guy left her here for 5 minutes and didn't even know what happened? Chu Yulian finished playing and invited everyone in to discuss. Lu Yi and the others went in. What should we do? Seeing Zian's angry and aggrieved look, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly understood what happened and helplessly shook his head. He also felt that it was better to clarify some things so that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings in the future. They still had a long way to go in the future. Zian, let me tell you something. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing patted her head and softly told her everything, including what had just happened. After listening to him, Zian felt a little worried. Mei Mao looked at him carefully, blinked, and said, Did I disturb you just now? No, it's not that. Seeing her worried look, Yun Nuoxing smiled indifferently and shook his head. The past was the past, and the present was the present. Even if one pursued the past, they couldn't neglect the present. Then will I have a few more brothers in the future? In her arms, Ming tugged at Yun Nuoxing's clothes and asked curiously. Cough. Yun Nuoxing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. No. Chapter 250. Let's not go. I'm like a light bulb. It's better if we don't go. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. The power of the stars in his body hadn't dissipated yet. It was very bright anywhere in the night sky. The palace was already bright enough. There was no need to light another lamp. I guess that you would say that. I've already told Lu Yi and the others. They told us to walk around first. They'll find us. Zian smiled. Wang Chun is going too. Yin Nuoxing was speechless when he saw how cute she was. He didn't like to join in the fun, so he definitely wouldn't go. Ice blue moonlight poured down from the sky. The world was shrouded in a silver blue veil. In the distant sky, Yin Nuoxing looked up at the starry sky. His calm and handsome face was filled with a joyful smile. His entire body was shrouded in a gentle light. Countless amounts of power of the stars were attracted by divine Sky City. When it passed by him, it surged into his body. Vast amounts of power of the stars flowed in his body, cleansing it. All the cells in his body emitted a joyful feeling. His power seemed to have been sublimated. He could even feel that his power was slowly becoming stronger. It wasn't a quantitative increase, but a qualitative change. The power of the stars is the purest and most powerful energy apart from the divine power of the later God level. It's the only energy that existed at the beginning of the world. It slowly evolved into other types in the later stages. It can be said that the power of the stars is the energy at the beginning of the world. It's the most powerful energy. However, not everyone can contain the power of the stars. Only special physiques like the divine body of the receptive spirit can absorb it for their own use. Even the gods of the initial god level can only borrow it. Z explained slowly. She was also the one who asked Yin Nuoxing to come up and cleanse his body with the power of the stars. Yes. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. You might even be able to use the special effect of the divine body of the receptive spirit to transform the energy in your body into the star pill. In that case, the energy in your body will be transformed into the power of the stars. Even without the power of the stars, external energy will automatically transform into the power of the stars when it enters, Z said after thinking for a while. Yes. Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Her light purple eyes reflected the stars in the sky. She was like a child who had found a new toy. Her heart was filled with joy. The path of the spirit receiving divine body will be very difficult in the future. If you do some preparation in advance, it might make your future path smoother and less dangerous. In the later stage of the divine body, before the great accomplishment, it could be said that you will be completely suppressed or even crushed by other body types. You must be mentally prepared. Z sighed and said faintly, although the spiritual divine body was heaven-defying and was close to being invincible in the early stages, it was still very weak in the later stages before reaching the great accomplishment realm. This was also a price to pay, right? She was a little worried that Yin Nuoxing wouldn't be able to survive this period. Okay. Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile. Did you hear me or not? You keep saying yes, and yes, and yes. Can you say something else? Z was so angry that she went berserk after hearing the same answer 3 times. She was trying her best to teach him, but this guy only cared about looking at the starry sky. Did he even listen to her? Oh. Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile and said, I don't care about the path in the future. No matter how difficult it is, whether I will die or not, I have never thought about it. Z, have you heard of this saying? Plans can't keep up with changes. Although I hate this saying, I have to admit that we should let the future take care of things in the future. We will deal with whatever comes our way. What I need to do now is to live every day well. I will cultivate when I need to, play when I need to, eat when I need to, drink when I need to, and sleep when I need to. You. Z sighed with a headache and said, Your optimistic personality really worries me. Okay. Yin Nuoxing nodded with a smile and continued to look at the starry sky. Her unmoved expression made Z feel helpless. Seeing this, Z still wanted to say something, but he didn't. Every divine physique that was born with a divine physique was destined to have an extraordinary life. As for Y, there would only be one divine physique that was nurtured by nature in the entire world. What it had to face, what it had to bear, and what it had to bear was definitely not ordinary cultivation or ordinary battles. According to the records in the ancient books, almost no receptive spirit divine body had reached the level of great success. There was only one reason. The path to the peak was really too difficult. The divine bodies of the previous receptive spirit divine bodies were basically robbed of their divine body origin when they were close to the peak. However, in the end, the origin of the divine body didn't fall into anyone's hands, and all of them disappeared into thin air. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's indifferent expression, Zi didn't want to tell her the cruel truth. She could only pray silently in her heart that she wouldn't follow in the footsteps of the previous divine bodies. Little star, let me protect her. Zi secretly made up her mind. If Yun Nuoxing knew about this, she would definitely vomit 3 liters of water. Shouldn't she be the one to say this? Star, you're here. A brisk voice suddenly came from behind her. Yun Nuoxing, who was looking at the stars, was stunned for a moment. She turned her head with a smile, and her hand flicked her fluttering hair behind her ear as she smiled. Xian, who was dressed in purple, slowly flew up from below with Ming in his arms. He came to Yun Nuoxing's side and stood side by side with him. They were also looking up at the starry sky. Brother. Seeing Yun Nuoxing, Ming called out excitedly. She habitually threw herself into his arms and acted coquettishly. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. Because Lu Yi and the others were still in the Drunken Immortal restaurant, Yun Nuoxing and the others simply ran out. Anyway, there wasn't much point in staying there. The two girls were arguing that they wanted to walk around the city. Yun Nuoxing didn't stop them. However, he was surrounded by the power of the stars, so he could only let them walk around by themselves. Are you homesick? Rubbing Ming's head, Yun Nuoxing turned his head and looked at Xian's seemingly lonely face. He couldn't help but be stunned. His smile faded slightly, but he still laughed out loud. A little. I've never been away from home for so long. I don't know how far away we are from Xingyu City now. Tens of millions of miles? Or billions of miles? Xian nodded gently. Although she decisively ran out with Yun Nuoxing, she still didn't say goodbye to Xianling and the others. She felt a little regretful. She didn't know what kind of expression they would have when they saw that piece of paper, although it was the latter who instigated her to run out. Yes, it's been half a year since I kidnapped you from Xingyu City. Time seems to have passed quickly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing sighed. In that case, he had been separated from Yin and the others for a long time. He didn't know how they were now. Were they doing well? So what if they had Purple Soul? Where did that little lass go to? Do you regret it? Yun Nuoxing asked softly. I won't regret it. Xian rolled her eyes at him. Mei Mao stared at the deep starry sky and smiled sweetly. It was like a flash in the pan, making Yun Nuoxing's heart tighten. Even the stars in the sky dimmed. She murmured as if she was talking to herself. I ran out with you willingly. I will bear the so-called price for my actions. He slowly calmed his rapid heartbeat and seriously looked at Xian's side profile. Although she was full of smiles and her slender eyebrows were relaxed, the eyes were the window to the soul. Yun Nuoxing could see a trace of loneliness in those clear eyes that reflected the faint light of the stars. A thought came to his mind, making his handsome face blush slightly. However, when he saw Mei Mao, he calmed down and there was no trace of emotion in his heart. Yun Nuoxing took a step forward. Under Xian's surprised and shy gaze, he gently pulled her into his arms. He put his hands around her waist and smiled stiffly and gently. Although I know I can't replace them, today I'm still arrogant. I'll let you treat me as them. Hearing this, Xian's lily-white hands trembled. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. After a while, it returned to normal. The blush on her pretty face was also slowly suppressed. Although this hug was different from her father's and brother's, it still had its own scent. It felt very safe. The boy's body temperature passed through his clothes and onto her body. It was very warm and made her feel very at ease. Gradually, the shyness in her heart disappeared. Her lily-white hands gently wrapped around Yun Nuoxing's waist, and she smiled gently. Then, let me borrow your embrace tonight. Being sandwiched between the two of them was like a pie. Ming frowned and muttered in her heart. She also felt that the atmosphere was good and inexplicably didn't want to disturb the two of them. However, Big Brother will lend me to you tonight. Ming looked at Mei Mao with her eyes closed and Xian leaning against Yun Nuoxing's chest. Although she was still young, she was a little precocious and knew a little about the ways of the world. She also knew how it felt to be away from home. If she were to leave Yin Nuoxing now and not be able to see him for half a year, she probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Although it didn't develop in that direction, this will be a foreshadowing. Little Star didn't even tell me in advance about such a grand event. Seriously. Z, who had gone into hiding out of helplessness, was stunned for a moment when he saw the two of them glued to each other like glue. He was instantly overjoyed and did not disturb them. Instead, he cursed as he took out a notebook and slowly wrote down the date, solemnly taking note of this matter. The girl in his arms was very warm, and her body fragrance enveloped him. Yin Nuoxing didn't have a trace of lust in his heart. He just wanted to calm his mind and give her the peace of mind that she wanted. That was probably all. Family has nothing to do with me. After an unknown amount of time, a light flashed across the distant horizon, and the figures of two people slowly appeared. As soon as they saw the ball of light in the distant sky, one person wanted to shout, but the other person covered his mouth with a hand. At the same time, he also braked rapidly in the sky, almost crashing the plane. Big Brother Lu Yi, the atmosphere over there is so good. Let's not go over and get involved, okay? Gazing at the two figures that were tightly stuck together, a voice quietly rang out. Under the illumination of the moonlight, a simple and honest young man's face was revealed. It was Wang Chun, who had just come out of the drunken immortal house, and the one carrying him was Lu Yi. Yes, let's quietly run. Hearing this, Lu Yi nodded her head in approval. She carried Wang Chun with one hand and slowly and quietly retreated. The atmosphere is good. Ziyi and Lu Yi laughed in their hearts at the same time. Chapter 251. The next morning, Yin Nuoxing stretched on the bed. His feet almost kicked the quilt to the ground, and his throat couldn't help but groan. This stretch was quite comfortable. The sun's rays crossed the horizon, passed through the endless mountains, and shone on his somewhat messy, handsome face. His fluffy long hair was twisted into a chicken's nest, and his light purple eyes were still a little blurred, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Twisting his neck, Yin Nuoxing saw Zian sleeping on the bed next to him with a peaceful face. He couldn't help but smile slightly. Thinking of the hug last night, he felt very warm. Not only her, but he also felt very at ease. This feeling made him feel quite comfortable, and his tired state of mind seemed to be able to relax. Not knowing how long the hug lasted, the two slowly separated. Lu Yi and the others just happened to find them and told them what happened in the drunken immortal restaurant. There wasn't anything special, but Chu Lian was very curious about those magical physiques and wanted to know more about them. However, there were quite a lot of people that night, and there was an energy test that isolated most of the people outside, leaving behind some young elites. According to Lu Yi, among the people who went, the strongest was a demon rank expert, which made Yin Nuoxing stunned for a while. He relied on the purple night dark flame and the fire bead to break through the immortal rank in one fell swoop. Now he was still at the second stage of the immortal rank, and he hadn't even reached the first stage. However, he calmed down after being stunned for a while. After all, there were some big forces behind those people, and they must have been passed down for a long time. Some of them were certainly comparable to the 8 ancient families or the 9 great elemental temples. Naturally, there were many ways to cultivate talents. With all the resources, it wouldn't be a problem to smash a demon rank expert. In that discussion, Lu Yi had counted no less than 20 major forces. In addition to some that she could name, there were also some that she had never heard of before. Presumably, they were some unknown major forces or holy lands. And in this discussion, because the main purpose of this discussion was to obtain the physique of the world, Lu Yi had already counted no less than 20 major forces. In addition, in this discussion, the main idea was to obtain the physique of the world. Demon god physique, god spirit physique, fairy physique, fallen demon physique, and fallen celestial physique. The most talked about physiques seemed to be these 5, Lu Yi said. Yin Nuoxing was not too surprised when he heard these 5 types of physiques. These 5 types of physiques were definitely not rare, but they were not the kind that could be found anywhere. It could only be said that they were relatively rare. They were generally recorded in the ancient books including their specialties, characteristics, and so on. It could be said that if a force obtained any of these physiques, as long as they did not die early and could reach the Deshang level, it meant that this force was about to rise. However, compared to Yin Nuoxing and Ziyan's physiques, it was just a joke. The two physiques of the latter were probably only known by the people of the ancient generation. The current younger generation didn't necessarily know what the hell it was when they heard the name because it was too rare. It was really rare to the extreme and could be called a rare physique. After all, since the birth of the Great Yuan realm until now, there were 8 records of the birth of the divine physique and no more than 20 of the 5 elements physiques. Every birth had a bloody story to be recorded. Shaking her head to wake herself up, Yin Nuoxing looked at the rising sun and yawned out of boredom. Although she was used to a leisurely life, she still had to do something occasionally. Today, she woke up early to stroll around the stone gambling dens of various forces, earn some money, and buy some materials to prevent Ling Hongjian from advancing. After Yin Nuoxing yawned, Ziyan slowly woke up. Mei Mao blinked hard a few times, and when she saw Yin Nuoxing looking at her gently, she returned a sweet smile. Although she didn't dress properly in the morning and looked a little messy, she still had her charm. At least, Yin Nuoxing was a little stunned by that smile. After casually washing up, Yin Nuoxing saw that Ming was still sleeping. She couldn't bear to wake her up, so she could only hold her in her arms and walk out with Ziyan. It had to be said that after what happened last night, the relationship between Yin Nuoxing and Ziyan seemed to be a bit subtle. It should be said that they were closer or more familiar with each other. In short, when the two of them were walking, they were a lot closer. However, in Ziya's eyes, his face was full of anxiety. Don't develop in the direction of becoming bosom friends. In Yin Nuoxing's spiritual world, Zai muttered anxiously. If Yin Nuoxing heard this, she would vomit blood again. As soon as they went out of the door, they saw Lu Yi and Ziyan. They had made an appointment to go to the street of the stone gambling den today, so everyone got up early. Little brother, which place do you want to start with? Standing on the old street yesterday, Lu Yi asked with a smile. Let's go straight to the main topic. Forget it. Let's start with a slightly better place. Yin Nuoxing planned to go directly to the highest level place, but after thinking about it, she decided to find a place to see what the so-called open game was like before deciding what to do. An open game is actually a one-to-one bet. Of course, the original one-to-one here doesn't mean that the number of people is one-to-one. It can also be a group of people versus a group of people, or a person versus a group of people. However, one-to-one bets are more common. As for what you bet, it's up to you to decide. Of course, the relative value of the bets must be equal. Otherwise, it's not easy to deal with it. Little brother, if you want to make money quickly, it's better to gamble on stones than to gamble like this. They walked into a stone gambling den. Although it was morning, there were already many people here. The sound of chattering constantly poured into their ears. Louis could only walk closer and explain to Yin Nuoxing. Why? Yin Nuoxing was taken aback and asked, if 2 people gamble, if both of them don't know the crystal-seeking technique, the odds of winning are 50-50, so the amount of the bet won't be too big. It's all small gambling for fun, unless it is the kind of gambling between people who have a grudge against each other. They will gamble until they lose their underwear. Cough. If you go to gamble on stones and cut something good out of the stone, if the people of this family take a fancy to it, they will bid to buy it back. Maybe they can even throw it in the auction house for auction. Isn't the speed of making money countless times faster than gambling? Lu Yi smiled because he heard from Wang Chun that Yin Nuoxing knew the crystal-seeking technique, so he directly recommended this method. Well, that's the reason. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing nodded. Instead of making money slowly, it was better to be straightforward and play once to get rich. Then, later on, they wouldn't have to worry about the funds for the later trips. However, before gambling, do you know if the Qin family has opened a stone gambling den here? Putting down a stone, Yin Nuoxing asked with some hope. Qin family? The Qin family of the antiquity era? I think so. Someone once cut out a holy grade glazed crystal the size of a head, which made their faces turn green. This matter caused a sensation in the entire Divine Sky City. I have a special impression of it. Hearing this, Lu Yi touched his chin and said, "Where is it?" Hearing that there was hope, Yun Nuoxing instantly became excited. Ever since she saw the stone engraved with the characters of the Divine Era in Crystal Rock City, Yun Nuoxing had been thinking about the Qin family. She wanted to look for it and try her luck to see if she could find another one. Hee, it's next door. Lu Yi laughed. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. The manor of the Qin family was much bigger and more luxurious than the one they saw just now. Even the decorative exhibition table was made of special materials. The door was even made of a precious material. Yun Nuoxing praised it when she saw it and wanted to remove it. After entering the manor, Yun Nuoxing and the others walked directly to the small courtyard with the celestial word. Although it was called a small courtyard, when they actually saw it, they found that it wasn't small at all. It was delicately arranged, and many stones were scattered. Some were under the fruit trees, some were beside the flowing spring, and some were under the trees. It looked natural and was completely a tranquil manor. One couldn't tell that it was a stone gambling den. There are really a lot of good things. It's worthy of the celestial word. Ever since they came in, the evil spirit I had been in a constant state. It swept through the courtyard and saw a lot of things. It even saw the stones that were casually piled up in the corner. They actually contained high-quality glazed crystals. The courtyard was only 100 feet in size. There weren't any obstacles, and they could see everything at a glance. They could see a few old people quietly selecting stones in the courtyard. They didn't notice Yun Nuoxing and the others coming in at all. "There's nothing here." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She looked at the hundreds of stones here, but she didn't see any words on them. They were all glazed crystals or some materials. Of course, there were also many empty shells. In that case, let's go to the next one. The immortal symbol is considered to be of a lower tier among the large factions. If you're looking for some rare items, I suggest that you go to the demon symbol or divine symbol. Of course, the items there are also ridiculously expensive. At the very least, I am unable to afford them. Lu Yi helplessly spread out her hands and said when she heard this, "Let's go directly to the celestial word room. Maybe it's there." Yun Nuoxing nodded her head decisively and walked out without hesitation. "Yes, celestial word. Little brother, I'm just saying. I'm not really going there, right? Why don't you think about it a little more?" Seeing that he was so direct, Lu Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. The things in the celestial word were ridiculously expensive. Every stone bought was a huge gamble. Other than a few old antiques, basically no one had the courage to come here to play. "Don't worry." Yun Nuoxing chuckled carelessly. Then, with a slight force, she slowly pushed the door open. "Damn, it's so big." This is the celestial word. "It's so big. However, as soon as they entered the door, the few of them exclaimed at the same time. All of them stared at the place with their mouths agape. The trees stood in a forest, and the turbulent waterfall fell from a cliff that was 100 feet high. The waterfall made a crisp voila sound as it hit the huge rocks below. At a glance, there was no sense of disharmony between the forest and the plains. Every stone had become a part of this scene and blended perfectly together. Under the blue sky, one or two birds would occasionally fly by. This place was so peaceful and beautiful that it made them feel like they had come to a tourist attraction and not a stone gambling den. If the celestial word was a small courtyard, then the celestial word was a small city. These are all stones? Looking at the stones that were placed everywhere, Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva. This was the most luxurious stone gambling den he had ever seen. No, it seemed like it should be called a manor. This fist-sized stone actually costs 100,000 gold coins? Why don't you just rob someone? Lu Yi picked up a stone by his feet, and a soul imprint appeared in the air. It scared him so much that he almost threw it away. Calm down, calm down." Yun Nuoxing took 2 deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Looking left and right, his evil spirit was actually slightly obstructed. There were some stones that he couldn't see through, as if there was a piece of white cloth blocking them. This feeling was similar to what he saw in the stone workshop in Divine Weapon City. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't see through it. Self-defense? The corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth curved up slightly as he smiled silently. His palm patted on a 5-meter-tall boulder, and the soul imprint jumped out. After taking a look, he even swallowed back his scream. 80 million. Chapter 252. Why don't you go rob a bank? Yin Nuoxing almost roared out Lu Ye's thoughts. With his family background, he couldn't even afford half of it. His face twitched as he looked at the huge rock. The evil spirit couldn't see through the things inside, so he came over to take a look with a little interest. In the end, he was shocked when he saw it. What's so special about these stones? Touching his face and taking 2 steps back, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but murmur. It was impossible for every stone to be so expensive. There had to be a reason why it was so expensive, right? This little brother has good eyesight. This stone was excavated from the primordial god mine. Many crystal masters can't see what's inside. This stone has been piled up here for many years. While Yin Nuoxing was sighing, an old crystal master walked over. Stroking his white beard, he smiled, and the wrinkles on his face trembled. Primordial god mine. Yin Nuoxing sighed. No wonder it was so expensive. How could the things from a forbidden zone not be expensive? Shaking his head, he didn't continue to pay attention to this inexplicable huge rock and walked straight into the jungle. Now, he had to try to find that stone first. Xian also walked close to him. It had to be said that this god manor was really a little too big. After walking around for half a day, he had just walked out of the jungle and looked at the stones inside, but he didn't find anything. Moreover, there were many stones that he couldn't see through. He asked the crystal master next to him, and he said that they were moved out from the primordial god mine, or Tianyuan ancient mine. It was normal for them to be blocked. Yin Nuoxing was a little helpless. If the evil spirit, I couldn't see through it, he couldn't see what was inside. With his mediocre crystal-seeking technique, it was even more impossible. Therefore, he stood in front of almost every stone for a long time. In the end, he sighed fiercely and walked to the next stone. Is there a place where the stones are placed that isn't from the Forbidden Zone? Yin Nuoxing asked after thinking about the stone she saw in Crystal Rock City that could be seen through. Since it could be seen through, it shouldn't have been moved out from the forbidden area. If we avoid the rocks in the restricted area, there should be some at the top of the cliff. The crystallizer master listened and thought for a while before slowly saying. When Yin Nuoxing heard this, she was slightly delighted. She led everyone and flew towards the turbulent waterfall without stopping. Only when the sun hung at the top of the sky did Yin Nuoxing sit down on the grass. He opened his mouth wide and let out a long breath. His soulless appearance made people mistakenly think that this person was about to die. After spending half a day of effort, he searched the entire divine manor. He was just short of digging 3 feet into the ground, but there was no harvest at all. This made him almost lose his fighting spirit. What are you looking for? Even the crystallizer master was a little out of breath. After wandering around with Yin Nuoxing for half a day, he saw him standing in front of stone for a while. Then, he let out a heavy sigh and left without moving anything. This made the crystallizer master a little suspicious. Now, he couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing sighed and asked, Uncle, have any stones been moved out of the stone workshop recently? Recently? When the crystallizer master heard this, his 2 pairs of white eyebrows wrinkled. He seemed to be trying hard to recall. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, Other than moving a few stones to Crystal Rock City, nothing else has been moved out. Could it really be just good luck? Wailing in her heart, Yin Nuoxing slowly got up. She shook her head and said, I am indeed looking for a stone. I bought it from the Qin family's Divine Stone Workshop in Crystal Rock City. As she said this, she took out the black stone with the divine characters on it and gently placed it on the ground. She asked, Uncle, do you know where this stone came from? Seeing that she suddenly took out a huge stone, the old man was stunned. He walked around the black stone a few times and touched it. After a long while, he shook his head and said, This stone didn't come from our stone workshop. It doesn't have a Qin family's unique imprint. It didn't? But it was bought from your Crystal Rock City stone workshop? When Yin Nuoxing heard this, she was a little confused and hurriedly asked. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing was a little anxious, the old man sighed and said in a very firm tone, This stone indeed didn't come from our stone workshop. I guess there was some kind of transaction in Crystal Rock City. What do we do now? When they came out of the Qin family stone workshop and saw Yin Nuoxing's dejected appearance, Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, "What can we do?" Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Now that his only clue was gone, what else could he do? "Hey, little brother, can you let me take a look at that black stone of yours?" At this moment, after coming out of the Qin family stone workshop, Lu Yi, who had been frowning and deep in thought, suddenly spoke. From the looks of it, he seemed to have thought of something. "You have a clue?" Hearing him say this, the soul that Yin Nuoxing had just spat out actually had a tendency to flow backwards, causing him to quickly pull himself together. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as he stared at Lu Yi, causing him to be unable to help but take the final step. I think I've seen it somewhere before." Seeing Yin Nuoxing's sinister smile, Lu Yi's face twitched and he laughed embarrassedly. "Really?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was slightly delighted. She hurriedly took out the black stone and stomped it heavily on the ground. The heavy weight caused a few thumb-sized cracks to appear on the ground. Seeing this ferocious situation, Lu Yi swallowed her saliva and squatted down. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently stroked the black stone. Then, she stood up and walked around it twice. After looking at it carefully for a long time, she looked at Yin Nuoxing with a strange expression and said, I think I've seen it in a gambling stone workshop before." "Which one?" Yin Nuoxing seemed to have some hope. She hurriedly asked. It's. Lu Yi scratched her head in distress and racked her brains. After thinking for a long time, she said, I think it's from the Yu family? It's just a few clans in front of us. It's been too long. I've forgotten." After saying that, she shook her head in distress. "Yu family? Which Yu family? Ancient family?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was stunned and frowned slightly. "I think so." Lu Yi scratched her head. There was probably only one family with the surname Yu that could be stationed in a stone workshop in Divine Sky City. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and take a look." After getting confirmation, Yin Nuoxing roared to the sky and pulled everyone to the stone workshop of the Yu family. A gust of wind suddenly blew on the street. The Yu family, like the Qin family, was a family that had been passed down since the ancient times. It was considered a first-rate force in the entire God's realm. It was the kind of super force that could make the entire world tremble with a stomp of its foot. The 8 families were actually not united. There would always be some competition in the dark. It was not only in terms of strength on the surface, but also in terms of business. Take the stone workshop, for example. The scale of the Yu family was only bigger than the Qin family. Are all the stone workshops of the 8 families this big? Yin Nuoxing and the rest were shocked by the oncoming impact as soon as they entered the god room of the stone workshop. Although it was not difficult to modify the space by themselves at this level of power, and even a building that looked very small could be modified into a very large space. What was with this snowy mountain in front of them? Countless snowflakes fluttered down from the sky like feathers. Although it looked like a world of ice and snow, it didn't feel cold at all. Instead, it felt a little warm. Even when the snowflakes stuck to their faces, it felt warm to the touch. This is the wrong place, right? Even with Yin Nuoxing's composure, he could not help but be shocked. Then he smiled bitterly. How is this a stone workshop? This was a vacation place, right? Yin Nuoxing only calmed down when Lu Yi told him that this was the result of the competition between the 8 families. Although they came to this frozen world excitedly, after another half a day, Yin Nuoxing and the others still walked out with a disappointed face. Their dejected appearance had already explained everything. It seemed that there was still no harvest. After asking the servants, they said that there was indeed a second black stone, but it was sent out for exhibition. "We came out for a day in vain, and we did not gain anything." Looking at the orange sunset, Yin Nuoxing once again vomited out his 7 souls and 6 spirits. The absent-minded look on his face was somewhat unbearable. "Well, at least we know that the black stone is still with the Yu family. It's considered a big piece of news." Xian comforted him softly. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing sighed and nodded. Now, he could only wait for the stone to be displayed before coming back to take a look. He hoped that would not be bought. "Little star, why are you in such a hurry to find that broken black stone? At night, Zai finally could not help but ask. The stars lit up the night sky. Yin Nuashing stood on the roof and looked up at the bright starry sky. When he heard Zai's question, he suddenly froze. That's right. Why is he in such a hurry to find that stone? I don't know either. He suddenly found it, and it's very urgent. Yin Nuashing shook his head. This inexplicable feeling was a little strange. Is he possessed? Zai guessed. If some strange stones contained an aura of resentment, if one carried it around, it would have a subtle influence on the person. Over time, that person's temperament would be changed. Looking at Yin Nuashing's situation, it seemed a little similar. Did you forget that I have a god's mark in my body? Sighing, Yin Nuashing pointed at his temple. With the god's mark in his body, all filthy things could not get close to him. Even if they were hidden in the depths of his body, he could still pull them out. There were no external factors that could affect him. All right, I forgot. Hearing this, Zai froze for a moment and laughed embarrassedly. Now that you mention it, I do feel that something is wrong. Ever since I got that black stone, my mind has been a little restless. I've been absent-minded all day long. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Rubbing his forehead, Yin Nuashing was a little tired. Quick, take that stone out and check it. Zai felt that something was wrong when he heard this, so he quickly asked him to take the stone out. Yin Nuashing sighed and took the black stone out of the pendant. He gently placed it on the ground. The scarlet moonlight carried countless starlight as it shone on this medium-sized black stone. However, the stone was not tainted by any light at all. It was just a piece of black stone. If one looked at it for a long time, one's mind would be sucked into it. A purple flame surged out from Yin Nuashing's body, and the temperature of the air rose rapidly. As soon as the purple flame appeared, it spread out a curtain of fire and wrapped around the black stone on the ground. There was a faint wave of detection as it scanned the black stone back and forth. There's nothing wrong with it. After a long time, Zai's voice came from the purple flame. He was a little confused, but he slowly retracted it and went back into Yin Nuashing's body. Perhaps it's just a sudden impulse? Sighing, Yin Nuashing held the black stone in his hand and gently rubbed it a few times before putting it away. However, when he put it away, he did not see that the word inside the stone suddenly flashed with a light. Chapter 253. I think we should leave as soon as we're done. The next day, as soon as they woke up and finished washing up, they came out of the room and saw Yin Nuashing with two black eyes, as if he had been beaten up. His handsome face suddenly had a little more blemish, which made Ziyin almost laugh out loud. What do you mean by work? Ziyin sat down beside him, picked up the steaming tea, and took a sip as he asked. Brother. Ming rubbed her eyes and called out happily when she saw Yin Nuashing. She happily jumped to Yin Nuashing's side, burrowed into his arms, and fell asleep again. We'll leave as soon as we earn enough money. Yin Nuashing sighed after looking at her helplessly. He couldn't just stay in Divine Sky City. He felt uneasy and felt that something big was going to happen. What about the black stone? Ziyin put down the teacup and looked at him in surprise. He was so anxious yesterday, and now he was going to ignore it? Black stone. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's finish what we're supposed to do. If we can see the black stone, we'll see it and think of a way to get it. If we can't, then forget it. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Good morning, brother. Lui walked out of the room as soon as he said that. Her energetic look was a stark contrast to the lifeless Yin Nuashing. Brother Yin, what's wrong with you? Why are you wearing dark circles? Wang Chen walked out and was about to greet him when he saw Yin Nuashing's haggard eyes. He was shocked and tried to hold back his laughter. I saw you laughing. I heard you laughing. Yin Nuashing looked at him bitterly and shook his head. He smiled bitterly and said, I can't sleep, and I'm feeling uneasy. I feel like something big is going to happen. Your seventh sense is usually inaccurate. Ziyin took a sip of tea elegantly and smiled. He patted Yin Nuashing's head and said, All right, then I'll just treat it as my misconception. Anyway, let's settle the matter first. Yin Nuashing said weakly as she rolled her eyes. In other words, we're officially starting work today. Hearing this, Wang Chun jumped up excitedly. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. She seemed to be very interested in this kind of thing. Calm down, Yin Nuoxing said weakly and almost fell onto the coffee table. Once he had decided on something, he would immediately carry it out. This was the rule of the Yun Nuo planet. However, before he left, he still recuperated for a while. He wiped away the 2 bruises in his eyes and led everyone towards the direction of a street in the stone workshop. Yin Nuoxing went to the stone workshop of the Qin family and the Yu family yesterday. He came to the stone workshop manor of the Qi family with some curiosity. Because the relationship between the stone workshop and the Temple of Elements was a bit unclear, he didn't think about it from the beginning. In the manor, ancient trees towered into the sky. The scorching sun filtered the heat and cast a cool and warm light on the ground. The manor was quiet. In a noisy divine sky city, it was undoubtedly a holy place for meditation. The main hall in the center was covered by the shade of a tree. The cool and refreshing air from the swaying trees made the slightly tired Yin Nuoxing wake up slightly. The door of the main hall was open. A group of people could be seen walking inside. They were all dressed luxuriously. 2 or 3 of them were dressed even more luxuriously. At first glance, one could tell that they were the children of rich and powerful families. Obviously, they weren't ordinary people. This time, is Jinheng from the Golden Temple going to have a bet with the young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Shi? Or is he going to have a fight with the Demon God clan? Yin Nuoxing heard this as soon as he walked to the door. He immediately raised his eyebrows. Before he could ask, Lu Yi whispered to him, Jinheng is the god of the Golden Temple. You have seen him that night. The Yuan family is a family in the western region of the Divine Prefecture. They are on an equal footing with the 8 ancient families. The Demon God clan is the most powerful clan in the demon race. Even the experts of the human forces rarely dare to provoke them. Lu Yi lowered her voice as if she was afraid that they would hear her. They're all from some big forces. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shook his head and muttered in his heart. He looked at the main hall. The 3 people who were dressed exceptionally luxuriously must be those 3 people. The most obvious feature was the golden robe. A lifelike dragon was embroidered on the golden robe with mystic gold silk. Naturally, it was Jinheng. His body was surrounded by a masculine aura, but his handsome face was very calm. He was like a sharp golden sword that was restrained by its scabbard. Standing to the side was a young man in purple. He was quietly selecting stones. His pair of pointed ears naturally revealed his identity. He should be the Demon God clan's Demon God clan. His beautiful face, which was so fair that even girls would be jealous of him, had a faint charm. It was almost comparable to Yin Nuoxing in the state of Little Xin. Hearing these words, the demon spirit gently lifted his black eyes and glanced at the green-clothed man who had his arms crossed and an indifferent expression on his face. A faint smile hung from the corners of his mouth as he said, I'll have to see what Brother Yuan thinks before I say this. Let's see if he wants to take action. Even her voice sounded a little weak. I don't really care. However, I have recently been studying crystal techniques on a whim. I want to give it a try. Seeing that the spearhead was directed at him, Yuan Shi smiled and waved his hand. His handsome face was full of smiles, and there was not much change in his expression. His long black hair fluttered behind him, giving him a rather elegant and otherworldly temperament. Oh, I also have this intention. Hearing this, Jinheng, who was dressed in golden robes, raised his eyebrows and said indifferently. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head. Hearing the 3 people's words, which were almost echoing one another, she could not help but roll her eyes. Ignoring them, she led Zian and the others around the 3 groups of people and slowly walked towards the stairs on the 2nd floor. That was the place that led to the divine word. It seemed that she was going to be ruthless. When Yin Nuoxing passed by Yao Ling, the latter suddenly exclaimed in surprise. A pair of slender, sharp ears twitched twice. She quickly put down the stone in her hand and turned around. However, she saw that Yin Nuoxing had already walked past her and was already walking up the stairs. Brother Yao, what's wrong? Seeing her actions, Yuan Shi asked curiously. Then, he cast his gaze on Yin Nuoxing. Yao Ling stroked the ring on his hand and frowned. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing had already disappeared at the door, he muttered. That's strange. My ring can send some treasures. That person seems to have something on her. What is it? Hearing this, Jinheng also asked curiously, looking at the plaque with the divine word hanging on it. The corners of his eyes twitched a few times. He did not dare to go to that place too many times. Yuanqi laughed. He directly led his people up the stairs to the second floor and walked in. Seeing this, Jinheng and Yao Ling looked at each other and followed behind. This was a fiery red world. Even the trees were fiery red in color. It was like the setting sun hanging on the horizon, casting its remaining light. A gentle breeze blew, causing the leaves and grass to sway. From afar, it looked like a dark red flame was swaying. Under the giant tree in the center of the manor, an old man was sitting quietly with his eyes closed as if he was meditating. When he sensed that Yin Nuoxing and the others had entered, he only opened his eyes to look at them for a moment before closing them again. Although the Divine Word Manor was extremely luxurious and the price was extremely high, there were still many people inside. Most of them were old people who were over 50 years old. In the Divine Word Manor, anything was possible. Most of the people who had the capital to come here no longer cared about the so-called money. They wanted to use these useless things to fight for a new future or endless disappointment. Therefore, when some of the older cultivators were nearing the end of their lives, they would stake everything they had and come to this kind of place to gamble. They wanted to have a new breakthrough and, at the same time, prolong their lives. Yin Nuoxing only knew a little about the crystal-seeking technique, but she could still recognize that the red stones here, except for those special ones, were the famous blood ingot stones. Of course, this did not mean that the stones were really stained with blood. It was just a symbolic saying that this bright red color was naturally formed. Blood ingot stones only grew in places that were extremely hot or extremely cold. They were buried deep under the ground and formed from solidified magma. They meandered and drifted in the magma river, decomposing, recombining, and taking shape underground. It took countless years. If something was accidentally contained in it, it would be condensed by the energy contained in the stone for countless years. The stone itself was a kind of material. How precious was the thing that was wrapped in the stone? However, with such a large area, how much effort did it take to fill it up? As expected of an ancient family, such generosity, even Yin Nuoxing could not help but praise. At the same time, she frowned slightly. His evil spirit eye slowly opened. As he expected, nearly half of the blood ingot stones in the manor were covered by a layer of blurry white light. He could not see what was inside. Blood ingot stones. TSK. This Qi family is really rich. Big Brother Yin, have you thought about where to start? The moment he entered, Wang Qin's eyes lit up. He looked around and wanted to touch everything he saw. This made Yin Nuoxing feel a little helpless. She reminded him softly to prevent him from breaking anything. Yin Nuoxing looked around. Other than the majority of the blood ingot stones that couldn't be seen clearly, there were some that could be seen. The things inside were indeed of high quality and would not disgrace the name of the god brand. However, oh god, CKME. Oh, so expensive. Standing in front of a blood ingot stone that was 6 meters tall, Yin Nuoxing looked down at the price and sucked in a breath of cold air. It was close to half of his assets. Although it was rather expensive, the things inside seemed to be more valuable. He could vaguely see that it was some kind of material. It could probably be sold for a good price. Although this blood ingot stone was huge, it was not as expensive as some of the smaller ones. Thinking about it, it probably had something to do with the price set by the person who tested it. Who knew if that person had made a mistake? 20 million it is. Money for money is just like this. Although it was a little painful, Yin Nuoxing still paid for it. He opened his evil spirit eye and looked at the stone carefully. He even pretended to touch it twice. When he found that the important things were all gathered in the middle, he was relieved. Then, under the shocked gazes of Xian and the others, he took out his Fontian halberd and slashed it twice. Boom! The 6-meter-tall blood ingot stone was cut into a cube that was less than a meter wide. The rest of it fell to the ground. The dull sound made everyone's heart tremble. Oh my god, how could he cut a stone like this? Is this guy crazy? To be able to cut a stone like this, he's quite capable. Isn't he worried that he'll destroy the things inside? This is simply a waste of God's gift. At this time, many people in the Divine Stone Garden saw Yun Nuoxing's crazy actions and couldn't help but exclaim, "How was this cutting a stone? Wasn't this destroying it?" Ignoring the gazes of others, Yun Nuoxing held her Fontion halberd and quickly cut the remaining cube. Slowly, the hidden material in the center was exposed. A golden and red light shot up into the sky. It was like a dense fog, obscuring everyone's vision and making it impossible to see what was happening. Even the old man sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree opened his eyes. When he saw this scene, he waved his hand and threw out an energy barrier, sealing off the stone garden. This was to prevent any rare creatures from escaping after they came into being. What? It's just an ordinary level 8 material. Ignoring the strong light, Yun Nuoxing reached out and grabbed the object. Looking at it, she sighed and muttered disdainfully. When everyone heard this, they almost vomited blood. What did she mean by just? Explain it clearly. Chapter 254. The light gradually dissipated, and everyone hurriedly widened their eyes. They saw Yun Nuoxing holding a basin-sized golden crystal in his hand. Red energy circulated inside the crystal, and the spiritual energy that permeated the air was like a small dragon circling around the crystal. The dazzling light illuminated his palm, and it was trembling slightly. It seemed to be quite heavy. This is an 8th level jade spirit stone. It contains the 2 elemental energies of gold and earth. Among the 8th level materials, it is considered a top-grade material. Such a large piece, if exchanged for immortal-grade glazed crystals, it would be at least 150,000 caddies. At the scene, there were some people who had done a lot of research on crystal techniques. At a glance, they recognized what material Yun Nuoxing was holding in his hands and immediately exclaimed. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing sighed again. It was only an 8th level material. He had a lot of it in his ring, but according to him, it was completely useless now. He didn't even need to hoard it. Indeed, although the weapons on him were all above God level, the strange thing was that most of the cores were only at the 1st or 2nd level. Only the body of the weapon was at the God level, so its power was more or less limited. In order to restore it, he only needed to restore the core to the 8th level. He could only use 8th level materials when he advanced to the 8th level. Although he used materials when he advanced the Ling Hong sword, that was a God level weapon. It was fundamentally different from ordinary weapons. They allowed him to mess around with it. If he used an ordinary weapon, he would be courting death. What kind of luck is this? He can get something just by casually cutting it. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's sigh, some people felt unhappy and muttered. Although it wasn't loud, there was a short period of silence in the stone garden because of the scarlet jade crystal being cut out. This voice very clearly drilled into everyone's ears, and at the same time, it also brought about some other discussions. Look at how straightforward he was. Maybe he doesn't know anything and just cut it for fun. That can only mean that his luck is really too good. He didn't even damage the Jade Spirit Stone after such a big fuss. When luck comes, no one can stop it. Hearing these discussions, Yun Nuoxing curled his lips and did not say anything. After all, although he was not completely clueless about crystal techniques, he was not far from it. If not for the evil spirit essence, he would not have dared to take action like this. Since this if was not established, he could rest assured and take action. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing glanced at the 2 huge rocks on the ground that hadn't been cut open and let out a long yawn. She raised her Fontion halberd and chopped at the rocks. In just a few blinks of an eye, the 2 huge rocks turned into stone powder, covering the ground with a thick layer of redstone powder. Pop-pop! Just as the stone powder landed on the ground, a clear clapping sound rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. They hurriedly turned their gazes, only to see a green-clothed Yuan she gently clapping his hands. On his handsome face, there was still a calm smile. Little brother, you have such courage. To have such courage, you must know that the Jade Spirit Stone won't be damaged, right? Yuan, she said softly, his eyes gently narrowed. His warm smile was like a spring breeze, easily causing people to have a good impression of him. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing narrowed her eyes and stared at Yuan Shi for a good while. Only then did she shrug her shoulders, taking it as a tacit agreement. Little brother, you have good eyesight. I wonder if you're interested in making a bet with me? Yin Nuoxing's tacit agreement directly caused Yuan Shi's eyes to burn with passion. The gentle smile on the corner of his mouth slightly widened. It seemed that the former's actions had made him a little itchy, and he wanted to learn from each other. Oh, seeing his appearance, Yin Nuoxing raised her eyebrows. She put away her sky piercer, put her hands behind her back, and said with a smile, "What kind of bet?" The two of them did not suppress their conversation and spoke out directly, causing Yao Ling and Jin Heng to be a little surprised. Knowing Yuan Shi's temperament, they did not expect that he would be so impatient to make a move. It seemed that after studying crystal techniques for a while, he really wanted to find someone to test his skills. Let's bet with glazed crystals. 1 round, 500 kilograms of fine glazed crystals. The winner will be the most valuable one. How about it? Yuan Shi touched his chin and smiled after a moment. Hiss, hearing this condition, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although those who could come to the Divine Stone Garden had some capital and would carry thousands of kilograms of glazed crystals with them, they did not expect that the young master of the Yuan family would be so bold as to say 500 kilograms of glazed crystals. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and sighed, as if she could not accept it. Seeing her refusal, everyone was stunned. Just as someone was about to sneer, they were shocked speechless by the next sentence. 1 round, 10 million. Yin Nuoxing's original purpose was to come here for money. Naturally, she would aim for money now. 500 kilograms of fine glazed crystals was worth about 6 million. Although she would be broke if she bought another stone, any item in her collection would not be less valuable than this. Moreover, she did not think that she would lose, so she did not plan to use her savings. Not everyone had a magical, like the evil spirit eye that could see through things. This was also Yin Nuoxing's greatest reliance. If she lost even with this, then there was nothing she could say. She could only obediently hand over 10 million with both hands. Deal. Let's begin. Although the bet had been raised a little, this amount of money was not considered a huge amount to Yuan Shi. Therefore, he agreed very straightforwardly. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, his figure floated out directly to look for the stone. Seeing his anxious look, Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly and was ready to set off to look for the stone. Both of you, if you find anything rare, can you auction it in my Golden Jade Palace? Seeing that the two of them had started the battle with just one sentence, Jin Heng quickly said, "No problem." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing did not stop walking. She waved her hand behind her and smiled. Since they had extended an olive branch, there was no need to rush to reject it. Maybe she would really have to trouble them later. The Divine Stone Garden was usually very deserted. Although the situation of the stone workshops of the ancient families was different, and there were more or less people every day, there had never been dozens of people wandering in the stone garden together. When the news spread out, the people on this stone workshop street were stunned. I heard that the young master of the Yuan family is gambling with someone in the chief family's Divine Stone Garden. A good show is about to begin. On the street, this sentence spread like wildfire. Almost half of the city knew about it. Is it true? Gambling in such a money-burning place? And with the young master of the Yuan family? I'm very curious about who that person is. Although the Yuan family was not as famous as the ancient families in the God's realm, it was still a big force and was on par with them. Many people knew about them. Now that they heard that the young master of the Yuan family was gambling with someone, it naturally aroused the curiosity of countless people. In the stone garden, the old man under the tree blinked his bright eyes and glanced at Yin Nuoxing and Yuan Shi. Then, he closed his eyes again and remained motionless, making people mistakenly think that he had fallen asleep. Brother Yin, how confident are you? After leaving Yuan Shi, Wang Chun asked a little worriedly. Why? Little Chun, don't you believe me? Yin Nuoxing joked and laughed. Don't worry. After gambling, there's still the next one. I'm going to bet all their underwear. When they heard the first 3 words, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard the last few words, everyone's faces twitched. Xian's beautiful face could not help but turn red. She rolled her eyes at Yin Nuoxing and muttered, "Xing Xing is naughty." "Aha!" Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. On the endless fiery red grass, everyone's footsteps were light. A gentle breeze blew, and fiery red leaves fluttered all over the sky, adding a hint of autumn. The rustling of leaves echoed in their ears, and it was quiet and peaceful. Although their eyes were filled with a fiery red, if one looked carefully, they would realize that there was a gradual change of red. It was not just a monotonous color. The stones blended in harmoniously with the scenery, and it was especially harmonious. Although most of the people followed behind Yuan Shi, there was still a crystallizer beside Yin Nuoxing and the others, constantly introducing them to the various kinds of stones. Yin Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the guy helped me pull them away. Otherwise, I would have been annoyed to death. Although he had already seen how expensive the stones in the Divine Stone Garden were in the other two families, Yin Nuoxing could not help but swallow his saliva when he saw the 7 or 8 zeros in the Qi family stone garden. This was too damn expensive. Although some of the stones were not big, they were ridiculously expensive. They were worth millions. Oh, F***CK. Oh, my heart. Oh, my mother. Yin Nuoxing clutched his heart and looked away from a stone. The 8 zeros made his back drenched in sweat. What kind of treasures have appeared here before? Lu Yi could not help but ask as she retracted her gaze from the forest at the side. Ha! Holy Gratian crystals have appeared here before. There are also countless rare treasures here. The crystallizer master stroked his white beard and smiled. Mysterious crystals are the most wonderful energy crystals in the world. Not only can they contain divine items, they can also converge the essence and condense the power of heaven and earth. They can also seal life. Seal life? Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was stunned and asked curiously. He did not understand what it meant. Just like what it says, if you use some high-grade mysterious crystal to completely wrap a person, then the mysterious crystal can isolate the power of time, causing that person to be in a deep sleep. Their life functions will completely stop until the energy of the mysterious crystal is exhausted. Then, that person will wake up from their deep sleep. At this time, their state will be the same as when you were first sealed. They will not age with the passage of time. The crystallizer master smiled. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He had heard a little about this from ancient books, but he did not fully understand it. This is also a stone. At this time, Lu Yi suddenly discovered something. She turned her head to the side and was stunned for a moment. She quickly patted Yin Nuoxing and the others, pointed over and asked. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and was stunned. At this time, he also wanted to ask, is this really a stone? Is it purely natural? This was a very special stone. It was a cross as a whole. It was 10 meters long and wide. The middle was hollowed out and one could see through the big hole. It was also dark red in color and its surface was covered with moss. It seemed that it had not been touched for a long time. This is Scarlet Cross. The crystallizer master took a look and could not help but sigh. What's its origin? Yin Nuoxing walked forward and stretched out his hand to touch it. A bone-chilling sensation came back from his fingers, and he could faintly smell a faint fishy smell. It made him shiver, and he quickly retracted his hand. The Scarlet Cross was taken from the Yama Burning Mountain. To be more precise, it was spewed out from the crater of the Yama Burning Mountain when the volcano erupted. Because it was taken from the forbidden area, although it was not a blood ingot stone, it was still placed here. Yin Nuoxing suddenly understood. Although the condition of coming out of Fengyan Mountain made him somewhat moved, his evil spirit, I could not see it clearly. He was a little hesitant. After looking around twice, he finally gave up and walked towards another stone. This one, Yin Nuoxing lightly smiled as he patted the 3-meter-tall blood-red stone. He could see through it with his evil spirit eye, and the price was 10 million. The value of the item inside far exceeded this amount. Looking back into the distance, Yuan, she had also chosen a stone. It was about 100 jin, and the price was as high as 20 million. Yin Nuoxing looked at the stone. Outside his bright, evil spirit eye, there was a subtle array that was hard to see. His vision narrowed by a lot. looking at the stone gradually becoming transparent and revealing a touch of light green. He could not help but smile. But before he could take a closer look, his vision was blocked by a person. Damn, that guy, move away. His vision was suddenly blocked. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment and almost wanted to stomp his feet. What's wrong, little brother? Seeing him grimace, Lu Yi asked curiously, is it because the stone they chose is not clear? Xian looked at Yin Nuoxing and then looked at Yuan Shi, who was piled up like a human wall. Mei Mao turned around and transmitted her voice. No, I can see it clearly. But before I could completely see it, it was blocked. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, there's no problem. Chapter 255. How is it? Little brother, have you chosen? Yin Nuoxing was still looking at the stone. Although he didn't move, he was actually waiting for Yuan Shi and the others to come over. When he heard these words, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he slowly turned around. Beside Yuan Shi stood a red stone that was half the height of a person. It was the one that Yin Nuoxing was looking at earlier. Beside the former, there was a group of people. Even Jin Heng and Yao Ling were quietly looking at the stone. I've chosen. This is the one. Yin Nuoxing nodded and patted the 3-meter-tall boulder behind him with his hand. He smiled and looked at the half-meter-tall boulder. His smile unknowingly became wider. TCH, I don't know if this kid is messing around. He's even specifically picking large stones in the Divine Stone Garden. Does he think that just because it's big, it's definitely rare? Messing around. 10 million for a round. I hope this young man has some psychological endurance. After seeing Yin Nuoxing's stone, the surrounding people couldn't help but sigh. Some of them even sneered, as if they could already see Yin Nuoxing's miserable defeat. These people, although these words were deliberately suppressed, Lu Yi still heard some of it. Her eyebrows immediately furrowed. Just as she was about to scold them, Yin Nuoxing grabbed her arm. Yin Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. His calm appearance made Ming and Xian a little stunned. Wasn't this guy unable to listen to gossip? How could he be so calm? It's fine. If they want to laugh, let them laugh. I'm looking forward to seeing their face being slapped. I'm sure it'll be very crisp. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand with a faint smile, but it made the others roll their eyes. Little brother, please. Ignoring the voices around him, Yuan Shi clapped his hands and gestured to Yin Nuoxing to make the first move. Yin Nuoxing nodded and did not refuse. She turned around and used her evil spirit eye to carefully examine the 3-meter-tall rock. She memorized the location of the blue rock in her heart. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, she took out her Fangtian halberd. As soon as the halberd appeared, the ring on the demon spirit's hand emitted a bright light. The brightness of the light surprised even him. His pair of pointed ears lightly trembled. Brother Demon Spirit, what's wrong? Jin Heng subconsciously asked when he saw the situation. That weapon seems to be of a very high level. I have never seen such an intense light before. The demon spirit smiled and looked at the halberd. He quietly looked at it for a moment before shifting his gaze away. Hearing his words, Jin Heng also looked at the halberd with some astonishment. After a moment, he turned his attention back to the blood-red rock. Yin Nuoxing grabbed the halberd shaft and spun it twice. Then, just like before, she waved the halberd and quickly chopped a few times. Her strength was so great that she cut off a pile of rocks. Only the rock at the bottom was left. The surface of the rock was as smooth as a mirror. If she poured some water on it, she might be able to see a reflection. This guy, seeing the same action as before, everyone was stunned. If it was the first time, it could be attributed to her messing around. However, to do the same thing for the second time, it didn't make sense. Could it be that she really understood everything inside the rock? Seeing Yin Nuoxing's actions as before, the smile on Yuan Shi's face deepened. He looked at the former's eyes as if he was looking at a treasure. He lifted the remaining rock. It was about the size of a bucket. Although there was only one piece, it was more than 100 times heavier than a normal rock of the same size. Even with Yin Nuoxing's strong physical strength, her hands were trembling slightly. Putting away the sky piercer, Yin Nuoxing took out a small silver knife and pinched it in his hand. The remaining piece of blood ingot contained something. He only knew that it was blue in color, but he didn't know what it was. Moreover, there seemed to be a fist-sized piece of indistinct space within the blue stone. In other words, there was something hidden within the blood ingot stone as well. There's something hidden in the rock. Yin Nuashing murmured with a smile. The small knife in her hand gently fell. Kacha? Although he had changed to a small knife, he didn't slow down at all. His waving arms even created afterimages. His knife was like the wind. The red rock almost flew out and fell to the ground instead of falling to the ground. It was obvious how much strength he had used. Everyone was speechless at his pathetic appearance. Then they looked at Yin Nuashing. Even Xian and the others were shocked. Why was this guy so sinister even when he was cutting a rock? Pada Wong. When a layer of rock flew out, the rock naturally split open. A bright, icy blue light streaked across the sky, breaking through the barrier of the stone garden and shooting high into the sky. The dazzling light shone on the entire city, dyeing the entire Divine Sky City blue. Even the outside of Divine Sky City could be seen clearly. This is the direction of a street in the stone square. What happened? The moment the light shot into the sky, a freezing cold air suddenly spread out from the rock. A layer of frost immediately spread on Yun Nuashing's palm. He hurriedly threw the rock away and used the purple night flame to melt the frost. At this time, the cracks on the stone surface were automatically extending, and the cracks on the stone surface were constantly increasing. Rays of light rushed out, and a dazzling energy mist filled the air. At the same time, a storm was quietly brewing, wrapping up the entire Divine Word Stone Garden and continuously spreading out. Oh my God, what exactly is it that can cause such a huge reaction? In the Stone Garden, due to the spread of the cold air, everyone had no choice but to retreat a distance. The extremely low temperature of the cold air felt like it could even freeze one's soul. The energy fog is too thick. I can't see anything at all. It looks like a dragon flew out. Is it an illusion? It must be an illusion. It does look like a dragon. Could it be that a dragon was cut out? After being forced back a few hundred meters by the energy storm, everyone felt a little better. They hurriedly calmed down and looked at the area covered by the dazzling energy fog. They all started discussing. Xingxing, how is it? The cold wind, mixed with energy, rushed out in all directions. Xian's long hair was blown loose in the wind. She had no choice but to reach out and hold Yin Nuashing tightly with her other hand. The wind was so strong that she couldn't even open her eyes. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He opened his evil spirit eye wide and stared at the fog with all his might. However, he couldn't see anything clearly. As the strong wind blew, tears streamed down his face. His eyelids trembled so much that he almost couldn't open his eyes. After a long while, he hurriedly covered his eyes with his hand and shouted, "No, I can't see anything at all." At this moment, the old man who had his eyes closed all this time suddenly opened them. His bright and spirited eyes shot out an intimidating light. His withered hands reached out from his sleeves and pressed down on the mist. An energy barrier appeared out of thin air, enveloping all the light and shadows. Then it buckled onto the rock that was emitting a strong light, isolating it from the outside world. Phew! The sudden disappearance of the storm allowed everyone to heave a sigh of relief. They hurriedly tidied up their messy robes and looked at the transparent energy barrier. It was already filled with energy mist, and it was still churning, as if it was still releasing energy. The strong wind even caused the energy barrier to be on the verge of collapse. What the hell did I cut out? Yin Nuashing quickly tidied up his messy long hair. He helped Xian up slowly and looked at the shaking energy barrier. His eyebrows twitched as he said, "This can't go on. The energy expansion will tear the energy barrier apart from the inside." "I don't need you to tell me that." The old man raised his eyebrows. He slowly formed a few hand seals with his hands and created an even larger energy barrier that enveloped the Godstone Garden. Then, he threw out an energy barrier that surrounded Yin Nuashing and the others. "Suppress." The old man spat out a syllable from his mouth. A large hand, condensed from energy, rapidly formed in the sky. As soon as it condensed, it pressed down on the shaking energy barrier. Under the impact of the internal and external forces, the energy barrier shattered. Boom! The energy barrier shattered. Before the gathered energy and the storm could spread out, the large hand slapped down. The two different types of energy canceled each other out. A series of muffled explosions sounded like muffled thunder. However, before the sound could spread out, it was shattered by the storm that blew up again. The sudden storm resisted the large hand for a moment, but it was not able to destroy it. Under this kind of counteraction, the dazzling energy mist actually showed signs of shrinking. Yin Nuoxing, who had been staring at it all this time, saw this situation and quickly took out his Fangtian halberd and formed a hand seal. Nine Heaven's soul-concealing array seal. With a low shout in his heart, pure golden energy surged out from his body and was slowly transmitted to the halberd. A palm-sized golden array was constructed at the tip of the halberd. The mysterious patterns were like blooming lotus flowers, colorful and colorful. Without much hesitation, the evil spirit eye opened against the strong wind that blew past. He grabbed the halberd tightly and then took a deep breath and suddenly threw it at the dazzling area. Clang! Almost at the same moment the halberd left his hand, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light, and the surrounding energy fog, as well as the storm, all came to a stop. When they looked back at the original location, they saw that it had become extremely miserable. There's also a huge palm print on the ground, and about a meter above the ground, a rock that was bound by fine golden chains was quietly floating. From the cracks on the rock, they could see that it was shining with a blue light. Just what did you cut out? Jean Hung stood up and quickly asked. He didn't even care about the grass on his head and his messy robe. Even the demon spirit didn't care about the grass on the corner of her mouth. She casually spat twice and opened her eyes wide, staring at the stone. When this question was asked, everyone quickly nodded their heads and turned their gazes over like a pack of wolves. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing shook her head. She took 2 steps forward and held the sealed stone in her hand. At this moment, the stone was already sealed. She wasn't worried about the energy leaking out. She was still very confident in the origin source sealing array of the divine body. But now, how was she going to do it? Chapter 256. Although it was sealed by the original formation of the divine body, it was impossible to open it. That would open the damper that had been painstakingly closed. Could it be that he had to cut the stone while it was sealed? That didn't seem to work either. The energy of the seal was circulating, and it would block external forces. To cut the stone was equivalent to breaking the seal. The old man under the tree walked over with an indifferent expression. He first glanced at the sealed stone, then looked at Yin Nuoxing in surprise. After looking at him for a long time, he slowly took out a golden knife and placed it in his hand. Then, he stood aside and said nothing. He just looked at Yin Nuoxing with his old eyes. Yin Nuoxing looked at the old man in confusion. Then, he looked at the knife in his hand and couldn't help but mutter, "Can it be cut with this?" After saying that, he suspiciously cut the stone with the knife. Crack! The knife cut open a corner of the crack, revealing a piece of ice blue. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yin Nuoxing also looked over in surprise. Then, he looked at the knife in his hand in surprise. His expression was a little strange. What was this knife made of? How could it ignore his seal? He must have cut out a peerless treasure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a big reaction. Maybe it's a divine-grade glazed crystal. Maybe it's a dragon. Seeing the piece of ice blue revealed, everyone was a little excited and began to talk about it again. Even the few old men who were in the stone garden at the beginning gathered around and whispered to each other. Their eyes were blazing as they stared at the stone. At this time, seeing that there was no danger, everyone gathered around Yin Nuoxing again. Looking at the motionless ladder, they couldn't help but shout, "Cut it! Cut it quickly!" Seeing that these people's hearts seemed to be clawed by a cat and wished they could cut them open with their own hands, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook her head. She had no choice but to put aside the question of why this saber could ignore the seal and focus on cutting with ease. Yin Noashing carefully cut down the stone layer, peeling it off layer by layer. Her expression was no longer as crazy as before. As the stone layer fell off, a sparkling and translucent blue crystal appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although it had been sealed, an extremely cold aura still floated out, causing the temperature in the air to drop sharply. Even the green grass was covered in frost. This is a 0-degree ice stone. Jinheng glanced at it and gasped in shock. Tier 10 material. Its temperature can reach absolute 0, and it's the best choice for forging god-level water elemental weapons. Holy shit, a 10th grade material. Such a big piece is worth at least 20 billion. However, it alone shouldn't be able to cause such a huge reaction. There should be something else inside. Those who knew their stuff sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. For a moment, the place was filled with discussions again. Quick, hurry up and cut. There's still half of it that hasn't been cut open. Some old men with white hair and beard shouted. Their eyes were wide open and their mustaches were puffed up. They were even more anxious than Yin Nuashing, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He raised his saber and gestured a few times. When everyone saw that he was about to strike again, they hurriedly held their breaths and stared at the blue ice stone without blinking. They were afraid that they would miss an important scene. Crack! Ding-ling. Yin Nuashing continued to peel off the stone layer carefully. He cut along the cracks and peeled off more than half of the stone layer. A dazzling light shone through the seal, and a piece of music came from somewhere. It was like a peaceful and slow tune, as if heaven and earth were resonating with it. Thousands of zither strings were strummed together, and the sound was intoxicating. It seeped into people's hearts and stirred their emotions, causing them to close their eyes and listen. Melody. When he heard this familiar sound, Yin Nuashing was slightly stunned. When he saw that everyone was listening to the melody with their eyes closed, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It seemed like he was really resistant to melody. He was the only one here who wasn't affected. Yin Nuashing scanned the surroundings slowly and was stunned. He realized that there seemed to be many more people here, and he was sure that some of them weren't here just now. However, when he looked up at the sky, he understood. The commotion just now must have attracted everyone in Divine Sky City. Ding-ling. The intoxicating melody reverberated slowly in heaven and earth, as if hundreds of wind chimes were swaying in the city. The vast sound of the bells reverberated in the entire Divine Sky City. The various melodies of the bells intertwined and overlapped, but didn't seem to be mixed at all. Instead, it had a different feel to it. It was as if the entire city had turned into a musical instrument, with the sound of heaven and earth as the accompaniment and the world as the stage. Cough. Suddenly, Yin Nuashing coughed heavily with his immortal qi, pulling everyone out of their intoxicated state. Then, he hurriedly added another layer of seal. Everyone came back to their senses, and their expressions were a little dazed. It seemed like they didn't get out of that state immediately. After being in a daze for a while, they blinked and looked at their surroundings. Then, they looked at Yin Nuashing, who looked a little helpless. They couldn't tell which was real and which was an illusion. Where's the 0-degree ice stone? What's this melody? It can actually confuse people. Some people just woke up and shouted a few times. When they saw the saliva at the corner of their mouths, their faces turned red, and they quickly wiped it away. This is an echo stone, the old man said faintly. Among everyone present, other than Yin Nuashing, only he managed to maintain his consciousness and didn't completely fall into it. He sighed and said, "Legend has it that this stone fell from the heavens. It naturally has the sound of thousands of Tao, and it can turn all sounds into music. Even your heartbeat is a beautiful and captivating song. However, people who are intoxicated for a long time and can't break free will gradually lose their minds. Pa, pa, ow, ah." Hearing this last sentence, everyone was stunned for a moment. Almost instantly, they turned around and slapped the person beside them who hadn't woken up yet. Instantly, countless crisp slaps and screams resounded. A few people even used too much strength and sent people spinning out of the room, and those who woke up suddenly felt a little dazed. They stared blankly in front of them, their faces burning. "Are you okay?" Yin Nuashing asked worriedly as he walked to Xian's side and saw that she was still a little dazed. He looked at his palm, then looked at her bright and beautiful face and shook his head in pain. He couldn't do it. "Xing Xing," Xian called out. Fortunately, Xian didn't seem to have fallen too deeply into it. She was just a little dazed, and her mind wasn't affected. This made Yin Nuashing sigh in relief. After he finished checking on everyone and found that they were fine, he was relieved. "What did you see just now?" Yin Nuashing couldn't help but ask after he comforted the frightened Ming. "Xing Xing, didn't you see it just now?" Hearing this question, Xian looked at him a little strangely. Just now, everyone fell into a temporary hallucination. Wasn't he affected? "I'm resistant to music." Hearing this, Yin Nuashing smiled helplessly. He didn't know why either, so he could only explain it this way. Hearing this, Xian tilted her head like he did. After a while, she said, "A world of music. Sound seems to be tangible there. The whole world is filled with music, and there are countless instruments playing in the sky. It's probably like that." After she said that, she wrinkled her little nose as if she wasn't sure. Everyone checked each other and found that no one was missing an arm or a leg or was in a daze. They all let out a long sigh of relief, as if they wanted to let go of the fright they had just received. An echo stone that can confuse people's minds. Almost at the same time, everyone turned their gazes and saw Yin Nuashing holding an ice blue stone the size of a bucket. It was as transparent as a crystal, and inside it was a white, almost transparent, smooth stone the size of a head. There were a few obvious carvings on the surface, and it looked a little like a zither. Echo stone, music belongs to the water element. It can be born in a 0-degree ice stone, so it's not difficult to make an echo stone. It's just that I don't know how long it will take to make a stone like this. Her palm gently stroked the 0-degree ice stone. Because there were 2 layers of seals, there was basically no heat leaking out. "Young friend, I want to buy it. How much is a suitable price?" "I'll pay 50 billion. "Young friend, how about selling it to me?" Before Yin Nuashing could react to the first sentence, the next sentence directly shook Yin Nuashing to the point that her head exploded. Even the sound of breathing in the surroundings disappeared. What was 50 billion? It would not be a problem to feed hundreds of thousands of families. After all, 20 gold coins was equivalent to an ordinary family's annual expenses. Moreover, even some of the major forces would feel heartache if they were to throw out such an amount, right? Everyone was stunned for a long time, and it could be said that they were petrified. Even the members of the chief family could not help but wipe away their sweat. They could take out 50 billion, but they would definitely feel heartache. Therefore, the moment they came to their senses, basically everyone hurriedly turned their heads. They really wanted to see what kind of force would be able to spend so much money like this. After looking around for a long time, their gazes finally gathered on one person. They saw that the young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Shi, was dressed in green. He had always acted as if nothing mattered to him. He was currently staring at the echo stone in Yin Nuashing's arms with fiery eyes. His excited and tearful expression made everyone confused. They did not know what was wrong with the young master of the Yuan family. Brother Yuan, you. Even Jin Heng and Yao Ling were stunned. This kind of spending was not small. Even if the 2 of them wanted to mobilize such a large amount of money, they would have to think carefully. However, when they thought of Yuan Shi's matter, they were a little enlightened. After looking at each other for a while, they chose to keep quiet and did not say anything else. This young master, seeing his big reaction, the people around Yuan Shi were also stunned. They wanted to persuade him, but it was not good for them to do so. However, if they did not do so, they would probably be scolded when they returned. "It's okay. I'll explain it to my father when I return." Yuan Shi waved his hand. He stared at Yin Nuashing with a burning gaze and said eagerly, "Little brother, is it possible? If it's not enough, Yin Nuashing, who had never come into contact with such a value, was a little flustered. At this moment, he was also out of his wits. He hurriedly looked at the old man from the chief family for help and asked for his opinion. Receiving this look, the old man was stunned for a moment. He stroked his beard and thought for a long time. Then, he looked at the 0-degree ice stone and frowned. He said slowly, "The echo stone is an 11th level material. It needs to be stored in a special container. Otherwise, it cannot be taken out from a living creature. Such a large echo stone is estimated to weigh 50 kilograms. It is worth 400,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals, which is about 80 billion. Together with this 0-degree ice stone, it is worth 200,000 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals." Hearing this, everyone silently counted on their fingers and then slapped their hands over their mouths. Their eyes were wide open, and they were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. What shocked everyone even more was that Yuanxi's brows didn't even twitch. She directly opened her mouth and yelled out loud, 120 billion. Chapter 257. In the quiet Godstone garden, even the sound of the wind had disappeared. Even the warm breeze couldn't blow away the strange atmosphere. Everyone's breathing was intentionally or unintentionally suppressed at this moment. It was so quiet that it was frightening. At this moment, the number he heard wasn't 10,000, 100,000, or 10 million, but 100 billion. Even with Yin Nuoxing's usual calmness, he couldn't help but be a little sluggish. He didn't recover for a moment. After a long while, he blinked his eyes and swallowed his saliva. He looked at Yuanxi seriously and didn't say anything. "Little brother, if you think it's not enough, I can increase the price." Seeing that Yin Nuoxing didn't say anything, she was a little anxious. He gritted his teeth and was about to call out the price again, but he was stopped by Yin Nuoxing. Hold on. Brother, are you sure you don't need to wash your face and drink a glass of water?" Yin Nuoxing touched his face and looked at Yuanxi strangely. He didn't know why he wanted this echo stone so much. Although materials of level 10 and above were priceless, there was no need to be so impatient, right? Level 10 and above materials were only used in special circumstances. The demand was relatively small, but it still couldn't be bought on the market. After all, not everyone was holding a level 10 weapon and preparing to upgrade it. Moreover, it was extremely expensive. If it was really a level 10 weapon, the materials needed would be much more than this small piece of echo stone. It wouldn't be strange, even if he had to refine a mountain of materials. "I'm very calm right now." Hearing that Yun Nuoxing treated him as deep well ice, Yuanxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His eyes stared straight at Yin Nuoxing without a trace of joking. "Are you sure?" Yin Nuoxing raised his eyebrows. Although the echo stone was a rare level 11 material, because materials that contain music were rare, even if he had a ring full of materials, he didn't have materials with this attribute. Originally, he wanted to save it for future use, but looking at the current situation, he really didn't know what to do with it. "I'm sure." Yuanxi nodded solemnly. "Can you tell me the reason?" Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing was also a little curious. His gossipy heart was aroused, and he couldn't help but ask. Because of Yuanxi's bid, the people who sent him a voice transmission just now all shut up, so he was probably the only guest. Hearing this, Yuanxi was slightly startled. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. Hidden troubles? Yin Nuoxing was considerate. She smiled and didn't force him to say it. She caressed the ice stone in her arms and didn't know what to do with it. "Sigh, I really do need the echo stone urgently because of a very important matter." Yuanxi nodded his head in distress as an imperceptible sadness flashed across his eyes. He looked at Yin Nuoxing and said, "If little brother is willing to help me, the Yuan family of the Divine Prefecture will definitely be your friends in the future." Wow! Hearing this, everyone present was a little surprised. This condition could be said to be heavy. If it was proposed by someone else, they might have doubted it. However, if it was proposed by Yuan Shi, the young master of the Yuan family, there was no need to doubt anything. It could be said that if Yin Nuoxing made this deal, in addition to being able to carry a large sum of money, she would also have an additional force supporting her from behind. Killing two birds with one stone, why not? After all, the Yuan family status was comparable to the 8 ancient families. Yuan-Shi sighed heavily and slowly transmitted his voice to Yin Nuoxing. My Yuan family includes all the techniques in the world. Every family values inheritance and the collection of Xian techniques very much. Because of the accumulation over the years, I don't know how many strange Xian techniques have been collected. Although some of them have miraculous effects on one's cultivation, they're actually evil techniques. If one cultivates them, I don't know what the consequences will be. Seeing that he was finally willing to speak, Yin Nuoxing also perked up her spirits and hurriedly pricked up her ears, wanting to understand more clearly. There are 10 children in the Yuan family's main bloodline. I'm ranked 9th. Because I'm exceptionally talented, I was elected as the young master. The 10th child is our youngest sister. At this point, Yuan-Shi's face revealed a self-deprecating expression. When Yin Nuoxing saw this, she felt that this matter should be related to the 10th child. My sister's talent isn't very good. In a family like ours that values inheritance, it could be said that she's ostracized and alien. No one thinks highly of her. Although the 9 of us brothers and sisters love her very much and have blocked out those who slandered her in the family, she still gradually felt inferior. No, it should be resentment. She hates herself for being weak. Growing up in a family like this may be a kind of misfortune for her. Therefore, she has been searching for Xian techniques at home. She wants to find the strongest Xian technique in order to become stronger. Because the Yuan family has collected countless Xian techniques and secret techniques, it's not that easy for her to find them. Naturally, we want to help her. In fact, we secretly collected those evil techniques behind her back. Father also collected some Xian techniques that were harmful to himself. However, we forgot about one place. Yuan-Shi grabbed his hair. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The expression on his face seemed to be regretful and sorrowful. Calm down. Yin Nuoxing took a sip of tea and patted him on the shoulder. Zian and the others sat at the side and quietly listened to his recollection. Jin Heng, Yao Ling, and the others also sat at the side with their eyes closed. They held a cup of tea in their hands and did not speak for a long time. The latter and the others all knew about Yuan-Shi's matters because it wasn't easy to continue staying in the Qi family stone workshop. Yin Nuoxing let her people out and found a slightly more luxurious tea house. The people in the stone workshop all knew that Yuan-Shi was determined to get the Echo Stone. They didn't say anything and just watched as they left. It's a collection place of extremely evil Xian techniques. My sister's element is the water element. She accidentally broke into that place and saw a Xian technique. It's a Xian technique about music. It can be said to be a combination of attack and defense. If you succeed, you'll become a god. If you fail, you'll become a demon. It's one of the most bizarre Xian techniques in music. It's called 6 Sacred Demonic Sounds. These characteristics made Yin Nuoxing guess. Yes, you know about it. Hearing Yin Nuoxing blurt it out, Yuan-Shi stood up excitedly and stared at Yin Nuoxing with bright eyes. Even Jin Heng and Yao Ling were a little surprised. They had never heard of this thing before. If they didn't know the name, they wouldn't have guessed it. I've heard about it from others. Pressing down the excited Yuan-Shi to sit down, Yin Nuoxing nodded. Back at the Red Star Academy, Xian Yin had mentioned this Xian technique to him. He still remembered that when she said it, there was a little admiration and fear in her voice. If it's released by someone of the same level as me, the range of its influence will cover the entire realm of the gods. When the demonic sounds are released, all living things will be destroyed. This was what Xian Yin said back then, which made Yin Nuoxing a little surprised. This technique was created by a god from an unknown era. According to legend, when this technique is cultivated to great success, all living things will be destroyed when the demonic sounds are released. There won't be any life within the range of the divine power. However, the conditions for cultivation are very harsh. During cultivation, one must cultivate with one's soul. One must reach the realms of forgetting oneself, severing one's thoughts and thoughts. There are 3 stages to this technique. Releasing each stage will consume one's soul and life, harming oneself and the enemy. If the cultivation fails, one will be cursed and die in pain. It's a very strange Xian technique. Yin Nuoxing tried hard to recall what Xian Yin told him. Yes. Could it be that you've also cultivated it? Yin Nuashing said it word for word, which made Yuan Shi a little surprised. No, I heard it from someone else, so I just remembered it. Yin Nuashing shook her head. Seeing Yuan Shi's slightly disappointed expression, she couldn't help but sigh and said, Your sister failed in her cultivation, right? Yuan Shi nodded and scratched his head in distress. He looked helpless, which was completely different from the carefree attitude he had when they first met. Those who are cursed will be tortured to death in pain. In order to remove the curse, you have to use a myriad of rhythms. This is why you want to buy the Echo Stone, right? Seeing this, Yin Nuashing was a little troubled. Yes, for this, I will pay any price. Yuan Shi nodded heavily. His desperate look made Yin Nuashing sigh. In the northern part of Divine Sky City, there was a floating palace in the air. There was a huge Yuan character floating outside, which showed that this was the place of the Yuan family. The entire palace was green in color, as if there was an endless amount of wood element flowing inside. Looking at the staircase that was hundreds of steps long, Yin Nuashing was a little speechless. Although she wanted to take a look, she didn't expect to come to such a place. Let me tell you a piece of news that might make you despair. Looking at the palace that was close at hand, Yin Nuashing scratched her head. What? When Yuan Shi heard this, his eyes turned red. I don't think I can help her with that Echo Stone. Yin Nuashing sighed. Seeing his anxious look, she couldn't help but shake her head and said, You have seen it just now. The Echo Stone creates a kind of illusion that can make people unconsciously immerse themselves in. Although it really sounds like there are thousands of Tao roaring, it is just an illusion. Hearing this, Yuan Shi's eyes dimmed a little. He had experienced it just now. Although he knew that Yin Nuashing might be telling the truth, he still didn't want to give up. If it really worked, his sister would be able to live. Thinking of this, Yuan Shi said stubbornly, But I still want to try. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, I still want to try. Okay. Seeing this, Yin Nuashing nodded. She loved his sister very much. What about family? Was this how it felt? After passing through the barrier that formed its own world, Yin Nuashing saw that the palace had suddenly become much farther away. In this world, there were blue skies and white clouds. Birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. Forests and lakes intersected. The mountains and rivers were the same color as the sky. It was like a paradise on earth. When you go in later, you have to be prepared to dodge. Standing in front of the huge palace, Yuan Shi looked at the door, then looked at Yin Nuashing. He looked at his face a few more times, then glanced at Wang Chun and reminded him. What? When Yin Nuashing heard this, he didn't react. He didn't know what it meant, but he saw Jin Hung and the demon spirit both move their throats. Their faces were filled with fear, and then they took 2 steps back without leaving a trace. The energy in their bodies quietly circulated, as if they were facing a great enemy, causing Yin Nuashing to be confused. In short, just be prepared to dodge. Yuan Shi smiled helplessly. Hearing this, Xian nervously grabbed Yin Nuashing's arm and lowered the brim of her hat a little. Even Ming uneasily shifted his position, jumping from Yin Nuashing's arms to Xian's. Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was some prehistoric beast about to be born? With his palm pressed against the door, Yuan Shi took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. Chapter 258. After walking past 2 corners, a long corridor appeared in front of them. There were rows of snow-white pillars on both sides of the corridor. The corridor in the middle was covered with a long red carpet that extended forward. There were corridors on both sides of the hall, but no one knew where they led to. Do all rich people live in such a big place? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but mutter as they walked past the hall and the tall corridor in front of them. In the Divine Sky City, what he saw the most was palaces. When he looked up, he would see rows of palaces. When he looked up, he would see a group of palaces that could fly. Buildings are the symbol of power and status. It's understandable that it developed like this. Jin Hung smiled at the side. Aren't palaces the symbol of emperors? This is also why so many forces use palaces as their strongholds, the demon spirits said faintly. The few of them chatted casually. Unknowingly, they passed through a few corridors and reached the 2nd floor in one of the corridors. The 2nd floor was horizontally distributed, and the outer side was surrounded by glass. Through the glass, they could clearly see the forest outside. Although the area was quite big, it looked a little cold and lifeless. Originally, the Yuan family didn't have a base in the Divine Sky City. Although the northern wilderness was rich in glazed crystals, the Yuan family's headquarters was in the western part of the Divine Prefecture. They had a fixed business, so there was no shortage of resources. Later on, because of this incident, we set up a stronghold in the Divine Sky City. However, because it was set up by us brothers and sisters, no one from the main family is here. Yuanshi explained softly when he saw the confusion on Yin Nuoxing's face. Yin Nuoxing suddenly understood. From the moment he came in, he felt that something was missing. It turned out that it was a little lifeless. The entire small world seemed too quiet. After making many turns, they arrived in front of a door. Yuanshi stood in front of the door, and his face darkened slightly. His cheeks twitched as he turned around and looked at Yin Nuoxing. He smiled embarrassedly and said, After you enter, don't be too agitated no matter what happens. Remember to dodge well. Forget it. It's better to deal with the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Why don't you just bear with it? So, what's with this expression of having seen a ghost? Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but ask with a hollow laugh when she saw Yuan Shi and the other two's faces turning the color of pig liver. She even took a step back. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and slowly pushed the door open. On the left side of the hall, there were 2 round tables with exactly 10 seats. On the right side of the hall, there were a few long sofas surrounding a long coffee table. There were a few portraits hanging on the wall. Yin Nuoxing saw Yuan Shi's figure at first glance. It was a little funny that he was being tormented by a few people. The largest portrait in the middle was exactly 10 people. It seemed to be a family portrait. On the ceiling of the hall, there was a cluster of crystals that were emitting a bright light, flashing dazzlingly one by one. My cutest little brother, do you miss your prettiest big sister? Before Yin Nuoxing could sigh at the 2 different styles of clothing that were exquisite and didn't conflict with each other, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded in her right ear. Before anyone could react, a black shadow flew over, her hair dancing in the wind. A graceful figure rushed over and hugged Yuan Shi, who was caught off guard. She even hugged him and spun him around excitedly. The moment Jin Heng and Yao Ling reacted, their handsome faces turned pale almost at the same time. They took 2 steps back. Even Zian and the others were shocked and took a small step back. Big sister. Die. Save me. From the time they heard the voice to their feet leaving the ground, it was only a fraction of a second. Instantly, the hall was filled with screams that sounded like pigs being slaughtered. Yuan Shi shouted at the top of his lungs, his handsome face pale, Yo, Shier, you're back. Hung, Lingling, you're here too. Are these new friends? Drink and welcome. When the screams were heard, a handsome man in a white robe who was sitting on the sofa on the right side of the hall smiled and quickly walked over. He ignored Yuan Shi, who was being tortured to death, and looked directly at Yin Nuoxing and the others with a smile. She are your friends? This is... The woman who was hugging Yuan Shi tightly stopped when she heard the voice. Under her fluttering black hair, a beautiful and charming face was revealed. Her big eyes were full of mischief. One look, and anyone could tell that she wasn't someone who knew her place. The moment she saw Yin Nuoxing, she stopped what she was doing and put Yuan Shi on the ground. Mei Mao's eyes sparkled. Seeing her like this, Yuan Shi cursed in his heart. Brother Yin, run. Yuan Shi roared at Yin Nuoxing almost as soon as he landed. Yin Nuoxing, who reacted half a beat slower, was stunned. Just as he was about to take a few steps back, he saw a beautiful figure flash in front of him. Then he suddenly felt a pair of soft jade hands wrap around his waist, and his feet instantly left the ground. This child is so cute. Big sister likes it. The woman hugged Yin Nuoxing and shouted excitedly. She couldn't help but rub her face against his handsome face. Goo, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Yin Nuoxing groaned in pain as the woman hugged him so tightly that he couldn't breathe. When Jin Heng and Yao Ling saw this, they quickly retreated with fear on their faces. The moment Lu Yi saw this, she immediately ran away with Wang Chun. Xian was also shocked by the woman. He hugged Ming and retreated with the others. They sold Yin Nuoxing out so easily. Ah, you can't sell it like this. My teammate. Ah. After a while, Yin Nuoxing knelt on the ground, his handsome face pale. Next to him, Yuan Shi also knelt on the ground. His hand trembled as he patted his shoulder. With an apologetic and bitter smile, he said, "I'm sorry, my big sister has a good impression of cute boys. She's always like this. She's infatuated, ahem." Yin Nuoxing coughed and raised his head. When he saw his we've suffered the same thing, so we'll be brothers from now on expression, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He muttered, "This is even happier than Shinron. Ah, what's wrong with this world? My cutest little brother. How can you say that about your prettiest big sister? Did you miss me?" Hearing their muttering, the woman chuckled. She squatted down and scratched Yuan Shi's head with her jade-like hands. Then, she looked at Yin Nuoxing and the angle of her red lips widened. She pinched Yin Nuoxing's chin with her jade-like hands and raised it slightly. A pair of cunning Mei Mao met the pair of light purple eyes. She smiled sweetly and said, "Little boy, are you interested in marrying into the Yuan family?" Yin Nuoxing felt as if he was struck by lightning. His psychological defenses completely collapsed. "Big sister, that's enough." "No." In an instant, 6 other people jumped out from nowhere and pulled the woman away from Yin Nuoxing. Xian, on the other hand, was so fast that he almost teleported to Yin Nuoxing's side. He carried him and retreated. "Ah la la, don't be like this. I like that little boy." The woman giggled coquettishly as her sisters-in-law disrupted their happy occasion. When Yuan Shi and the others saw her charming appearance, they rolled their eyes. Xing xing, xing xing. Hugging Yin Nuoxing and retreating at top speed. Xian saw his pale, handsome face and was shocked. She gently shook his shoulder with her jade hands and called out nervously, "I was teased. I was teased. I was teased." At this moment, Yin Nuoxing was in a temporary state of being separated from his soul. He kept muttering these 4 words, "It's over. Big brother has gone silly." Ming wrinkled his nose and muttered as he pinched Yin Nuoxing's face with his little hand. "Oh my," Xian actually shouted no. "Is this the rhythm of announcing Little Star's ownership?" In Yin Nuoxing's mind, Zi smiled as he wrote this down in his diary and looked at it happily. After a long while, Yin Nuoxing finally came back to his senses. After all, he had been trained by Xianin, so his skin was a little thicker. He just didn't react in time. Seeing the 9 people fighting together, Yin Nuoxing smiled silently and said to Yuan Shi, "Your family is quite interesting." "Ha ha." Yuan Shi's cheeks trembled and he laughed dryly. After messing around for a long time, everyone finally tidied up their clothes and sat down. Jin Heng and Lu Yi, who had run away a long time ago, also came back carefully. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, they pushed Yin Nuoxing's seat to the front and kept shifting there, but on the sofa. The mischievous woman who was supposed to be sitting at the head of the table was now clinging tightly to Yin Nuoxing. Everyone was speechless when they saw this. Even Yuan Shi couldn't bear to look at his crazy big sister. On the other side of Yin Nuoxing, Xian was also hugging his arm tightly. Her pretty face was full of vigilance as she looked at the woman, afraid that Yin Nuoxing would be snatched away by her. "Little girl, why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I'll snatch him away?" After the introduction, just now, Yin Nuoxing and the others also knew the name of this big sister of the Yuan family. At this moment, she was smiling as she looked at Xian. Xian's pretty face flushed red when she was called checkmate. She was speechless. She didn't know whether to nod or shake her head. For a moment, she was stunned. "Big brother is mine." At this critical moment, Ming declared her sovereignty. She stood on Yin Nuoxing's lap and pointed at Yuan Qian with her little finger. "Then you'll be my little sister from now on." Yuan Qian laughed when she heard this. She even patted Ming's head affectionately. "Who's your little sister?" Ming mumbled as she shook her head unhappily and flung her hand away. "Oh, in the future, when your big brother marries into the Yuan family and marries me, won't you be my little sister?" Yuan Qian laughed without hesitation when she saw this. Ming was choked speechless. Big brother will never marry you. Ming couldn't stop talking. He gritted his teeth and persisted. Could it be that he's engaged? Or? Yuan Qian smiled sweetly when she heard this. Mei Mao looked at Xian and said, "Are you his girlfriend?" Xian was so anxious that he was about to cry. He didn't know how to answer. Xian and Ming were on the same side now. However, they couldn't say anything. Their usually clever mouths couldn't even open today. Big brother will marry me in the future. When he saw Xian directly disarm himself and surrender, Ming was slightly anxious as well. His little face went red as he opened his mouth and spat out a sentence that shocked the heavens and the earth, and it caused everyone present to almost spit out a mouthful of tea. "Little sister, you'll have to grow up quickly. Now, your big brother's going to be eaten by me. You won't have a chance." Yuan Qian continued to laugh when she heard this. She even touched Yin Nuoxing's face, causing him to blush. Ming was speechless and lowered his head in defeat. "Big sister, you're too filthy." Even Yuan, she couldn't help but blush. Weren't these words a little too obvious? "Second brother, you should say something to her." Yuan Shi nudged the white-robed man next to him and muttered. Yuan Shi chuckled as he closed the book. He looked at Yuan Qian, who had an infatuated look on her face, and said, "Elder sister, you should stop before going too far. Don't scare the guests. Who knows what they came here for? That fourth sister, sit down first." Yuan Shi looked behind Yin Nuoxing, which made him stunned. He also turned around, only to see a beautiful face with furrowed brows at close range, which gave him a fright again. "You have a strange smell on you." Fourth sister Yuan, he sniffed. She seemed to have smelled something strange on Yin Nuoxing's body. Her limpid eyes were filled with confusion. Yuan wrinkled her nose when she heard what Yuan Qi said. She shook her ponytail and obediently returned to her seat. However, her eyes were still staring at Yin Nuoxing, causing the latter to shudder. "Sisters, where are your morals?" Yuan Qi covered his face in despair. He felt that there was nothing left to live for. Chapter 259. Yuan Qi rubbed his face again and again. When he saw Yin Nuoxing's sad expression, he couldn't help but send a telepathic message to her. "Other than me, everyone in our family is a little weird. Please excuse us." It's quite interesting." Yin Nuoxing smiled when she heard that. She didn't feel disgusted. Everyone had their own personality, didn't they? Family activities were quite exciting. However, this family had 10 personalities. Did their parents know that they were so powerful? All right, let's stop fooling around. After fooling around and teasing for a while, Yuan Qian finally stopped and put away her mischievous smile. She looked at Yuan Shi and smiled. "You came back in such a hurry that you didn't even inform us. Did something happen?" "Yes." Yuan Shi nodded. After pondering for a while, he told her what happened at the Qi family stone workshop. "Echo stone? 10th sister's curse can be lifted." After hearing what he said, the 8 of them blurted out the same sentence almost at the same time. Yuan Qian was so excited that she slammed her palm on the coffee table and stood up abruptly. She directly pounced on Yin Nuoxing, scaring him. "Tell me what you want. No matter what it is, the Yuan family can give it to you, even if you want me to get married. I just want to borrow your echo stone to save 10th sister." Yuan Qian grabbed Yin Nuoxing's hands and said in a pleading tone. She no longer had the teasing tone from before. Ahem. However, before she could finish speaking, Yin Nuoxing coughed violently. She quickly shook her head and said anxiously, "Don't. I already said that the echo stone might not be able to help her." After she said that, she looked at Mei Mao's red eyes. Her excitement and concern didn't seem fake. It was completely from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but sigh. Was this what siblings were like? They really didn't care about anything else. But no matter how small the hope is, we still want to give it a try. Yuan Qi said calmly. The faint smile that had been on his face had also disappeared, replaced by an unconcealable sadness. After passing through a long corridor, they arrived at the center of the left side of the palace. Yuan Qian brought everyone to a stop in front of a door. She bit her red lips and said in a low voice, "Shuer is inside. She has been in a deep sleep for a long time. We have invited countless alchemists, but none of them have been able to help her. We had no choice but to secretly bring 10th sister here from the western regions, hoping to find a way to help her. However, how can it be so easy to find something that contains 10,000 tunes? Furthermore, there are very few people who cultivate music, and there are even fewer gods who call themselves music gods in the god realm. Even the Yuan family is at their wits' end, said Yuan Xian. Mei Mao's face reddened, and everyone fell silent. Come with me. After all, she was the eldest sister. Yuan Xian only felt sad for a moment before she pulled herself together and gently pushed the door open. The pink room was filled with a warm atmosphere. There was a bed, a table, and a dressing table at the head of the bed. The furniture was arranged in a unique style, and the warm colors were somewhat similar to the decorations on the right side of the hall. They were probably made by the same person. A wide princess bed was placed near the window. The pure white and transparent curtains swayed with the wind. Looking out of the window, one could see a flat grassland. In the distance, there were a few clouds leisurely floating in the blue sky. A few rays of warm sunlight shone into the room. Yuan Xian led everyone into the room. She walked around the round blanket on the floor and gently sat down by the bed. Looking at the person on the bed, she couldn't help but sigh. The pink bed sheets didn't have a single wrinkle, and the slightly thin blanket outlined the exquisite figure of the person on the bed. Looking up, it revealed a pretty face. Her slender eyebrows were slightly curved, her tender red lips were tightly pursed, and her delicate little nose was raised high. Her standard face was a little thin, but it was still very pleasing to the eye. Of course, if one excluded the strange and mysterious patterns that took up 2/3 of her fair skin, she really was quite attractive. I see. A few palm-sized formations were floating in front of the evil spirit, and they were spinning. Yin Nuoxing saw Yuan Shui's entire body clearly. Of course, some parts of her body were automatically blocked. When she saw the strange blue patterns all over her body, she couldn't help but sigh. These patterns aren't as good as mine, Yin Nuoxing muttered in her heart, feeling a little proud. The 6 sacred demonic music is rumored to have been created by a god. It can be divided into 2 directions, either holy or fallen. Of the 2, the latter is naturally more powerful. However, if one blindly pursues power and can't stay true to their nature, they will sooner or later be devoured by the dark and negative energy of the mysterious technique. They will lose themselves, become a demon, and go crazy. In the end, they will become a monster that only knows how to kill. Yin Nuoxing sighed and softly said, according to this progress, the process of falling to the dark side is almost complete. When Yuan Shui wakes up at that time, Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone's eyes were locked on her, she couldn't help but let out a long breath and muttered, when that time comes, the one who wakes up won't be your 10th sister, but a monster. How can this be? Yuan Shi was stunned. His eyes dimmed, and it was heartbreaking to see. Yuan Xian also couldn't accept it. She bit her red lips, and her face was filled with unwillingness. Well, that's how it is, but this is actually my first time seeing the 6 sacred demonic music. Although I've fallen to the dark side, if it can be reversed, it will undoubtedly become her strongest weapon, and it won't backfire on her. Yin Nuoxing suddenly laughed, breaking the depressing atmosphere. How can it be reversed? Hearing that there seemed to be hope, Yuan Xian and the others perked up a little and quickly asked. Although the 6 sacred demonic music was in their hands, none of them could do anything. After all, there were elemental requirements in it. Now, they could only pin their hopes on Yin Nuoxing, who had some clues. Just break the curse. Yin Nuoxing knocked on her head and said, just as the mysterious technique records say, we need to use 10,000 tunes to suppress and break the curse. I know that you all hope that the Echo Stone will be useful, but I'll be honest with you. The Echo Stone might not be able to break the curse because... Yin Nuoxing smiled helplessly and took out the sealed 0-degree ice stone. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted. Use energy to cover your ears, Yin Nuoxing reminded. Golden light appeared on her arm and slowly gathered on her index finger. When her index finger turned completely golden, she poked at one of the 3 chains on the surface of the 0-degree ice stone. After the golden chain was removed from the golden finger, it began to shake violently. Yin Nuashing slowly exhaled, and with a gentle poke, he effortlessly pierced through the chain, and this chain also completely collapsed the moment it broke. The moment the chain collapsed, a long and mellow melody suddenly sounded. It sounded as if it came from afar. At times, it sounded like the resonance of 10,000 zither, the accompaniment of 1,000,000 pipa, or the sound of a flute. Along with the crisp sound of wind chimes, the melody flowed endlessly. It made the listeners feel as if they were standing in a vast field, listening to a soul-stirring melody. Ding! Just as everyone was about to lose themselves in the melody, a crisp sound suddenly pierced their ears, pulling them out of their slightly intoxicated state. Yin Nuashing instantly sealed the 0-degree ice stone. She turned back to look at Yuan Shui, who was lying on the bed. The pattern on her face didn't change at all. It's really useless. The moment they regained their senses, Yuan Qian and the others rushed to the bed, only to see that Yuan Shui was still unconscious. The pattern on her face didn't fade away, which meant that the curse wasn't broken. At this moment, Yuan Qian and the others couldn't help but feel despair. They had heard the melody just now, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the resonance of 10,000 Dao. However, even this couldn't break the curse. They really didn't know what kind of melody could be called the resonance of 10,000 Dao. Although the echo stone can allow people to hear the so-called resonance of 10,000 Dao, almost everyone has forgotten an important point. Yin Nuashing shook her head helplessly as she gently caressed the 0-degree ice stone. What's the important point? Yuan Qian was stunned and quickly asked. Let me ask you a question. Do you know why the melody of the echo stone can confuse people? Yin Nuashing smiled and kept them in suspense. I don't know. Yuanshi shook his head very honestly. Because the melody produced by the echo stone is only a type of illusion that confuses people. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Only an illusion. Yuan Qian's entire body went limp when she heard that. Her delicate body fell weakly onto the bed. Mei Mao's determination and perseverance seemed to have collapsed at this moment. She laughed miserably and only felt despair and helplessness. After all, illusions couldn't affect people who weren't conscious. It might work if it was a dream. Well, if we use the divine jade jewel, it might work. Yin Nuashing spread her hands helplessly. Hearing that, everyone laughed bitterly. The divine jade jewel was a dignified level 12 legendary item. Did she think that she could find it just because she wanted to? The birthplace and conditions of its birth were unknown. This increased the difficulty of finding it by another level. The only thing they knew that was related to melody was the echo stone. Moreover, they didn't have time to waste. Looking at Yuan Shui's appearance, she would completely fall in a month. By then, it would be too late to say anything. Yin Nuashing scratched her head and thought for a while. She looked at Yuan Qian and the others for a long time before smiling slightly and saying, Perhaps I have a way. What? Hearing that, Yuan Shi and the others, who were dispirited just now, were stunned for a moment. The moment they reacted, they pounced on Yin Nuashing like wolves and tigers. Yuan Qian even directly pushed her to the ground. Their posture was a little strange after being pushed to the ground. Yin Nuashing's head suddenly hit the ground. It was so painful that she sucked in a breath of cold air. Before Yuan Qian and the others could say anything, she hurriedly laughed bitterly and said, Calm down. I haven't said anything. Hearing that, Yuan Qian couldn't help but blush a little. She laughed embarrassedly and slowly stood up. At the same time, she also pulled Yin Nuashing up from the ground. I will try my best later. If it doesn't work, I reckon that other than the gods themselves, no one can do anything. Yin Nuashing smiled and said, Now you all can go out and wait for news. After saying that, she forcefully turned Yuan Qian, who was standing at the front, around and then pushed them out of the door. Finally, she closed the door behind her. Everyone looked at the tightly shut door speechlessly and helplessly shook their heads. Sister, Is it really okay to just leave this matter to him like this? Yuani looked at the door a little worriedly. She wrinkled her little nose and muttered, I don't know either. Hearing that, Yuan Qian smiled bitterly and shook her head. After all, it was her first time meeting Yin Nuoxing. Moreover, it had been less than an hour. She didn't know her at all and didn't know how to judge her. Don't worry. While the Yuan family was a little at a loss for what to do, Xian softly comforted them. If it's Xingxing, there won't be a problem. Although this was very far-fetched, Xian still believed in Yin Nuoxing unconditionally. Although they hadn't known each other for very long, Xian understood that he was the kind of person who would do what he said. No, he was the kind of person who would do his best to fulfill his promise. Now that Yin Nuoxing had taken over this matter, he must have a way to solve this problem. Chapter 260. Phew. After throwing them out of the door, Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the pink bed, he could not help but laugh bitterly. Although it's a little troublesome, I still have to work hard for the sake of my stability in the future. I hate troublesome things the most. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. He was not a selfless saint. Since he chose to help, he naturally had his own reasons. In fact, he did not pin his hopes on the Echo Stone from the beginning. He had another solution, the god of rhythm's divine spark weapon, the swirling zither. This was the real divine weapon that could play 10,000 tunes. It was also his greatest reliance. Yin Nuoxing sighed as he touched the pattern on his forearm. Ever since he caused trouble in the Divine Weapon City, the chief family had been thinking about him. Furthermore, many people in the world were paying attention to his actions. Naturally, they were targeting Ling Hongjian. Although he had Ling Hongjian with him and could hide from the heavens, no one could pinpoint his location through divination. However, this matter had always been a knot in his heart. If he did not solve it, he would not be able to sleep or eat in peace. However, he did not pin all his hopes on the Yuan family. To put it nicely, he treated them as friends. However, that was only if there were sufficient benefits or if they were valued. Although it sounded harsh, this was reality. Furthermore, he had offended one of the 8 ancient families, the chief family, which was on an equal footing with the Yuan family. Yin Nuoxing did not believe that the Yuan family would offend the chief family for him. He only hoped that he could use the Yuan family's name to make the chief family more or less wary of him, so that they would not cause trouble for him. Furthermore, Ling Hongjian was the biggest barrel of gunpowder in his possession. If the Yuan family found out that he had Ling Hongjian with him one day, they might turn against him and become enemies. After all, the divine weapon ranked second in the divine weapon ranking was too valuable. Everyone would want to get their hands on it. Currently, his relationship with the 9 great elemental temples was unclear. He could not rashly throw out the sign that Jin Wang had given him. It would be fun if he overreached himself. Everything he was doing now was to prepare in advance in case the chief family found him. In the future, whether we fight our way through or walk our way through will depend on how the Yuan family expresses themselves. Similarly, Yin Nuoxing did not think that the chief family and the Yuan family would shed all pretenses of cordiality. If the two families fought, there would definitely be casualties, and others would take advantage of the situation. This was not a situation that the people from either force wished to see. Taking a deep breath, Yin Nuoxing gently walked to the side of the bed. She gently tapped her chest, and the zither flickered with a silver blue light. It floated out of her heart and floated in her hand, returning to its original form. It went from a finger long to 6 feet long. A resplendent light flowed on the zither, and the 6 strings were translucent and dazzling. Buzz! Unlike normal times, he had summoned the whirlpool zither in an awakened state, so as soon as it was summoned, the entire world was filled with crisp and pleasant music. Invisible ripples silently flowed through the air, and the space gently rippled like water. Even the energy within his body seemed to have faintly resonated with the music, and the energy within his body seemed to have become more vigorous under the influence of the music. As soon as this wave appeared, it was detected by Yuan Qian and the others outside the door. When they sensed that this wave was more powerful than the Echo Stone, everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, ecstatic expressions appeared on their faces. This time, They clearly knew that their minds were not affected. In other words, this was a real performance. Brother took out the zither. Sensing this wave, Ming muttered in her heart. She had heard this sound when Xian Yin taught Yin Nuoxing how to play the zither. Because it was just a performance and did not need to be unsealed, the 3 chances would not be lost. However, in order to make this performance contain the energy of 10,000 tunes, Yin Nuoxing had to use her own energy. However, if she used the pitiful amount of energy she had, it probably wouldn't even be enough to suck her dry. Ziyi, helpless. Yin Nuoxing could only ask for help. I'm listening. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zai replied instantly, causing Yin Nuoxing to choke for a moment. Scratching her head, Yin Nuoxing explained the situation. Of course, she also tactfully asked for her help in the end. I can help, but little star, you're a little too gentle. Ziyi agreed happily after hearing her explanation. However, she wanted to say a few more words. Why can't I see it? Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She didn't know how he could be gentle. Well, actually, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Little star, ever since you subdued me, even if you want to use my energy, you've always requested and not directly requisition it. What do you think? Ziyi smiled when he heard this. Yin Nuoxing paused, thought for a while, and nodded. Because that was the case, there was nothing wrong with it. However, she was a little confused. What's wrong with that? Don't you think it's strange that I'm not requesting to use your energy, but forcibly taking it? Well, as long as you're happy. Ziyi didn't say much when he heard this. Instead, he threw out a sentence that made Yin Nuoxing speechless. Then, he smiled and said, "Let me use your body for a while." Before Yin Nuoxing could react, his body was forcibly requisitioned. A huge amount of energy slowly awakened in his body. Just as it was about to erupt, Yin Nuoxing slowly suppressed the energy. Ziyi looked at the swirling zither in her arms and smiled. She muttered to herself, "Playing the zither? I haven't played it in a long time. I wonder if I can still play it." Because only Yin Nuoxing could use the swirling zither, Ziyi could only use Yin Nuoxing's body to play it. Of all the people present, only she could afford such an astronomical expenditure. With that, Ziyi gently sat on the edge of the bed. Mei Mao glanced at the girl on the bed, then placed the swirling zither horizontally on her lap. Her jade-like hand gently swept across the zither, and a steady stream of energy was transferred from her body to the swirling zither. The faint purple energy and silver blue energy intertwined, reflecting a resplendent and moving light. It was reflected in the room like a moving reflection of light. The ethereal sound of the zither rang out slowly. It seemed to echo from a distant place, yet it also seemed to be right in front of them. It was ethereal and untraceable, like the crisp sound of a clear spring flowing through a mountain rock. The rhythm was sometimes gentle and cheerful, sometimes like a storm, and sometimes like a gentle breeze blowing on their face. The spring water flowed under their feet, and they were about to be drowned in this ocean of music. It was melodious and captivating, and people couldn't help but be intoxicated and linger in it. The sound of the zither pierced through space and drifted out, spreading to the divine sky city. It had a strange power that seemed to be able to soothe restless souls. The originally noisy streets actually gradually calmed down. Countless people listened to the melodious sound of the zither that came from nowhere and couldn't help but close their eyes, using their souls to listen. It was as if their souls had been cleansed and their spirits had been elevated. Where is this sound coming from? It seems to be coming from the north of the divine sky city. What a beautiful sound. It's comparable to Chu Ilian of the drunken immortal tower. Moreover, this sound actually contains a unique rhythmic power. It's as if all the Daos in the world are resonating with it. The sound of the swirling zither pierced through space and resounded throughout the divine sky city. Hearing the sound of the zither, people on the streets all stopped and started discussing. They all looked to the north and couldn't help but start jogging there. Some cultivators even started running on the streets, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing people to curse. The rhythm of God was the origin of all Daos. Just listening to it once would allow one to gain a lot, and this was even when the god of rhythm himself wasn't playing it. If Xian-E released the divine right to play it, the energy of all Daos would be elevated wherever the sound could affect. Even extinct land would be revived. In the Yuan family's palace, waves of invisible energy flowed through the air. When it passed by Yuan Shui, it made a strange turn and surged into her. The strange energy carried a vast amount of life energy and surged into her body continuously. As soon as the rhythmic energy entered, the strange patterns on Yuan Shui's body suddenly shone faintly, as if they had a life of their own. The blue light seemed to have a special power that blocked part of the rhythmic energy of the swirling zither. Moreover, the flesh under the patterns actually slowly turned gray, giving off a deathly chi. It was as if all life had suddenly disappeared. As expected of a curse that can only be broken by the rhythmic energy of all Daos. Taking the time to take a look, Zai said in surprise. Her jade-like hands danced on the swirling zither even faster. She flicked all 10 fingers, and vast energy surged into the zither, releasing a golden, resplendent sound barrier that surrounded her. Then, dozens of energy matrices that looked like staves grew from the center of the sound barrier. Invisible ripples spread out and wrapped around Yuan Shui. The rhythmic energy spread into her limbs and bones. After a while, her gray flesh slowly turned red again. As soon as the matrices wrapped around her snow-white skin, the pattern sensed that the rhythmic energy had increased and hurriedly released energy to resist. Her body that had just recovered showed signs of decay again. This made Zai frown. Her jade-like hands left the swirling zither and slapped into the air. A large amount of purple flames spurted out from her palm and intertwined with the rhythmic energy. They blended into brilliant colors like flowing light and turned into thousands of extremely fine energy matrices. They drilled into Yuan Shui's pores and wandered around her body. They positioned themselves and stretched out, entangling with the strange gray gas. The gray gas was stimulated by the sudden intruder, but it was not to be outdone. It began to roll like boiling water, releasing a large amount of gray gas, which spread toward the energy matrix of the music. The matrix of the energy matrix that was contaminated by the gray gas was completely corroded within a few breaths, and the hidden purple night flame also burned the gray gas into nothingness. This is when the gray gas and the matrices canceled each other out. Zai felt a wave of energy that seemed to be of the same origin. That was the power of the rhythmic energy. The energy of the same origin will only annihilate each other. Moreover, it is very difficult to control the process of annihilation. The person who created this technique seems to have an ulterior motive. Zai frowned, but she still smiled. In an instant, the radiance on her face was dazzling. After knowing that the power of the rhythmic energy was hidden in the gray gas, Zai was relieved. The rhythmic energy belonged to the water element. Since it was water, she could just burn it. The purple flames wrapped her hands and danced on the swirling zither, leaving afterimages. Although the sound of the zither at this time was still beautiful and intoxicating, as long as one was listening, they could hear the infinite killing intent contained in the sound of the zither. The high temperature of the Zai flame distorted the air. Under Zai's precise control, the energy wrapped in the rhythmic energy poured into Yuan Shui. The blazing flames formed a fire cocoon and lifted her up. The pink quilt was not destroyed under Zai's meticulous control. Xiao Wang. The gray gas in his body was enveloped by the purple night dark flame and began to resist madly, releasing waves of gray gas that were rapidly destructive. Vaguely, a sharp whistling sound could be heard. It was different from the one played by the purple night dark flame. This whistling sound was extremely destructive. The extremely high-pitched melody resonated in the air, causing the already extremely distorted space to shake and collapse directly, revealing the void behind it. However, this destructive melody did not even have the chance to pass through the sound barrier before it was destroyed by the rumbling of the 10,000 melodies. So this is how the rhythmic energy is used. As I suddenly realized, He drove all the gray gas in Yuan Shue's body to her lower abdomen. The surging purple flames completely wrapped them up. The invisible rhythmic energy wrapped around the flames and offset the rhythmic energy that seeped out. It quickly refined the gray gas that was stubbornly resisting. Refined. Seeing that the gray gas didn't vanish in an instant, Z frowned slightly. Her jade-like hand grabbed at Yuan Shui fiercely across the air, and even the space beside her was shattered. Two invisible forces were sent out like a command. The surrounding purple night flame and music suddenly became crazy, like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain, directly rushing into the gray gas and refining it completely, leaving nothing behind. The violent yet elegant rhythm shocked everyone in the city. Their hearts were also affected. Along with the rhythm, a wave of anxiety rose. However, it was pacified after a moment, because at this moment, the rhythm had returned to its gentle and tranquil state like the spring breeze. When the rhythmic energy became gentle, the golden sound barrier slowly dissipated. Yuan Shui lay back on the bed again. The blue patterns that covered her body slowly became blurry and finally disappeared. Phew, it's done. Zai let out a long sigh of relief. Her jade-like hands trembled as she wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Even someone as powerful as her couldn't bear to use the whirlpool zither continuously. After the patterns on Yuan Shui's body disappeared, she hurriedly put the whirlpool zither away. After letting out a sigh of relief, Zai wanted to go back and rest. However, her beautiful face changed slightly. Chapter 261. What the hell? In Yuan Shui's lower abdomen, a dark blue bead was spinning, emitting a soft light. When one's mind penetrated it, one could hear some tranquil music, as if something was playing inside. That's right. After the curse was dispelled, a pearl of sound essence was left behind. What a lucky girl. After being stunned for a moment, Z understood. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. I'll leave the bead to you as a benefit. Anyway, Little Star has no use for it. Looking at Yuan Shui, who was sleeping peacefully, Zai smiled generously. He did not think of taking the bead of rhythm out of her body. After all, Yin Nuoxing did not cultivate the bead of rhythm. Stretching lazily, Zai yawned. With a thought, he returned control of the body to Yin Nuoxing. Don't! As soon as he took back the body, before Yin Nuoxing could react, a sense of weakness surged in his heart. Unable to control the body in time, he knelt on the ground. His two knees hit the ground, making a dull sound. His snow-white hair drooped down beside his hands. Seeing this, he smiled bitterly. He did not expect that even borrowing Zai's power would consume so much energy. If he used it himself, he would probably be sucked dry. This body has reached its limit. Yin Nuoxing supported himself with his legs and stood up with difficulty. There was a sense of weakness all over his body, and even his vision was a little shaky. With a bitter smile, Yin Nuoxing operated the soul-burning art, converting a part of his soul energy into immortal qi, allowing his body to recover some strength. He then took out a pill and threw it into his mouth. The medicinal power spread in his body, turning into a warm current, replenishing his body that had reached its limit. Who are you? When Yin Nuoxing was about to walk out, a somewhat weak voice suddenly sounded behind him, making him stop. He gently turned his head and saw that Yuan Shui had woken up at this time. Sitting on the bed, wearing pink pajamas, she really looked like a little princess. A pair of beautiful eyes were staring at him uneasily. Her delicate hands tightly grasped the quilt, as if she was worried that he would pounce on her. You're awake. It seems that the curse has been completely lifted. Yin Nuoxing looked at her slightly rosy cheeks and nodded slightly. He didn't say anything, but pointed outside the door and said weakly, Yuan Shi and the others are waiting for you outside. Go take a look. They're very worried about you. After he said that, he didn't care if she heard him and walked towards the door. In his weak state, he didn't even want to say anything. Brother and the others? Yuan Shui was stunned. She had just woken up, and her mind seemed to be a little confused. After a long time, she remembered something. Then she saw Yin Nuoxing staggering. so she quickly jumped out of bed and ran to him. She reached out to support him and asked hurriedly, "Did you help me break the curse? Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yinuashing rolled his eyes. He was so tired that his soul was about to float away. He just wanted to find a bed and have a good sleep. Seeing him so weak, Yuan Shui was shocked. She looked at her clothes and couldn't help but blush. She quickly ran back to the bed and put on a robe. When she turned around, she saw that Yinuashing was about to push the door open, so she hurriedly ran over. Creak! The sound from the door attracted the attention of everyone waiting outside. Then they saw Yinuashing, with his long white hair fluttering in the wind, walking out with his body swaying a little. Everyone could see that he had reached his limit. "Xingxing, are you okay?" Seeing Yinuashing's weak state, Xian was shocked. She quickly went up to him and reached out to support him, asking worriedly. Yinuashing waved his hand. Seeing Yuan Xian and the others nervous, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." After saying that, he turned his body slightly. Everyone saw Yuan Shui running out with a panicked face. They were all stunned for a moment. "Shui!" Seeing Yuan Shui running out energetically, Yuan Qian screamed excitedly. She picked Yuan Shui up and kept repeating, "It's good that you're awake." She was so excited that tears flowed down her face. Her face was distorted from crying, and she looked like a little kitten. "Sister, I'm sorry, I made you worry." Being picked up all of a sudden, Yuan Shui was slightly stunned. She was just thinking about what to say when they met. She didn't expect to receive a warm hug from her sister as soon as they met. When she was in a daze, she only had time to say a few words. Even the calm Yuan Shi was so excited that he threw the book in his hand to the side and even danced with joy. Yuan Shi was also very happy. He looked up at the ceiling, and a line of clear tears fell uncontrollably. Yinuashing only saw the cheering and jumping of everyone. He smiled helplessly. The sound in his ears became a little blurry again. His vision turned black, and the feeling of the world spinning surrounded him. Before his consciousness completely dissipated, he only felt that he had fallen into a soft embrace. The light of consciousness slowly condensed together. Silver and lavender intertwined into a brilliance, blooming with a soft light. His eyelids trembled and rolled up. He still felt a little sleepy. He couldn't help but want to close his eyes and fall into a deep sleep. Yinuashing was lying on a bed. He blinked hard and forcibly dispelled the sleepiness that lingered in his mind. Looking at the white ceiling, his blurry vision slowly became clear. A faint fragrance of incense wafted to the tip of his nose, speeding up his recovery. "Little boy, you're awake?" As soon as he woke up, he heard a gratifying voice in his right ear. The slightly magnetic voice made Yinuashing pause for a moment. It wasn't easy for him to dig out some information from his brain that had turned into paste. Only then did he recognize that it was Yuan Qian's voice. After taking a deep breath, Yinuashing gently turned his head. When he saw more than 10 pairs of eyes staring at him, he was so frightened that he let out a strange cry. His body suddenly rolled to the side and almost rolled off the bed. What do you want to do?" Seeing that he was so frightened that he retreated 3 feet away, everyone was a little stunned. After a moment, they couldn't help but laugh. Even Xian couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Wang Chun hammered the bedboard with all his strength, making clanging sounds. "Big brother, you're making a fuss over nothing." Ming jumped from Xian's arms onto the bed and ran in front of Yinuashing. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his nose, laughing coquettishly. "Little girl." Seeing her actions, Yinuashing rolled his eyes and hugged Ming tightly in his arms. His palm moved like a gust of wind as he ruthlessly ravaged her head. Her little mouth couldn't help but pout. "You've already slept for half a month." Xian walked to the bed and gently sat down next to Yinuashing. Mei Mao looked at him with a smile and said, "It's already been that long?" Hearing this, Yinuashing was a little dazed. She had only used the swirling zither once, but she had already rested for half a month. In other words, I hadn't been feeling very well for the past half a month either. Since they were in the same body, their situation was the same. Half a month to them was just the blink of an eye. They didn't know what had happened in between. It seems that I have to think carefully before using the swirling zither in the future. Thinking about how half a month had passed in the blink of an eye, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. If the seal on the swirling zither wasn't broken, he would have to use his own energy to operate it. It would consume too much energy, and he couldn't bear it. If it weren't for the Yuan family, who he didn't know if they could be relied on, he wouldn't have worked so hard and exhausted himself. Mr. Yin, thank you for saving me. While Yin Nuashing was thinking, Yuan Shui, who had already returned to normal, walked in front of him, bowed, and said apologetically. Hearing this, Yin Nuashing was a little speechless. Since when was he being addressed like this? It's okay, as long as you're fine. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and said with a smile. Not bad, little boy. I didn't think that you would actually have the ability to break the seal. Yuan Qian casually walked to Yin Nuashing's side and hooked one of her slender arms around his neck without any scruples. She extended her slender fingers with her other hand and lifted his chin. Her red lips were infinitely close to his face. Her breath smelled like orchids as she gently said, Tell me, what do you want? As long as the Yuan family has it, Big Sister can get it for you. Big Sister is tired. Brother Yin just woke up. Let him rest for a while. Seeing Yin Nuashing's flushed, handsome face, Yuan Shi couldn't help but shake his head. He pulled Yuan Qian off Yin Nuashing's body. He knew that his sister was being love-struck again. Allah, my cutest little brother is jealous. After being pulled off, Yuan Qian giggled and hugged Yuan Shi in her arms. Her cherry lips even bit his face, causing his face to turn red. Ah, I've seen this scene countless times. Jin Hung looked at the siblings who were fooling around and couldn't help but shake his head. He patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder and said, Brother Yin, it's good that you're fine. Now that Yin Nuashing had displayed her strength, not only Yuan Shi and the others, but even Jin Hung wanted to establish a good relationship with her. This thought had been in his mind since that day at the stone workshop. When he saw Yin Nuashing's godlike half-baked crystallization technique, this thought arose spontaneously. After all, a crystallization technique master could bring immeasurable benefits to a force. This was an indisputable fact. Moreover, when she was breaking the curse later on, the peerless music she played alarmed all the experts in Divine Sky City. Although she didn't know it herself, when Xian and the others walked out of the Yuan family's world that day, they truly understood what it meant to be surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. With the Yuan family as the center, there was a group of people in the sky and on the ground. They all looked up calmly and stared at Xian and Yuan Qian, who had just walked out, causing them to retreat in fear. Originally, they wanted to go out to buy some pills or something. When they saw how weak Yin Nuashing was, Yuan Qian felt a little bad. However, it seemed like they couldn't go out even if they wanted to. Brother Yin, you're now a big celebrity in Divine Sky City. Many people are waiting for you to appear. Yao Ling looked at Yin Nuashing and couldn't help but smile. Although half a month had passed, there were still many people squatting outside the Yuan family. They wanted to see who the person who played the heavenly music was and see if they could rope her into their force. If they weren't afraid of the Yuan family, they would have rushed in long ago. What's going on? Hearing this, Yin Nuashing felt a little confused. He was unconscious and naturally didn't know what was going on. It's like this. Just when the demon spirit was about to explain, Yuan Qian sent Jin Hung and Zi Yin flying with a slap. Then, she stuck close to Yin Nuashing, opened her red lips, and started talking nonstop. Jin Hung and Xian looked at Yuan Qian with hidden bitterness as she hugged Yin Nuashing and started talking nonstop. Everyone laughed silently. After hearing this, Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and almost died before he could catch his breath. Then how are we going to get out? Yin Nuashing wailed. He still had to work. Now that the Yuan family was surrounded by people, how are they going to get out? He didn't want to see those strange people. We're also worried about this. Hearing this wail, Jin Hung and Yao Ling also had a headache. Both of them represented the forces behind them. Although they were on good terms with Yuan Shi, how were they going to explain themselves if they were seen coming out of the Yuan family? In the past, when they came in and out, they didn't pay much attention to this kind of thing. Now that it was time for them to appear, they became worried. Well, you don't have to worry about this. Seeing them holding their heads in distress, Yuan Qian giggled and stroked her impressive bosom. She smiled and said, "I'll send you guys out tonight. We'll also go out and have some fun." Huh? Yin Nuoxing was stunned and didn't react in time. Hee. Yuan Qian smiled coquettishly. Chapter 262. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, and the icy blue moon hung high in the sky, casting its cool moonlight onto the world. A thin layer of silver veil covered the entire divine sky city. I've thought of many ways to get out, but I never thought that there would be such a way. In the sky above the divine sky city, a faintly discernible palace slowly floated out of the city. Moonlight flowed on the surface of the palace, and it seemed to have merged with the void, becoming the same color as the sky, making it difficult to be discovered. Yin Nuoxing and the rest stood at the edge of the palace, and they couldn't help but exclaim as they watched the divine sky city slowly move backwards. They didn't think that the palace in the sky could be used to fly. We didn't have to go through so much trouble, but the teleportation room broke down, so we had to move the entire palace. Yuan Qian spread her hands and smiled. Most of the forces that were powerful enough to be stationed in the Divine Sky City would build a teleportation door so that there wouldn't be any barriers between the two places. With the Yuan family's power, they could definitely do that. However, the teleportation room had not been maintained for a long time. Today, when Yin Nuoxing and the rest pushed open the dusty door, they almost choked to death on a cloud of dust. The array patterns and lines of the teleportation door were almost destroyed. This palace was originally used for long-distance travel. There's a teleportation door in the teleportation room. As long as you have the coordinates, you can go anywhere. However, as you saw just now, it's broken. Looking at the slightly disturbed area in the distance, Yuan Qian stuck out her tongue and acted cute, causing everyone to roll their eyes. Speaking of which, I was the one who was in charge of the maintenance of the teleportation room. Yuan she couldn't help but mumble as he hid behind Yin Nuoxing. "My cute little brother, come over and let me dote on you." Although her voice was soft, it wasn't a problem for Yuan Qian to hear it with her cultivation. She raised her slender eyebrows slightly, and her red lips curled into a dangerous arc. She reached out and grabbed Yuan Shi, capturing him in her arms and ravaging him. No, I'm wrong. Please let me go." Being suppressed to the point that he couldn't release his energy, Yuan Shi could only cry out and surrender. "Has it always been like this?" Yin Nuoxing calmly asked Yuan Shi as she listened to the miserable cries behind her. "Haha, it's a common occurrence." Yuan Shi laughed dryly and touched his ears without a trace. Seeing his petty actions, Yin Nuoxing pursed his lips. It seemed that this family had suffered quite a bit under Yuan Qian's hands. Before Yuan Shi, the dignified young master, grew up, it seemed that she could only be suppressed. Yuan Qian looked to be in her 20s and was the eldest miss of the Yuan family. However, Yin Nuoxing had heard Yuan Shi carefully say that she was in her 50s. For cultivators, this age was just the right age for a teenager, not even a youth. However, her cultivation had already reached the 3rd seal of the devil rank. She was considered the most powerful person among the younger generation that Yin Nuoxing had seen in all these years. Even Yuan Shi had just reached the 9th refinement stage of the half-devil rank and was still a long way from reaching the devil rank. Of course, Yin Nuoxing wasn't too surprised. For a force with an extremely ancient inheritance like this, there were plenty of ways to help a person increase their cultivation. The power of various inheritances was endless, so it wasn't surprising for her to have such achievements. However, the inheritance of a force mostly valued the inheritance of a bloodline and a strong physique. Although Yuan Qian's current achievements were quite high, Yuan Shi had a 1 in a million divine spirit body. Therefore, the position of young master was almost fixed with his birth. It was said that Yuan Qian was a little unhappy that this younger brother who suddenly appeared had snatched the position that should have been hers. After all, among the younger generation of the Yuan family, besides Yuan Shi, Yuan Qian was the most talented in cultivation. Because of this, Yuan Qian often bullied Yuan Shi when he was young. Moreover, the name Yuan Shi was given by Yuan Qian. She intentionally or unintentionally gave him a name with the same sound. No one knew what her intentions were. Hearing this family matter, Yun Nuoxing could only silently mourn for Yuan Shi for a while. Little boy. A delicate laughter suddenly came from behind him, causing Yun Nuoxing, who was looking at the night scenery, to be stunned for a moment. Before he could turn around, a fragrant wind carried a soft and delicate body directly onto his back, and two soft arms wrapped around his waist. This ambiguous action caused Yun Nuoxing's handsome face to instantly turn red. The two soft and comfortable hands on his back tugged at his heartstrings, scaring him out of his wits. Thien, who had been sitting at the side, saw Yuan Qian coming over and saw Yun Nuoxing's stiff and flushed handsome face. She smiled unnaturally and tucked her long hair behind her ear. Without saying anything, she carried Ming and walked away, leaving Yun Nuoxing alone in the wind. I've been sold again. Yun Nuoxing wanted to cry when he saw Xian walk away without hesitation. How should he deal with this awkward situation? Miss Yuan Qian, is there anything I can help you with? Although it was a little awkward, Yun Nuoxing couldn't just leave her behind and pretend that nothing had happened, so he could only smile awkwardly and ask, "Just call me Yuan Qian. Why be so distant?" Yuan Qian smiled brightly. Mei Mao spun around and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" PFFF. As soon as this question left his mouth, Yun Nuoxing spat out a mouthful of saliva onto his face. He even forgot to wipe it off. This question, no. Although Yuan Qian was behind him and wasn't looking at him, Yun Nuoxing still turned his head unnaturally and answered, "Huh? Then, what's your relationship with that pretty girl?" Yuan Qian laughed playfully when she heard this. She then poked him on the waist with her slender hand and laughed. Xian she's. Yun Nuoxing opened his mouth. Just as he was about to say that they were friends, he suddenly closed his mouth. He didn't know how to answer. It didn't seem wrong to say that they were friends, but compared to the 6 months they spent together, they seemed a little distant. It didn't seem like they were close friends either. As for being a couple, they were well aware of the awkwardness when they were alone, so they didn't seem like a couple at all. Now that she had asked him this question, he felt like he had lost his soul, and no matter what he said, it wouldn't seem right. As they weren't too far away, Xian also heard this question. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately pricked up his ears. Mei Mao stared closely at Yun Nuoxing. She also wanted to know what position she held in Yun Nuoxing's heart. However, she was a little reluctant. She was worried that his answer would put her in an insignificant position. She was a little conflicted, but she still struggled to raise her feet and walk a little closer to him. Yun Nuoxing knew that the longer he delayed this question, the worse it would get. He also guessed that Xian was probably watching from behind. So, he took a deep breath and looked straight ahead with determination. He slowly said, "Xian, she is someone very important to me." Almost at the same time his voice fell, Yun Nuoxing and Xian's faces both turned red at the same time. The latter's face was even redder, and the redness spread from her slender jade path all the way to the tips of her delicate ears. Because of his words, her heart became extremely flustered, and she was unable to calm down like a little deer running around in a flurry. "Oh." Yuan Qian nodded and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she changed the topic. "When are you going to marry me?" When he heard this question, Yun Nuoxing felt uneasy. "What did I agree to marry you?" He suddenly felt his thoughts become a mess. "That, Yuan Qian, did we get something wrong? I didn't say I was going to, do that." Yun Nuoxing was so flustered by this question that he couldn't even speak clearly. That, didn't I say it already? If you can help Shui, or remove the curse, I will marry you." When she heard this, Yuan Qian pursed her lips disapprovingly. A sly look flashed across Mei Mao's face. "Why does it sound like a sinkhole to me?" When Yun Nuoxing heard this, her brain almost exploded from overload. Did this count as an unintentional trap? In the distance, Yuan Shi and the others were sitting in a group. They were stunned for a long time as they looked over. Yuan Shi picked up a teacup on the side and took a sip. Then he looked at everyone and asked carefully, "Do you guys think Big Sister isn't serious about this, right?" When she heard this question, Yuan spat out a mouthful of water. She was about to deny it, but when she saw the two of them glued to each other like glue, she couldn't be sure anymore. She could only look at Yuan Shi when he received this gaze. Yuan Shi was stunned. His hands trembled as he closed the book. Then, he turned to look at his fifth brother, Yuan Fei. The latter was dozing off when he suddenly shivered. All sleepiness was dispelled. When he saw this strange atmosphere, he was stunned for a long time. Then, he turned to look at his sixth sister, Yuan Ying, who was flustered. However, he was frightened by her murderous glare and skipped over her. Just like that, everyone's gazes returned to Yuan Shi. He looked up at the sky and pretended to be lost in thought, ignoring the dozen or so gazes. Seeing this, Yuan Shi kicked Yuan Fei under the table, hinting at him to hurry up and say something. I think, in the end, it was third brother Yuan Chong, who was wearing a small hat and had 2 dark circles under his eyes, who spoke. Looking at his natural dark circles and fluffy hair, people who didn't know him would think that he didn't rest at all. Although he looked like the type who would risk his life for 10,000 years, his voice was sonorous and powerful, without the slightest trace of lifelessness. Sister likes cute boys. Yuan Chong paused for a moment and looked at Yuan Fei. His meaning was self-evident, causing the latter to roll his eyes. Only then did Yuan Chong say, I think it's only a 3-minute heat this time. It'll be fine after a while. Hearing this, the Yuan family members felt that it made sense and nodded. However, Yuan Shui shook her head and said, Fifth brother, what do you think is the longest time that elder sister stuck to you? Hearing this nonsensical question, Yuan Fei was stunned for a moment. Everyone also turned to look at him, causing him to feel very awkward. After thinking seriously for a long time, he stretched out his hand and said, It should be 5 minutes. What did elder sister do in these 5 minutes? Yuan Shui raised her eyebrows and asked again, Other than pinching my face, what else could she do? Yuan Fei's face was slightly red as he muttered in a low voice. Jin Hung and the others who were listening by the side suddenly had countless black lines on their faces. Wouldn't it swell if she pinched it for 5 minutes? Big brother Jin Hung, big brother Yao Ling, what about you guys? Yuan Shui suddenly pulled them into the topic. 2 or 3 minutes. Being reminded of a long time ago by this question, Jin Hung and Yao Ling couldn't help but shiver and laugh dryly. Big brother, what about you? After asking, Yuan Shui asked Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his eyebrows, as if he was recalling. After a while, he slowly replied, 10 minutes? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but chuckle. So the one who was usually taken care of the most by Yuan Xian was Yuan Shi. It seemed that she really loved this younger brother of hers. Then now, how long has elder sister stuck to Mr. Yin? Hearing this, Yuan Shui sighed, her eyebrows filled with helplessness. Everyone was stunned and hurriedly turned their gazes. Seeing that the two were still stuck together, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed to have been more than 20 minutes, right? And looking at the momentum, it didn't seem like they were going to let go. BF*CK? Is this for real? I'm going to have a brother-in-law. Yuan Shi couldn't help but spit out this sentence, instantly messing up everyone's mood. Chapter 263. In the slow-moving palace in the air, a strange atmosphere permeated the air. Everyone stared at the two figures at the entrance of the palace with a strange expression. For a moment, their breathing stopped and their bodies were petrified. It's just a possibility, or rather, a high possibility. After all, my sister has never tried to get close to a boy other than our family for so long. Yuan Shui tapped the table with her fingers, exhaled softly, and calmly analyzed. Maybe it's just a whim. In the end, she added, everyone came back to their senses and slowly turned their eyes away. They all laughed dryly and sipped their tea. They wanted to ignore what was going on over there, but their eyes unconsciously turned to the other side. When their eyes met, everyone smiled bitterly. Forget it, let her be. She can do whatever she wants, Jin Hung. Just when everyone calmed down with it doesn't matter. I can't see you two being intimate. Posture, Yin Nuoxing, who broke free from Yuan Xian's arms, walked to the side of the crowd. In front of Jin Hung, his calm laughter made everyone stunned. Jin Hung was also stunned for a moment. His eyebrows trembled slightly. He put down the teacup and stood up. He looked at Yin Nuoxing playfully, and then looked at Yuan Xian and Zian who were talking in the distance. After a while, he smiled and said, "Brother Yin, what's the matter? Just call me Nuoxing." Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and sat down on a chair without regard. After Jin Hung sat down, he said, "I want to auction the 0-degree ice stone. I wonder if Golden Palace will accept it?" "Yes, of course." Seeing that there was business coming to his door, Jin Hung was overjoyed and immediately responded. Then he said, "Little brother Nuoxing, do you want to exchange something? Tell me, and I'll arrange it." "No, no need to exchange anything. Can I just sell it for money?" Yin Nuoxing quickly shook his head. Now he was so poor that he only had materials left. There was no need to exchange any more materials. It was better to get some money. That's no problem. It should be said that it's easier to auction it with money. After all, not everyone is willing to barter. Hearing this, Jin Hung paused for a moment, nodded, and said, "I wonder when little brother Nuoxing plans to auction it." "Any time is fine," Yin Nuoxing said indifferently. "Speaking of which, that 0-degree ice stone came from the Qi family's workshop, right? I wonder how much it's worth?" Yuan Qi and the others, who had been listening by the side, asked curiously. The 0-degree ice stone is a 10th level material. Such a large piece can be worth about 200,000 kilograms of celestial-grade mysterious crystal. The current market price of celestial-grade mysterious crystal is 100,000 kilograms, which is about 20 billion. Considering the mutated water element, ice should be worth another 3 billion. Jin Hung slightly raised his chin, staring at the ceiling in a daze, and said one by one, 23 billion. Hearing this huge sum of money, Yin Nuoxing laughed very happily. Even Yuan Qi and the others were shocked. It was not that the Yuan family could not take out such a large sum of money. At least, it was impossible for one person to take out such a large sum of money directly. It had to be decided by the family head. However, materials above 10th level are very rare, and very few people need them. Most people need 9th level materials. Not to mention whether they can collect 10th level materials. Just finding a blacksmith is a headache. Those people are more arrogant than alchemists. They are like gods, and no one can ask for their help. If there is a special need, I think we can add another billion. Yuan Qi also analyzed. After saying that, he glared at Yuan Qi, who was smiling embarrassedly. Hearing the higher value, Yuan Qi completely calmed down. Previously, he was indeed eager to save people and threw out 120 billion without thinking. Now that he thought about it, he was really a little scared. Even if he was a young master of the Yuan family, he should not have been so rude. Fortunately, he met Yin Nuoxing. If it was someone else, they might have been severely cheated. By the way, I will keep the Echo Stone. Don't count it in the 0-degree ice stone. Yin Nuoxing said with a faint smile after taking a sip of the tea that Yuan Shui handed over. Okay, only the 0-degree ice stone will be auctioned. Jin Hung nodded and did not ask any more questions. When he heard the music played by Yin Nuoxing that day, he knew that he had done a lot of research. The Echo Stone was useless to others, but it was a priceless treasure to people who practiced music. Speaking of which, I also booked a banquet at the Dragon Gate Hall. I originally wanted to celebrate, but it has been half a month. I don't know if it has been canceled or not. Yao Ling scratched his head in distress. On the day that Yin Nuoxing and Yuan Qi gambled on stones, he had booked a banquet to celebrate, but he did not expect that something would happen on the way. Let's find another time to go again. Yin Nuoxing smiled when she heard this. Where are you going? Suddenly, Yuan Qian appeared behind him without him knowing. When she heard that he was going out, she moved her head close to his ear and smiled faintly. Morning tea. Yin Nuoxing was startled by Yuan Qian. After a long while, she calmed down and turned her head to roll her eyes at Yuan Qian and said with a smile. At this time, Yuan Qian was holding Xian's small hand, and they were as intimate as sisters. Who knew what the two girls were talking about? But they suddenly became close. Although it was easy for girls to talk to each other, wasn't a little too fast? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. When they saw Xian smiling faintly, it was as if she had suddenly realized something. Everyone looked at each other and did not know what had happened. What did she say to you just now? Yin Nuashing could not help but ask curiously when she saw Xian sitting down beside her. A girl's secret. Mei Mao looked at Yin Nuashing with a smile. Xian smiled sweetly. Her elegant demeanor made Yin Nuashing a little fascinated and stunned for a moment. Moreover, this smile was different from her usual smile. There was something more to it, making people reluctant to look away. All right, Yin Nuashing shrugged. You can't tell your brother about things between girls. Even Ming smiled sweetly at Yin Nuashing. Everyone could not help but laugh. I won't ask. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and reached out to knock her head lightly. I'm going to sleep. You guys take your time talking. Just yell at me when you reach. After stretching, Yin Nuashing covered her mouth and yawned for a long time and said softly. The palace was flying out of Divine Sky City. It would take some time. After all, this city was too big, and they could not go out before they removed their concealment mode. They could only pass the time by sleeping. Sleeping again? You just woke up. Sigh, you've been sleeping for half a month. Hearing this, everyone could not help but say, was she going to turn into a sleeping god? I can't help it if it feels sleepy. Yin Nuashing shrugged and pointed her head helplessly. After that, she stood up and walked out. Only then did everyone notice that half of her light purple hair was still pale white. It seemed that she had not fully recovered. They were a little worried. I'll go and take a look. Seeing this, Yuan Shui felt a little guilty. After all, Yin Nuashing was injured because of her. She wanted to go and take a look, but Xian stopped her. Xingxing only likes to be alone when she is tired. Let's not disturb her. Let her rest alone. Xian pulled Yuan Shui back to her seat with a smile. Mei Mao looked out of the door and shook her head helplessly. Well, okay. Hearing this, Yuan Shui froze for a moment. Since Xian said so, she could only sit here. She could not help even if she went. Instead of going back to her room, Yin Nuashing sat down on the steps outside the palace. Looking at the flowing white clouds in front of him, he was a little absent-minded. He knew that he was not very tired. He just had a feeling that he wanted to fall into a deep sleep. In fact, this feeling had been there for a long time, but today it was particularly strong. It was so strong that even if he forced himself to stay awake, it did not work. With his feet in the air, Yin Nuashing adjusted his position and leaned his body against the stone pillar behind him. He tilted his head back a little and looked at the dark night sky. The icy blue moonlight shone on his handsome face, making him gradually fall into a daze. Let's sleep for a while. Yin Nuashing murmured softly. Although the night wind was a little cold, he was not worried that he would get sick. His eyelids slowly closed. After a while, even his breathing became weak, and he fell into a deep sleep. The icy cold wind whistled past him. Yin Nuashing was surrounded by an even stronger sense of exhaustion than before. There were bursts of heart-wrenching pain coming from his body, making him take a deep breath. This pain even went straight to the depths of his soul. He could not bear it. He wanted to cry out, but he could not even make a sound. Dream? Yin Nuashing reacted and murmured in his heart. When he opened his eyes, he saw a dark sky. No, it was a space of nothingness. The darkness in his sight was an endless space of nothingness. It was so dark that it could even suck people's minds. He raised his hand with difficulty, only to see bright golden blood flowing all over his arm. He clenched his fist slightly and even felt that it was a little stiff. He could not use any strength, and a sticky feeling came from his palm. What happened? This time, he was in a severely injured state as soon as he entered the dreamscape. This made Yin Nuashing feel baffled. He used a Herculean effort and stood up with great difficulty. He realized that he was standing in a space of nothingness. He could not identify his direction, nor did he know where he was. You're awake. A light voice suddenly came from behind him. Yin Nuashing was slightly taken aback. He only reacted after a while. This voice was the same voice that he heard in the dreamscape last time. Who are you? Yin Nuashing opened his mouth to ask, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his mouth. Only then did he react. In the memory fragments, he did not have control over his body. He could only slowly watch the events unfold. There's not much time left. You can't continue to stay in the eternal void. You have to go out. Yin Nuashing turned his head, but he still could not see the girl's face. It was as if there was a layer of hazy fog covering her. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see through her. She spoke softly. After she finished speaking, she stood up. With a wave of her hand, the huge black sword appeared in the void. Before Yin Nuoxing could take a closer look at what was happening, the scene around him suddenly turned into countless white lines. It was as if a ball of lines was being kneaded by someone. He was shocked and did not know what was happening. His vision was in disarray for a while, but the scene in front of him became clear again. After that, he saw that the entire world was surrounded by fire. However, there was white snow flying in the sky, but it could not extinguish the fire. The black smoke that floated up from the ground condensed in midair like a huge dark cloud. I've miscalculated. Beside him, the girl suddenly smiled brilliantly. The robes on her body were somewhat tattered, as if she had experienced a great battle. The black greatsword was still flowing with blood. It flowed down from the girl's arm and dripped down from the tip of the sword, causing Yin Nuoxing to be shocked. I have to excuse myself for a while. You can't die yet. You have to continue living. The girl smiled very happily. Although he could not see anything clearly around him, Yin Nuoxing knew that danger must be lurking everywhere. However, the girl's smile was very bright. He could not see it, but he could feel it. The girl smiled for a while. She touched Yin Nuoxing's cheek with her delicate hand and stuffed the huge sword in her hand into his hand. Finally, she laughed. Her delicate body suddenly lost its strength and floated down into the darkness like a fallen leaf. He was shocked. However, before he could reach out his hand, the delicate body suddenly bloomed with a brilliant light. Countless energy threads shot out from her body like a star, but they could not illuminate the darkness here. Although he did not understand what the girl was doing, Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt a heart-wrenching feeling in his heart. He could not help but cry. He felt a cold sensation on his cheek. He hurriedly reached out and tried to grab the girl who had fallen down. However, he only saw the girl's body submerged in the brilliant light. Even his vision became blurry. In the endless void, he heard his own hoarse and helpless cry for the first time. No, stars. Chapter 264. Star. The sudden scream pulled Yin Nuoxing's mind out of the dream. The moment he came back to his senses, he only felt that he was hanging in the air. Before he could react to what had happened, a force pulled him up, and then he fell into a soft embrace. Why did you suddenly jump down? What entered her eyes was Ziyan's pretty face, which was filled with worry. Her long, shapely eyebrows were tightly knitted together. She had just said a few words when she was stunned. Did you have a nightmare? Seeing the tears dripping down his handsome face, Ziyan's heart ached. She wiped the tears away gently and spoke in a very gentle voice. Huh. Seeing Ziyan's actions, Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and his cheeks twitched. Only then did he realize that he didn't know when he started crying and seemed to have jumped down. In other people's eyes, he might be committing suicide. Little boy, why did you suddenly commit suicide? Yuan Xian also squatted by the side and touched Yin Nuoxing's head with her delicate hand. She smiled gently, as if she was comforting a child. My brain spasmed and I lost control of my nervous system. Yin Nuoxing was a little embarrassed as the two girls looked at him up and down with concern. He quickly stood up and shook his head. He didn't tell them about the dream because it would be useless even if he did. Are you really okay? Hearing this, the two girls looked at him suspiciously. I'm fine. All right, the palace has stopped. Have we reached the place? Yin Nuoxing quickly waved his hand. He was afraid that they would continue asking, so he quickly changed the topic. Yes, we have reached the outskirts of Divine Sky City. We can leave quietly now. Hearing his question, the two girls nodded. Ziyan smiled and said. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing let out a long sigh and turned around. Only then did he see that the distant horizon had already turned slightly white, and he could see a little bit of fiery red climbing up. It seemed like he had slept for a long time. Ziyan and the others had come out to look for Yin Nuoxing, but they didn't find him in the room. Instead, they unexpectedly saw him at the door. Everyone was about to leave, so they had to wake Yin Nuoxing up. However, They didn't expect to see him fall down as soon as they saw him. The two of them were shocked. Fortunately, they were still in the air. If they were on the ground, Yin Nuoxing's handsome face would have been flattened. When the three of them met up with the rest of the people who were about to leave, they all looked at Yin Nuoxing and laughed. She was baffled and didn't know what was going on. "Little brother, you can really sleep. You just slept for half a month, and you slept for another night." Lu Yi patted his shoulder and laughed. "Yeah, he can even fall asleep in that position. I wonder if he is possessed by the god of sleep." Hearing this, Xian also chuckled softly. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. This place was quite a distance away from Divine Sky City. Even if a palace suddenly appeared, it wouldn't cause any commotion. Everyone was very straightforward. They directly activated the space concealment array and rushed out in an instant. Yuan Qian walked at the back. She turned her hand and shrunk the huge palace to the size of her palm and put it away. "Speaking of which, there are so many of you following me. Are you really a man?" Floating in the sky, Yin Nuoxing turned his head and looked at the large group of people behind him. He suddenly felt a little troubled. They were all handsome men and beautiful women. It was hard not to attract attention when they gathered together. "We haven't come out for a long time. It's always been coming out. Why don't we come out to play and get some fresh air? Little boy, don't be so cold." Mei Mao turned around, and Yuan Qian jumped to Yin Nuoxing's side. She hugged one of his arms and swayed continuously. She even acted cute. She was so cute that people couldn't help but roll their eyes. It's not that I'm cold. There's such a big group of people." Yin Nuoxing scratched his head. Such a big group of people walking towards the stone workshop street, so brazenly. He was afraid that the disturbance would not be small. "It's okay. We haven't been out before. Other than no one else knows who we are." Yuan Qian patted her chest proudly and smiled. "Is this something to be proud of?" Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. To put it bluntly, they were all staying at home. Was this something to be proud of? "It's up to you." In the end, Yin Nuoxing sighed and spread out his hands in compromise. Because of his words, Yuan Qian shouted excitedly, as if she had heard some kind of amnesty. Then, she directly carried the stunned Yin Nuoxing and flew toward Divine Sky City. Everyone shook their heads helplessly and quickly followed. When they passed through the city gate, the group of people entered together. As expected, there was a bit of a commotion. Xian was already prepared. Wearing Yin Nuoxing's hat, he didn't attract too much attention. However, his temperament was faintly revealed. Instead, it was the overly lively Yuan Qian who attracted a lot of attention. Yin Nuoxing felt like he was in a furnace. After entering the city, everyone first went to a luxurious restaurant to rest. They asked Jin Heng to send the 0-degree ice stone back to the Golden Jade Palace for safekeeping. At the same time, they also arranged the time of the auction. After an hour, when Jin Heng returned, they then set off for the Stone Square Street. Just as they arrived at the Stone Square Street, there was inevitably a bit of a commotion. In Divine Sky City, this place was the busiest. Even in the middle of the night, there were still many people lingering here. At this time, it was the most lively time in the morning. Naturally, the Stone Square Street was crowded with people. Moreover, there seemed to be more young people here. "It's that young man. Last time, he made a bet with the young master of the Yuan family and the Qi family and obtained a 10th level material. This time, he came to the Stone Square Street again. Is he going to fight again? Hey, this is going to be a good show." This news has spread to the Crystal families. It said that some outstanding young people have heard the news and come here to challenge that guy. "Chill. Lower your voice. What do you mean by that guy? Does he want to die? Don't you see that the young man has so many experts protecting him? If you speak disrespectfully, be careful. Otherwise, he'll send someone to kill you." It seems like this old man said it even louder than me. Hearing the discussions around him, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh. Then he shook his head. When did he become a master? Didn't he just obtain a 10th level or 11th level material? Was there a need for that? "Little boy, we actually became your guards. Don't you think it's very impressive?" Yuan Qian used her elbow to poke Yin Nuoxing as she laughed coquettishly. "Sister, don't tease me." After being poked twice, Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes helplessly. The group joked all the way to the end of the street. Yuan Xian was like a little sparrow as she circled Yin Nuoxing and chattered nonstop. She also asked about Yin Nuoxing's background while she was at it. She covered her mouth and laughed coquettishly from time to time, causing the people on the street to stare at her. Then, they looked at Yin Nuoxing with envy. Their expressions changed slightly before they quickly looked away. Yin Nuoxing could obviously hear the obscure questions about their background. However, being a thick-skinned person, he didn't want to hide anything other than Ling Hongjian and the others. In his heart, he had already classified Yuan Xian and the others as non-threatening. However, Yin Nuoxing's actions gave him a fright. Originally, one of his creeds was, "Don't deliberately curry favor with any forces." I didn't deliberately, yes, that's right. Up until now, Yin Nuoxing could only comfort himself like this. Yin Nuoxing stopped in front of the Yu family stone shop. Looking at the spacious gate of the manor, Yin Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. He was still thinking about the black stone. He didn't know where the Yu family had taken it to for exhibition and whether it had returned. That brat in front, that bastard standing in front of the Yu family stone shop. Just as Yin Nuoxing was a little absent-minded and was thinking about whether he should go in and take a look, a domineering voice sounded from not far away. It made him frown slightly. After a while, he relaxed and pretended that he didn't hear anything. Then, he turned around and asked everyone with a smile, "Why don't we go to this shop? I want to see something else while we're at it." Little boy, as long as you like it." Yuan Xian also pretended that she didn't hear the voice. At this moment, she nodded obediently and pulled Yin Nuoxing's arm as she walked towards the Yu family stone shop. "Bastard, stop right there." When that person saw that Yin Nuoxing and the others were completely ignoring him, he immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a shout, he quickly walked towards the former and slapped towards Yin Nuoxing's shoulder, wanting to pull him back. However, before his hand could touch Yin Nuoxing, a small hand as white as jade shot out from the side at lightning speed. It was accompanied by a majestic black gas and directly imprinted on that person's chest. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Bang! A huge force was released from the black gas and directly tore the clothes in front of that person's chest. The dull sound of flesh colliding rang out. That person didn't even make a sound. His eyes turned black and the whites of his eyes were exposed. His body was like a cannonball and instantly broke through the sound barrier and flew back to where he came from. Bang! Kacha! His body fell heavily to the ground. The sound of the heavy impact was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The people who heard it couldn't help but shrink their necks. When they saw the man foaming at the mouth and rolling his eyes, they couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. Cold sweat flowed down their backs. Yuan Shi covered his face and observed a moment of silence for that person. He knew how strong his elder sister was and naturally knew how heavy that slap was. Even if he defended with all his strength, he would probably be bedridden for half a month. That person was obviously not as strong as the former. If he couldn't take out some medicine to repair his bones, he would probably be crippled. "How dare you touch my little boy? Do you want to die?" Yuan Xian casually dealt with that unknown person. She clapped her hands and snorted softly. Then, she smiled like a flower and hugged Yin Nuoxing's arm as she walked towards the stone shop. "Little brother, aren't you a little too heavy-handed? You should at least look at the owner before beating a dog." Just as Yin Nuoxing was about to step into the stone shop, a cold voice suddenly sounded. It made him stop in his tracks and slowly turn his head. On the other side of the street, there was also a large group of people. The number of people was definitely not below Yin Nuoxing's group. The leader was a man in blue. His entire face seemed to be stiff. When he spoke, the muscles on his face did not move at all. He was a man with facial paralysis for 10,000 years. Even his pair of naturally relaxed eyebrows were upturned. He looked cold and oppressive. Look at the owner before beating a dog. Then I'd like to see who the owner of this dog is." Hearing this, Yuan Xian didn't need Yin Nuoxing to speak. Because of the other party's repeated provocations, Yuan Xian's anger was ignited. Her words were also very cold. One could even feel that the temperature on the street seemed to have dropped a little. The surrounding air became a little cold, making Yin Nuoxing a little speechless. He hadn't expected that a demon-rang powerhouse could affect the weather just by using their aura. I'm talking to your owner. When did a servant like you have the right to speak? This slight change caused the blue-clothed man's eyebrows to twitch slightly. His gaze was still fixed on Yun Nuoshing as he coldly said. This caused Yuan Shi and the others to be scared silly. They couldn't help but turn their heads. They could already imagine this person's fate. Sure enough, after being coldly reprimanded, Yuan Xian was instantly enraged. Just as she was about to slap this arrogant fellow away, Yun Nuoshing grabbed her hand, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Then, she obediently retracted the aura that was about to erupt and stuck out her tongue at him. He helplessly pulled Yuan Xian behind him. Although Yun Nuoshing knew that Yuan Xian could send that blue-clothed man flying with a slap, his male chauvinism made him not want to let the girl make a move, even if this girl was a little strong. Yuan Shi and the others were also stunned as they looked at Yuan Xian, who had calmed down. They suddenly felt a little dazed. When did their big sister become so easy to talk to? Do you need something from me? Yun Nuoshing indifferently said as she glanced at the man with her light purple eyes. She even shifted her gaze after saying that, not looking at him at all. She didn't like people who looked for trouble with ill intentions. That disregard made the blue-clothed man's veins bulge out. Chapter 265. You're not looking for me? I'll give you 3 seconds to speak. 3, 2, 1. I won't send you off. Qian Qian, Xian, let's go. After glancing at the man again, Yun Nuoshing played with a strand of her long hair and rattled on. Before he could react, she turned around and walked toward the Yu family's stone square. When everyone heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This 3-second countdown should at least give him some time to react, right? Moreover, this countdown didn't even last a second. It was really embarrassing. Stop right there. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing left without giving him time to react, the man in blue's eyebrows trembled even more. A faint chill emanated from his body, and the coldness on his face became even more pronounced. What? I can't hear you. After stopping for the second time, Yun Nuoshing was a little displeased. She roared at a super high decibel, and the sound wave contained an immortal aura that rushed toward the man in blue. Feeling the offensive sound wave, the man snorted lightly. He stomped his foot, and an aura suddenly erupted, destroying the sound wave. The aura was mixed with an extremely cold energy. 5th level, immortal level, ice element. Sensing this aura, Yun Nuoshing blinked. She wasn't surprised at all. She just stared at the man in displeasure, not knowing what he wanted to do. If you have something to say it quickly. Can't you see that I'm on a date? Yun Nuoshing rubbed her ears and turned her head to the side in annoyance. Her cheeks were wrinkled, and her eyes were big and small. She looked very disdainful, and it was a little annoying. I heard that you know a little about crystallization. The man's eyebrows trembled. His voice was still cold. From the moment they met, he didn't use any other voice to speak. A little. Yun Nuoshing looked left and right. No one knew what she was looking for. Seeing her like this, the people on the man in blue's side couldn't stand it anymore. Someone couldn't help but jump out, pointing at Yun Nuoshing and shouting, "Do you have any manners? Don't you know that you should look at the person you're talking to?" Boom! The 2 streaks of sword chi drew a slender and deep mark on the ground, splashing up 2 trails of smoke and dust. The 2 streaks of sword chi were just enough to seal off the left and right side of the person who had jumped out. The 2 streaks of sword chi almost brushed past his arm. The person was so frightened that his face turned pale. His whole body was trembling, and there seemed to be some unknown liquid dripping from his crotch. Shouldn't you be asking yourself this question? Don't you know that it's very impolite to point at someone and speak? Yun Nuoshing said indifferently as she flicked her finger on the green longsword in her hand. Enough! The blue-robed man's expression was extremely ugly. He hadn't even gotten to the main point yet, and one of his subordinates had already been crippled and the other had been scared to the point of incontinence. How could his expression be any better? We are both crystallizers, so I won't say much about the other things. You seem to have obtained a 10th grade material, 0-degree ice stone, right? I want to gamble it over. The blue-clothed man sneered. That's more straightforward. Yin Nuoxing smiled and clapped her hands. For the first time, she looked at the man and said, My wager is the 0-degree ice stone. What's your wager? Naturally, it's the same amount of Xian crystals as the 0-degree ice stone. The blue-clothed man sneered. I only accept money. Yin Nuoxing stared at him with a smile. Her gaze was as if she was staring at a big fat sheep, which made the man's expression even colder. Hearing this, the man was stunned. His expression was a little ugly. Xian crystals could still be dug out, but money was not so easy to earn back. Moreover, the 0-degree ice stone was worth more than 20 billion. Even the forces behind them could not take out so much money in one go. Do you really think you've won? The person behind the man muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, he was fiercely glared at by the man. Seeing Yin Nuoxing caressing her long sword, he sneered and said, Whatever you say now is just a battle of words. You and I are both crystallizers. Naturally, we have to decide the winner with crystallization. 1 month later. Our wager will be in 1 month. After the man finished speaking, he waved his sleeves fiercely and turned to leave with his people. TSK, an orthodox crystallization against a poor, third-rate crystallization. A treasured knife to kill a pig. What a waste. After the man left, the people behind him all looked at Yin Nuoxing maliciously and sneered disdainfully. However, when they saw Yin Nuoxing raise her long sword, they hurriedly shut their mouths. They had just seen how powerful that sword was. Being hit by it would definitely not feel good. After fiercely glaring at Yin Nuoxing, the few people who were left behind hurriedly followed the man who had already walked far away. Seeing that the man had walked far away, Yin Nuoxing put away her long sword and muttered, Strange people. I don't know who they are, them. They are the people from the families who inherit crystallization. They've been saying that they will step on you in crystallization these days. Brother, do you have the confidence to win? Because of what happened just now, there are many people gathering on the street. They hear Yin Nuoxing's murmuring, and at once they start to talk about it. That seems to be the heir of the Xia family. It is said that among the younger generation of the Xia family, he is the one who studies the most profound crystallization. Even some of the older generation feel inferior to him. Oh, is he that Xianing? Yes, it is him. And the element in his body is the variation of water element. It is ice element. The ice stone of 0-degree contains very pure ice element energy. That may be the reason why he came to you. The Xia family is the family with the longest inheritance and the purest crystallization among the several ancient families. Brother, do you have the confidence to beat him? The Xia family is the family with the most orthodox inheritance and the longest history. There were many Tian Pulse Masters in the family. Xia Ning is in the Xia family. If there are no seniors, no one can beat him in crystallization. If you can beat him, you will almost be the best crystallization master among the younger generation. Xia Ning has been studying since she was born. At the age of 8, she was taken to the important place of the family to practice in seclusion. At the age of 16, she once tried to use crystallization to completely analyze a piece of terrain. She twisted it with one hand. It is said that she dug out the holy crystal. At the age of 25, she won the second place in the stone gambling meeting and was almost defeated by an experienced senior. Now, 5 years have passed. It is unknown how much more advanced her crystallization skill is. Maybe she has touched the threshold of becoming a Tian Pulse Master. Yin Nuoxing hears all the comments. He strokes his head and stares at the direction where Xia Ning goes. He gives a sigh. He doesn't know anything about crystallization. He only has a pair of powerful eyes. Orthodox crystallization sounds scary. Silly, why do you sigh all of a sudden? Your evil spirit eyes alone are not much worse than those of orthodox crystallization. Crystallization needs to be explored slowly. Your evil spirit eyes can see through it directly. Zai, who has been silent for a long time, suddenly laughs. Yin Nuoxing is shocked. Why didn't you speak for so long? Do you know you scare me to death? Hearing the familiar voice in her heart, Yin Nuoxing blames Zai. However, it is clear that he gives a sigh of relief. Zai didn't show up for a long time. He didn't even call Zai. Yin Nuoxing thought that there was something wrong? Well, after using the Whirlpool Zither that day, the damage was a little severe. I've also been helping you repair the damage to your soul caused by overloading it, so I accidentally fell over from exhaustion. Z smiled in embarrassment when she heard that. You got tired? Why don't I feel anything? Yin Nuashing suddenly felt that something was wrong. Previously, when she was seriously injured, Xian looked very weak. Why was the situation different now? Because you have the spiritual receiving divine body. Even if the Fey you contain is destroyed, it won't affect you. However, if you're in a weak state, it will affect the Fey immediately. If the spiritual receiving divine body is injured, a large portion of the Fey's energy will be lost. A portion will merge into your body and help you repair the damage, Zai explained. Why would my injury affect you? Yin Nuashing doesn't understand. Idiot, you are the carrier, the cup. We're the Fey's, the water. If the cup is broken, how can we contain water? Hearing Yin Nuashing's puzzled voice, Zai is a little disdainful. He couldn't help but sigh and say slowly, if the cup is broken, it can be replaced or self-repaired. However, without external water, the lost water can't be returned. You didn't connect the Fey with the energy of the outside world. Our recovery speed is a little slow. I still have to help you repair it. What do you think? Sorry. After being slightly disdained, Yin Nuashing pouted and said with a guilty smile, Humph. Zai snorted and didn't say anything. After letting out a long sigh of relief, Yin Nuashing suddenly felt that it was a little troublesome. Zai has touched the barrier of the Heaven Vein Master. Such a person is scary no matter how you listen to it. Although there are only a few sentences about the Heaven Vein Master's understanding, these few sentences are enough to describe all the scary aspects of the Heaven Vein Master, such as the ability to shift the stars and change the terrain. How troublesome. Yin Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He felt that he had dug a hole and jumped into it. Why? Little boy, do you think you can't beat him? Yuan Qian couldn't help but reach out and poke his face when she saw that he was a little depressed. A little. Yin Nuashing answered very honestly. Xingxing will definitely win. Upon seeing this, Xian smiled and cheered him on. He even clenched his little fist and waved it at him. Big brother Yin, you can do it. Wang Chun patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder and cheered him on. Big brother, you can do it. Ming also reached out and touched Yin Nuashing's face and smiled sweetly. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with confidence, Yin Nuashing sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. Since everyone believes in me so much, I'd better go into seclusion. Although he had the evil spirit eye, it hadn't reached the realm of complete mastery. There were some things that he couldn't see through. After this period of understanding, Yin Nuashing also knew which stones were limited to. Those stones that he couldn't see through seemed to have been moved out from the Tianyuan ancient mine, primordial god mine, and other forbidden areas. They were tainted with the aura of the forbidden areas and formed a natural barrier. This was very disadvantageous for Yin Nuashing. He had to at least raise his evil spirit eye to a higher level to deal with the current problem. His palms suddenly clapped together, giving everyone a fright. Seeing Yin Nuashing's excited and helpless look, they did not know what had happened. Yuan Qian, I might have to borrow your palace for a while. Looking at Yuan Qian, Yin Nuashing said a little embarrassedly. This was the first time in his life that he had to borrow something from a girl. His face was still a little red. Seeing his expression, Yuan Qian became spirited. She looked at him seriously and even pinched him lightly. She smiled and said, Are you going into seclusion? That's not a problem. Yin Nuashing smiled. When he was in seclusion, he might cause a huge commotion. He had to find a place that was as hidden as possible. Furthermore, he only had a month. He had to use this month to raise his evil spirit eye to a higher level. He had to use some special methods. The evil spirit eye was created by the sublimation of pure elemental energy. To raise its level, he just had to find a lot of pure energy and pile it up. There were countless treasures in Yuan Yin's ring, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to casually pile it up. Chapter 266. The plan to loot the stone workshop was forcefully delayed for a month due to the sudden incident. Everyone walked out of Divine Sky City gloomily. thinking about how they would have to return to the palace that they had been holding in for so long. The Yuan family members felt physically and mentally exhausted. They followed behind Yuan Qian unwillingly. You guys can play in the city. I'm going into seclusion for 2 days. I'll look for you guys when I'm done. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but smile when he turned around and saw everyone's unwilling expressions. He took the shrunken palace from Yuan Qian's hands and sent them to stay in the city with a smile. Really, Yuan Qi and the others were overjoyed when they heard that. They hurriedly looked at Yuan Qian and asked excitedly. In the end, Yuan Qian glared fiercely at Yuan Qi and the others. Her long, shapely eyebrows were raised, and the meaning was obvious. Seeing Yuan Qian's fierce look, Yuan Qi and the others felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. I don't need so many people to accompany me when I'm in seclusion. Just bring them to play in the city. Don't mind me. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He reached out and patted Yuan Qian's head with a smile. Although he knew that Yuan Qian was much older than his nominal age of 18, it didn't feel strange at all when he did this. It was just like how he did it to Yin back then. Yuan Qian was stunned for a moment when Yin Nuoxing patted her head. Then, she laughed excitedly and directly jumped into Yin Nuoxing's arms. She hugged him tenderly for a long time before letting go of a certain someone whose face was completely red. She patted his face and smiled. Good luck then. I'll bring these guys out to play. Actually, Yuan Qian was the same as Yuan Qi and the others. She didn't really want to see that palace. If she hadn't heard that Yin Nuoxing was going to go into seclusion, she wouldn't have wanted to go back either. Little brother Nuoxing, I'll see you in a month. I wish you success. Jin Heng patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and smiled. Little brother Yin, good luck. You must defeat that arrogant bastard. Yao Ling smiled and flew away. It has been a while since he left Demon God Palace. Even though he always went out to play, he still had to go back to report his safety. Otherwise, someone in his family would think that something bad had happened to him and look for him everywhere. Little Chun, do you want to make a trip back to the village? Yin Nuoxing asked. Wang Chun stared blankly. Speaking of which, he had been out with Yin Nuoxing for almost a month. If he didn't go back, his parents would be worried. But if he went back, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the crystal spell battle in a month's time. I'd better go back. Mom and the others will be worried. I've never been away from home for so long. In the end, Wang Chun decided to go home. Little Chun Chun is going back. Let me send you back. I'll pick you up. You should be able to make it in time for the bet in a month. Hearing this, Lu Yi scratched her head and smiled. Also, I want to go back and take a look. I wonder how father and mother are doing. It had been a few years since the last time she went back. It was time to go back and take a look. Mother Lu and the others are advising you to get married and have children soon. They want grandchildren. Brother Lu, you should be mentally prepared when you go back. Hearing this, Wang Chun couldn't help but smirk. Lu Yi stared blankly and her face instantly stiffened. Brother Lu, can you make it back in time? Hearing him say that he could make it back in time, Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised. Yes, the students of Liaotinga are equipped with an array for emergency use. No matter how far away they are, they can directly teleport back to the pavilion. There's also a portable teleportation channel. If I use this, I should be able to make it back in about 2 days. Lu Yi nodded and said, hearing this thing that was labeled as dangerous in their hearts, Yin Nuoxing and Ming Ming laughed unnaturally. They only said, have a safe journey. Are you guys going to play with Yuan Qian and the others? Finally, Yin Nuoxing looked at Xian and smiled. Xing, are you planning to do something bad? Why are you in such a hurry to send everyone away? Hearing him ask her, Xian stared blankly for a moment. Mei Mao patted Ming's head and looked at Yin Nuoxing with a half-smile. It's not that I'm in a hurry to send you guys away. When I'm in closed-door cultivation, it'll be a little boring for you guys to accompany me. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to accompany me. Hearing this, Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly and waved her hand as she explained. It's okay. Xian smiled and shook her head. She took a step forward and held Yin Nuoxing's hand with her jade hand. She smiled gently and said, wherever you go, I'll go with you. Feeling a warm and soft hand being stuffed into her palm, Yun Nuoxing's heart trembled slightly. She quickly suppressed the turbulence in her heart and nodded embarrassedly. Suddenly, she had a sudden impulse and couldn't help but sing softly. The world is still small. I'll accompany you to see the ends of the earth. Outside the divine sky city, the enormous silver-white palace was covered in dense formations. There was even a huge formation that took up 100,000 feet of space. The evil spirit I was formed by the condensation of one's elemental energy. Muingzi, who first created it, originally intended to use it to analyze formations. If it was refined with the help of many different elements, its power would increase by several times. It could directly expose the weakness of a formation and deal a fatal blow, thus breaking it. The evil spirit I was split into 3 levels: profound insight, penetrating God's eye, and penetrating reincarnation. With Yun Nuoxing's current cultivation, with the help of the 5 elements, she had reached the profound insight level. It was slightly higher than this level, but she was still a distance away from the penetrating God's eye. It was at this level that she had helped Yun Nuoxing break a God rank formation. Although she had borrowed the power of a God artifact at that time, she could see the power of the evil spirit eye. If she reached the large success level, she would most likely be able to see through all the formations in the world. But every level of advancement had to be accompanied by an increase in level for it to be easier. Now, Yun Nuoxing was cultivating the evil spirit eye alone, which was a little difficult. But for the sake of that bet, she had to forcefully advance her evil spirit eye this time. So before she started cultivating, Yun Nuoxing set up the refining heaven array and even took out the immortal grade Xian crystals. A dazzling 8-colored light filled the entire room. The energy in the room was abnormally dense. An energy mist filled the entire room. It was so dense that it even condensed into rainbow-colored energy droplets that dripped onto the floor and turned into mist that slowly rose. This cycle continued without end, and there was even a faint sound of thunder. Xian sat on the bed with Ming in her arms. Mei Mao was a little surprised as she looked at the room that she couldn't see beyond 3 feet. It was as if she was in a cloud of mist, and the energy mist would automatically enter her body. Moreover, this was the purest form of energy, and she didn't need to do any refining at all. It was a great supplement that anyone could absorb without worry. This was Xian's first time seeing Yun Nuoxing take out so many things. There were immortal-grade Xian crystals, pills, and even some mystical herbs that she had never seen before. The rich medicinal fragrance made her sneeze, and she almost fainted. Ming, on the other hand, looked like it was a common occurrence. After all, she had seen Yun Nuoxing take out so many things at once. After placing the Ling Hong Jian into the eye of the refining heaven array, Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands in satisfaction. Xian, you can cultivate here. There's too much energy overflowing. You'll benefit a lot if you absorb it. Yun Nuoxing sat cross-legged on the ground. In the eye of the refining heaven array, she waved her hand to disperse some of the energy mist nearby. Then she placed a thick, soft cushion on the ground and pointed to it with a smile. The closer one was to the center of the array, the purer and thicker the energy would be. When it was poured into one's body, it only needed to be refined by a mystic technique. There was no need for any extra steps. Okay. Hearing this, Xian nodded obediently. She slowly moved down from the bed and sat on the cushion. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoxing, who nodded gently. Her heart skipped a beat, and she moved the cushion closer to her with ulterior motives. Seeing her move, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. However, when she saw her gentle smile, she didn't say anything. She pointed to the cushion on the other side and smiled at Ming. Ming, you should cultivate too. Okay. Hearing this, Ming smiled cutely and ran down from Xian's arms. She pinched Yun Nuoxing's face with her small hands, then sat down on the side. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes helplessly. Seeing that the 2 girls had entered the state, she let out a sigh of relief. She emptied her mind and formed a hand seal, drawing the energy in the room. The energy was drawn over like a wave, surging towards Yun Nuoxing's body. However, it wasn't refined by the soul-burning art. It gathered in her limbs and bones and was wrapped up by her soul energy. It was isolated from the energy in her meridians and slowly flowed along her back, bit by bit, towards her eyes. The evil spirit eyes suddenly opened, and the faint purple pupils instantly became colorful. The round pupils also turned into a rhombus at this moment. Gold and purple flowed within the rhombus, looking extremely demonic. The moment the evil spirit eye opened, Yin Nuashing formed a hand seal with lightning speed. As the hand seals flew, the two rhombus-shaped eyes slowly rotated. In the space beside the eyes, many small formations suddenly appeared, flying up and down in front of the eyes. There were also many energy matrices that appeared in the void, interweaving into dozens of small formations. Finally, they overlapped in front of the eyes and spun around. As the small formations overlapped, Yin Nuashing's vision also penetrated the walls of the palace at this moment. His vision was even magnified, and he could see further and further. Gradually, he saw the outline of Divine Sky City. Many buildings flew in front of his eyes, and he even saw Yuan Qian and the rest strolling on the streets. Yuan Qi was carrying bags of various sizes, and he was busy storing them in his ring. He smiled slightly, and with a thought, the formation spun a little faster. Many fluorescent lights floated out from the formation, and his vision quickly went past Yuan Qian and the rest, looking even further away. It even became a little blurry. At the same time, Yin Nuashing was still gathering energy, condensing it all into her eyes and the formation in front of her. With the infusion of energy, the azure formation was also dyed with a faint color. The borders of the rhombus-shaped eyes were originally pale green, but at this moment, they were also dyed with a bright gold color. Her hand seals changed, and the speed of her vision increased by a lot. Her vision became a picture of white lines, and she couldn't see anything clearly. At this moment, Yin Nuashing's vision finally reached its limit. It was fixed on a building, and he couldn't move any further. And when he reached his limit, Yin Nuashing felt a layer of faintly discernible obstruction in front of him, like a wall blocking his path. Many miniature energy matrices seeped out from the void around the evil spirit eye, like octopuses bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, dancing wildly in the air without the slightest bit of control. Success or failure depends on this. Yin Nuashing, who had seriously studied the evil spirit eye, naturally knew that once these matrices formed a formation, it would really cross over to the next realm, the penetrating God eye. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath, and when the energy that was constantly gathering in her body gradually reached a saturation point, she used her mind to control this large amount of energy. After circling in her body for a moment, Yin Nuashing clenched her teeth and controlled it to surge towards her eyes. Boom! The sudden increase in the flow of energy rushed into her brain, causing her soul to be fiercely impacted, causing her to see stars. In her vision, there were countless tiny dots that flickered with colorful light. Wherever the evil spirit eye looked, it was as if there was thunder flickering with bright light, and it was as if there were bombs exploding in front of her eyes. Shaking her head, Yin Nuashing endured the intense pain and clenched her teeth. She poured the energy that had impacted her brain directly into the evil spirit eye. With the infusion of energy, the stagnant line of sight showed signs of extending forward again. However, compared to the initial extending speed, it was countless times slower. It could even be described as a tortoise crawling. In front of his eyes, the array lines that were randomly moving around slowly spread out under the control of his mind. There were even two lines that showed signs of joining together, but they stopped at the tip. They swayed left and right, but did not touch each other no matter how hard he tried. Break for me.